What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a tip for kids in the car line to start off the day. Plus, our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8 o'clock to recap a wild weekend of SEC football, but more importantly, to talk all about the crazy coaching carousel, as we now have seen 6 coaching changes in the Southeastern Conference. We'll talk about all of those. Of course, the penultimate college football playoff rankings come out tonight. The Longhorns will likely learn their fate this evening. Does Texas have a chance? We will discuss. Steve Sarkeesian had some interesting comments about the future of Texas's schedule. We'll talk some NFL and maybe the most insane story we've ever had in the history of Bucky and BK. Oh yeah, a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing well, man. It's doing well. The sun is coming up. It's going to be a beautiful day today, a little cooler. Tomorrow, 67, 68 degrees tomorrow, and then the rain starts to come in, and it's a rain that we can use before we get into some dry spells. So we need that rain at the end of the week. But it looks like it's all clear today and all clear tomorrow. So I'm excited. But boy, the sun's shining today, and tomorrow is going to be nice because it feels cool. It feels cold outside. Fed the cats today, and you can feel that air opening up the door. Man, that's cold.
About
that's cold here.
35 feels like 31 right now.
No, it's 31 and cold. How's that?
Yeah. So when you say it's cold, you're right. I mean, you say it's cold when it's like 50s, but today, no, you can actually say it's cold and you'd be right.
Yeah, I don't think there's a need for a panic over the next couple of days of wrapping up the pipes and all that stuff. I think you're going to be fine because you're going to get today and then maybe tomorrow morning, and in some parts of the hill country, a little bit of a freeze, but that's going to be it because then it goes back into the 60s. And then back into the 50s and whatever. I mean, tomorrow's supposed to be a beautiful day.
So your tip for kids this morning is not to wrap their pipes?
No, my tips for kids this morning is it's championship time, and it's time to finish strong. This is the time after Thanksgiving, kids start to lollygag around academically and say, you know what? Christmas is just around the corner. I'll get it all done in the new semester. No, finish your semester strong. Finish like a champion. Championship week, finish like a champ the rest of this semester. It'll bode well for you to start that next semester feeling good about yourself. BEST, be ever so tough. Try to be the best at the end of the year. This was generally my lollygagging time. After Thanksgiving, I was kind of done.
Yeah.
I mean,
couple
just
weeks.
Like,
it's tough because you got final papers and final exams and like really important stuff, but you're so checked out because the holidays are right around the corner.
Don't check out. Don't check out now. Finish strong. Finish like a champion.
What is this? Notre Dame football finish like a champion? What are we doing here?
Come on there. I could go grind, but I'm not going to do that.
Gravy rolls, ice cream, nachos, donuts. The slogan of the Mike Elko era of Texas A&M football.
Could that be gravy ribs?
Could be ribs.
Wow.
I thought about Reese's.
Oh, my God.
There's another option. I'm not sure. I haven't had the chance to ask Mike Elko about that grind slogan, so I don't know exactly what it means, but you got some options, I guess.
Yeah, but kids, you have no options. You need to finish strong.
I like that.
Of course, you're looking for something nice on Christmas. Better finish strong. Better not let your parents catch you lollygagging right now.
No. You don't want your teachers to catch you. You don't want your parents to catch you.
You don't want your parents to hear from the teacher at this time of the year.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. I like that. All right, we'll get to the soldier shout out, and then our guy Chris Bennett has already taken a shot at you, not even 5 minutes into the show. We've got to recount. Today is an anniversary of a monumental moment in Texas football history and a monumental moment of your coaching career. And even 3 decades later, this Longhorn fan base has not forgiven you for something that you did.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate you. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. So, according to CB, the greatest volunteer producer in sports radio history, 30 years ago today,
30 years.
December 2nd, 1995, you and the Texas Longhorns beat Texas A&M 16-6 in College Station to win the final Southwest Conference Championship, but you failed to get Ricky Williams 10 more yards in that football game, so he could have had 1,000 yards as a freshman.
Once again, not my job. My job was to help win the game. My job was to help the success of the game by having my guys not fumble the ball around, do what they needed to do. If somebody needed to tell me that he needed 10 more yards, I would have made sure that I wasn't counting yards. I was counting wins.
Well, you guys won this game by 10 points. It feels like you could have given Ricky an extra carry or two in this.
No. All I needed was somebody to tap me on the shoulders. That should have been Sean Mitchell's cousin or uncle who always found a way to get down on the field and tell me that Ricky needed 10. I would have made sure that happened. Never knew. It wasn't in my mind. I probably took it for granted that dude was going to have 100 yards. It was Texas A&M. Everybody rushes for 100 yards. That's in a Texas uniform against Texas A&M.
That's just the way
they go. Yeah, I mean, that's John Bianco's job. If John Bianco wants to have that dude in the record book, well, you know what he needed to do? He needed to tell me that. He needed to let me know. He needed to get that message to me. He was at the game.
We need to get Bianco on and hear his side of the story.
Why wouldn't he let me know?
What if he did and you just forgot?
Oh, no. I would have never forgot that. There's not a chance. I didn't forget Howard Griffith when he needed his 8 touchdowns to hold a record that still is going on today for the most touchdowns in a single game, beating Jim Brown's record. If I knew this dude needed 10 more yards, believe me, I would have got it. I would have just went over to Mack Brown and said, dude, he needs 10 yards. What do we need to do? If we need to give him the ball, now he only needed to have 1 carry probably against the Aggies.
By the way, the Howard Griffith record that you just brought up, 8 touchdowns in an individual game, that has been matched twice, but nobody has broken it yet.
Yes, he still remains that guy.
So you and Griff remain in the record books for that one. But I'm looking at this box score right now, and you tell me if this is off. It's on the internet, and it's been 30 years, so maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. But I am seeing 24 carries, 163 yards.
Wow.
For Ricky Williams in that game.
Quite a game, huh?
Which is good. But I'm also seeing 19 carries for 89 yards for Sean Mitchell. And I'm thinking we couldn't have taken 2 of Sean's carries away and given them to Rick to get him those 10 more yards.
Dude, I probably wouldn't be on this earth if that were to have happened. I'd have given that up to a freshman for one of those dudes, for those guys, guy that lives in Austin, Texas. That guy would have come after me. His family would still be after me today if Sean didn't get his carries against the Aggies. So
just two more carries. I mean, Ricky Williams was averaging 6.8 in that game. All he needed was 2 more touches, and he gets to a K.
Once again, make it very simple. My job is to win, be a part of the winning process against the Aggies, not worrying about how many carries somebody got. And all you had to do was a simple reminder, hey, he needs 10 yards. If he would have told me he needed 10 yards, that would have been fine. Nobody was caring about that.
We're just playing.
We're just beating Texas A&M's ass. That's all. That's all that mattered.
Yeah, there was no way Ricky knew about that, right?
No, because he's not. He wasn't like that. He wasn't that guy who. I had enough little greedy guys that needed to jump into games and stuff like that. When I turned my back, they would be running out onto the field. They would hear the play, run out onto the field, and I'd be screaming to get back over here. Ricky was not one of those. He was never into, I need 10 more carries or 5 more carries. He didn't really, that stuff he didn't care about.
I mean,
he only started to care about it once people started bugging me about it. And now he's held that for 30 years. Now he always reminds me. He never cared. He never said a word.
Oh, man. That. I might text him today and tell him to text you.
You people.
That is great. Look, I don't want to turn this into a Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter situation here.
Oh, please don't compare it. don't compare any running back I've ever had to those two dudes.
I'm just saying, Ricky Williams, 6.8 yards a carry. Sean Mitchell, 4.7 in that game. Feels like Ricky should have gotten a few more touches.
He got 163 yards.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
He just peppered them,
About this question from CB.
Yeah.
He's hitting you hard this morning.
This ring, is he looking for that ring right there?
Boom. Oh, it's the Big 12 ring that you don't have.
I don't have the Big 12 championship ring.
I forgot. I knew you had lost one of them. I couldn't remember if it was the Southwest Conference or the Big 12 ring.
I got that one. That's the one I wear now since I left that in a golf cart or something.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I'm still, I'm handing my rings over to my grandson now, except for I'm not doing all that stuff when I'm dead and have them roam through my house. I'm doing a bunch of that stuff now, and he's only 5, and for his room, I'm about to hand over all the rings that I had from, Big 12 championships, Southwest Conference championships, semi-pro national championship that I coached, and my high school, with Lake Trout. I'm handing all these rings in this beautiful case over to him so he could have them in his room. I don't look at it. They're in a closet with the closet shut, so it doesn't make any sense for me. Plus, a bunch of them I can't wear. I can never wear the Lake Travis. I didn't play for Lake Travis. I've just announced. And it looks like a Super Bowl ring. It's the biggest ring I have. It's the most unbelievable ring that I've ever seen. It looks like an NFL Super Bowl ring. Yeah. I've always wanted to maybe put that on, maybe traveling somewhere. And then if I say, well, it's my high school, and they say, you went to high school there? And I'm like, no, but I announced games from them. That's like, Bill Schoening does that. Bill Schoening, who broadcasts for the Spurs, he wears, how many those championship rings? He has like 5. That dude wears those things around.
All of them at the same time?
No, but I've seen him with 2 of them on before. I'm like, I can't do that.
It's a little better when you're announcing a professional team's games
than a high school team
versus a high school team, especially for a high school that you didn't go to.
Yeah, it's just weird, but I'm giving those rings. Those rings are gone. My deal is I got to keep one, and I've got to somehow try to get that Big 12. I've gone through the process of getting that thing. Is like $1,200 to get. That's all it is. It's $1,200.
Yeah, can make that happen.
So if you want to go GoFundMe, let's go.
An important question from Dave here: which grandson gets the Donna Summer cassette tapes?
Well, I've got some of those CDs upstairs here too. I think I may throw the CDs. Nobody wants CDs. Nobody's going to deal with CDs.
CDs nuts?
CDs nuts.
You trying to hit your grandkids with the D's nuts joke?
I'm giving my one granddaughter wants the Taylor Swift autograph deal to me and the guitar. She wants that. She's 10, and it's like, no. What do you think of doing with that? I said, it's going to just give it away, give it a Goodwill or whatever. She goes, not a chance.
Oh, yeah, you can't give that away. That's grandpa malpractice right there.
Would it be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much a Taylor Swift autograph is worth, but it's worth
to me. But it's to me. I mean, to her.
I know. Well, you probably like cut out the rest of the letter that says Bucky and thank you, and just like get rid of all of that and just leave the signature part, and then it's worth more than what it's worth right now. But
I don't even know. I just think she'd like to have it. I'm worth-wise. Just probably put it on her wall.
Yeah,
in her room.
That's a pretty cool thing to brag about, like to your friends. Like, hey, it's my grandpa who got an autograph and a handwritten note from the biggest pop star in the world right now.
Yeah, and I've got old hoodies and things like that. It's time for that stuff to go. I don't want people, when I'm dead, I don't want people rummaging through my attic. I know that's a part of what the life is supposed to be about. You're supposed to come over and get that shit and say, I don't want that piece of junk, or your kids are supposed to. My wife she's ready to get rid of a bunch of stuff now. It's like my cowboy boots. I wore boots for a long time, BK, when I first came here. I probably got 20 pair of boots. Dude, I haven't worn boots now because of my back in like 2 years. It's like they're just sitting there. These big size 12, nice, Ariat boots, I mean, they're just kind of sitting. I'm like, what am I going to do with this stuff?
Well, hang on. If you're giving those away, I might be coming over soon.
Yeah, my one son came and got a bunch of them, but I just got like a thing full of boots. Boots in my back don't work right now. I think there's an occasion. Every once in a while, I like to cowboy up when I go like to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, I go with some jeans and some boots and a cowboy hat like I'm a real Texan. They look at me like, come on, dude, we know you're a steel miller. What are you trying to – what I don't have is I don't have the big Texas buckle. That's what I never had.
Okay. That might be my holiday gift to you then.
I need to get the belt with the buckle on it. Championship belt, you know what I mean?
I like that. Yeah, to match the
But
championship.
no, CB, you can stop that now. That's Ricky's done with that until you people bring that up to him. He could care less. He never did. He was never that kind of guy. I mean, I've had, like I said, I've had guys who wanted carries and knew about things and milestones and stuff like that. He could have cared less, man. You know, from his first day at Texas, his first game against Hawaii, when he just ran all over them. I mean, he could have had more yards that game, but he wanted to go sit with his mom in the stands, you know, during the game. And I'm like, dude, no, this is not how we do things. You don't get to go sit with your mom. You and Sean don't get to go sit with your parents in the stand while the game is going on. He said, the game is over with. She's right there. You see her. Let me just go up there and sit with her. I mean, like, do it. Like, take your helmet off and go sit with her. I'm like, no, dude, you can't do that. And he was serious. They were truly serious. They thought I was being a bad guy for not letting them sit with their mom, who was right behind us.
The middle of the game.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter, the game was over with. It was fourth quarter, midway, and he goes, it's over. Let me go sit with my mom and sit with my sister. Then Sean Mitchell's like the same way. Let me go. There's my mom right there. Let me go sit over there with him. I'm like, no, you can't do that.
Could you imagine if that happened now in the era of social media?
Oh, my God.
Where, like, in a blowout game, you just saw a couple of kids take off their helmets and shoulder pads and go sit in the stands with their family and friends. It'd be
– for Lane Kiffin, it'd probably be cool.
Yeah, and Kiffin, that's what he does. He'd probably go sit in the stands at some point.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, go talk to parents, start recruiting the brother or sister. That would be his deal.
Hey, enjoy him, LSU, because in 3 years, when Kalen DeBoer gets fired, Lane Kiffin will be headed to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, he's going somewhere. He's not longing for that gig. I hope his recruiting sucks.
It won't, unfortunately.
No, not there.
They're going to be a thorn in Texas's side. I mean, they always recruit well, but recruits really like Lane Kiffin, and they're going to.
Yeah, that puts a hurt, and he's going to make sure that state that guys don't disappear. The Arch Mannings or anybody else of the world, they don't get out of that state. Sark's going to have to work extra hard in this one.
Yeah, there were a couple of blue chippers, too, in this 2026 cycle that had been committed to LSU for a while, but kind of opened things up after Brian Kelly got fired. Mm-hmm. And now it just sort of feels like everybody who was looking around is going to end up sticking around.
And others from other colleges, and there'll be guys at Mississippi that'll be bailing out on them, too.
Yeah, and Texas did pick up a commitment from a 5-star wide receiver in the class of 2027. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. It's wide receiver Easton Royal, who's the third-ranked receiver in the class, but he's from Louisiana. And it's like, look, great news for Texas, obviously. He was in town for the A&M game this past Friday. You love to get the early commitment, but Lane Kiffin is going to be working on a guy like that for the entire year to try to get the flip.
That's not over with. The Texas spending its time spinning wheels looking for running backs in the state of Florida. That's what they're doing.
Well, Texas does have a 5-star from the state of Florida committed, and he's expected to sign tomorrow. As of now, Texas has 24 commitments for this class of 2026. So we'll see if they can get a couple of flips here in the midnight hour, but that's where things stand right now.
Yeah, it's trying to start poaching some of these other dudes that are, I see James Franklin got a quarterback that was going to Penn State to go with him to Virginia Tech. That's a smooth move. Yeah. They'll hate that in Pennsylvania. They're losing some guys in PA in recruiting with James Franklin gone, because he can recruit. He can talk to the parents. So they're losing a couple. They need to make a decision on what they're going to do here quickly, very quickly.
I know Penn State still has yet to hire a head coach, and the rumors from last night is that they have zeroed in on BYU's Kalani Sitake as their next head coach, but there's no agreement yet. Nothing is official yet. And BYU has a ton of money. That Mormon money is no joke, Buck. Yeah. And Sitake went to BYU. He is Mormon. So I think it would take a lot to poach him away.
And he'll get a lot. Yeah, he'll get a lot there.
Yeah, Penn State's a better job. They've got more history. There's no doubt about that. But BYU, the way they're spending, I mean, they just signed the #1 basketball recruit in America this past year. You don't do that without a bunch of money coming in. That's what's happening right now. So that'll be an interesting. I never thought we'd see a Kalani Sitake bidding war ever in my life, but that might be what's happening right now between BYU and Penn State here, Buck. Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean the coaching carousel. We could get to this here.
Yeah, I'm looking. They owe Mark Stoops over $30 million at Kentucky.
Yeah, I think
My
his
God.
buyout $37 million. I don't know if he gets 100% of that. I think it's like 80 to 85% of that, but
Holy mackerel!
it's still a hell of a lot of money. Yeah, they gave him a big extension a couple of
You
years
ever hear
ago.
the term "it's cheaper to keep her"? I mean, really?
It is cheaper to keep her, but you also worry about fans not giving you money if you keep her. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's part of the expression, but Kentucky football fans, I think, it checked out. And I'm sure a lot of their big money donors are like, yeah, I'm not giving another dollar to this football program until Mark Stoops is gone.
Man.
So, by the way, congrats to Will Stein, your old buddy, former Lake Travis offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Oregon State. Oregon. Not Oregon State. Oregon's.
Yeah, former Lake Travis OC, former UTSA OC, current Oregon offensive coordinator. It's official. He's the next head coach of the Kentucky Wildcats. Now, Stein is going to stay with Oregon and remain the offensive coordinator and play caller through the Ducks playoff run. They'll definitely be in. But, yeah, as soon as that's over, he's headed to Lexington to take over Big Blue Nation.
What do you think of that?
I think it's a really good hire for them. I mean, Stein's only 36 years old, and obviously his rise through the coaching ranks is insanely fast, but that's the type of hire that can get a fan base excited. Young, up-and-coming, offensive mind.
Offensive mind, yeah.
And he coached Dylan Gabriel. He coached Bo Nix. Oregon's had some really, really good offenses under his tutelage. And, yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure Will Stein was going to take that job. Now, he's from the state of Kentucky. I think he played at Louisville, so he's got plenty of ties to the Bluegrass State. I wasn't sure he would take the gig. I thought maybe he'd wait for something better.
Maybe even Penn State for him.
Yeah, maybe another year he could have got. He couldn't have gotten Penn State this year. There's no way.
You don't think so?
I don't think he's that highly regarded. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe wait another year and get something else. But Will Stein has the chance to live my dream, Buck. Some people might see him take the Kentucky job and wonder, why are you going there? You got no shot to win there. They don't care about football. And then I'm thinking, nah, the dream job is to be a fired SEC coach.
Period. Yeah.
Look at Mark Stoops. He's getting $37 million to leave. I don't know if Will Stein's going to get that type of contract, but if things don't work out in Lexington, he's going to be okay.
Yeah. So, you're right.
I like that pick, though. I like that pick. They needed an offensive-minded guy because they have had no offense there for way too long. A couple of other hirings from like the last 24 hours. Michigan State hiring former Northwestern coach Pat Fitzgerald. Like that pickup. And UCLA is hiring James Madison's coach.
Yeah, they are taking Dolly Madison, huh?
I feel like that's a pretty good hire for them. Another job that I don't think is very attractive nowadays, UCLA. Obviously,
it's a nice place to live. Just give me some millions to go live out there.
I guess so. Yeah, that may be part
That's
of it.
a nice
Bob
spot.
Chesney. I'm just thinking like, man, I feel like you could do better than that. And that's an interesting fit because Chesney has no ties to the West Coast at all.
Man.
But has done a really good job at James Madison and had a bunch of success at lower levels of college football before going to Dolly Madison, as you like to call it.
Yeah, that's a good move. So we're getting Tulane guy, Dolly Madison guy. Who else has got a shot at going someplace from some of these Fun Belt? Anything from the Fun Belt?
Well, we didn't get into a lot of the coaching news from the weekend during yesterday's show because we were spending so much time dunking on little brother and recapping Texas's 27-17 victory over Texas A&M, which we may do some more of that today too.
Always good to dunk on them for the next year.
Yeah. I mean, you had Florida hire John Sumrall away from Tulane. You had Auburn hire Alex Golish from South Florida.
That made sense, right? That made sense right there.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good hire. John Sumrall is interesting. Like, he's going to be coaching Tulane the rest of the year, by the way, so it is possible to do that. He's basically Billy Napier. Like, he might be
Yes.
better than Billy Napier, but he's got almost an identical resume to Sunbelt Billy.
That's got to be kind of scary for them.
Like, Billy Napier was 40-12 in 4 seasons as a head coach in a G5 team before taking the Florida job. John Summerall is 42-11 in 4 seasons as a head coach in G5 conferences. 2 years at Troy, 2 years at Tulane. So we'll see. I mean, Summerall could work. Just because he's got a similar resume to Napier doesn't mean he's going to suffer the same fate as Napier. But like that, it's pretty interesting to me that they basically.
Can you imagine them getting their heads pounded in his first game and people are going, "Oh shit, what have we done?" That's the whole thing. You better get a patsy early. You better get an SEC week 11 patsy to start your season off, because boy, if you get beat by somebody, they will be absolutely going out of their mind. For your entire career, they'll be all over you.
Yeah, looks like Florida's first game next year is against Florida Atlantic. So,
oh yeah, okay, they got one.
Make sure you and Tom Herman's not coaching there anymore, so nothing to worry about.
Wow,
at all. And Lane Kiffin's not coaching there either. But yeah, John Summerall to Florida. We'll see if that works. I like the goalish hire to Auburn. I feel like that's about as good as they could have done. And boy, Arkansas fans, Buck, we dunked on Aggies for 2 hours yesterday. We could dunk on Arkansas fans for 2 hours today. They are pissed. They hired the coach from Memphis, Ryan Silverfield. And dude, they tried to stage an Aggie-like protest. Remember A&M hired Mark Stoops for an hour, and then the fans melted down so much that they pulled the plug and pivoted to Elko. Obviously worked out pretty well for A&M. Arkansas fans basically tried a similar coup, and they had fans go. It was like 35 degrees in Fayetteville the other day, and they had fans show up on campus basically protesting to try to stop this hire from happening. It did not work.
It doesn't seem like a great hire to me.
No, I mean, Silverfield's been fine at Memphis. They've won some games, but it's not like they've been winning conference championships and competing for playoffs.
Yeah, every once in a while they'll get beat by a Navy, and they're like, how do they lose? You'll read the paper on the Sunday and say, how did that group get beat by them? They give you they give you those twice a year. So this is not going to be fun for Arkansas.
Something I don't do very often is tune into Arkansas sports radio. I did after the Silverfield hire got announced. Easy for me to say.
Was it ugly?
Melting down. I almost feel bad for them. They're Arkansas, so I don't. If it was a random team that I just didn't care about at all, I would feel bad for them, because that program, just nothing good happens for them. They have a horrible athletic director who's the guy who's in charge of the college football playoff committee, by the way.
Thank you.
The guy who took over for Baylor's AD, Mack Rhodes, who's no longer Baylor's AD. I don't know if we ever figured out what happened with that guy and why he got let go.
Speaking of another group that's leaving their guy there, Baylor's leaving their coach there again. I'm like, really? Well, they want to be nobody. They truly want to be nobody at Baylor in football.
You know why?
Because the AD's gone?
Because it's cheaper to keep her.
That's right. You're absolutely right. It's cheaper.
Your line from earlier.
But that guy's not getting you anything.
No, he's not. He is not at all. And Texas just took one of their biggest recruits in this 26 cycle when defensive lineman Jamarian Carlton flipped over the weekend. So, yeah, Baylor fans are down bad right now. Arkansas fans are down bad right now. There are a lot of fan bases in the area that just aren't very happy with the way their teams are being run.
And Baylor had a couple young players on their team. They're going to go steal that young running back they have and pay him some money to bring him down the road here.
Maybe.
What the hell does he want to stay there for? He's pretty good.
I don't know.
I mean, you're talking about changing schools and coaches. There are going to be a lot of people taking off from places.
The transfer portal officially opens 1 month from today. January 2nd is the portal open date.
Yeah, there's kids packing their bag. There's kids packed their bags and gone for the semester, not coming back to their schools.
Yeah, I mean, you're already seeing reports of players enter the transfer portal, and tampering's going on, and Steve Sarkeesian and company, just like every other coaching staff in America, has already started that process of
absolutely.
Hey, who do we want? Who should we reach out to? What can we put together? So, yeah.
It's good and the bad about if you're going to the playoffs or not. You can get on your portal, you can get good right back to business immediately.
You know, I do wonder, and maybe this is giving Steve Sarkeesian a pass that he doesn't deserve, but like Texas, you know, last year the portal opened earlier. They at least pushed it back to January 2nd. But, you know, last year, I feel like Texas was punished a bit because they made it as far into the playoff as they did, right? Just about every other team. I think it was like between the quarterfinal and the semifinal round. So it's like every other team that was done for the year, they could focus 100% of their attention on the offseason and on the transfer portal and adding to their team. And meanwhile, Texas is like, okay, how do we win a national championship?
Right. Yeah.
So,
you mean you got your mind on winning games still.
I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's a good thing that Texas is probably not going to make the playoff, but they will have more time and more of an ability to focus on what they need in the transfer portal. And I think there's a lot that they need from the transfer portal.
Yeah. There's, I mean, you can get right down to work immediately.
Yeah.
Once today's over, once tonight's over with, you know, you obviously you have your regular recruiting, but a part of your regular recruiting is the transfer portal. You can get to work now.
Yeah. And again, most of Texas's National Signing Day class is already set in stone. There will be a couple of changes potentially between now and tomorrow. So obviously you want to finish that out strong. But yeah, it's all about the transfer portal. You know, for me, it's all about winning in 2026 for Texas football. Like,
yes.
I get it. Recruiting is the lifeblood of every college football program. I'm not saying just totally punt on recruiting, but don't be surprised. Right now, the Longhorns have the 7th ranked class in America, Buck. I don't think we're going to see 3 5-stars flip tomorrow, and all of a sudden Texas goes #1 for the 2nd consecutive year.
No, I don't think so either.
I think they're focused on the transfer portal and like, what do we need to do to win in Arch Manning's final season in 2026?
Yeah, you need to have a top 5 class. You don't need to have a top 1 or 2. You can get, top 5 will do just fine.
They might not have a top 5 class, and look, I'm okay with it. I'd prefer that they did. I want to have my cake and I want to eat it too. But
I want to have some guys some offensive linemen,
right,
that come here
who can win next year. Like,
yes.
Despite popular belief, Texas does not have unlimited monies. So you can't get those 3 5-star flips and also like a top 3 portal class every single year. We'd love for it to happen. It's not feasible. So you almost have to make a decision. Like, do we want to bring in another top 3 class?
Well, when you have this particular quarterback, you need to have a portal group that's going to win and win now.
Bingo. That's it. And I think the coaching staff realizes that. And I think the entire university realizes that. And most of the resources that Texas has for this offseason is going to be headed towards the portal.
Yes.
So that people might be disappointed. We'll see Texas fall from #1 to number 6 or 7 in terms of class rankings. But the hope is, and my expectation is, that that's going to mean a really, really good transfer portal class that gets you very, very excited about.
Absolutely.
So we'll dive into that a lot more today and obviously in the next couple of weeks. But we have to talk about tonight's college football playoff rankings. Does Texas have any chance to sneak into the CFP? We're going to learn tonight. We will preview that and talk about what to expect. But before we do, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, orthopedic surgeons there, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and all around good people. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Check out what I got this morning, Buck.
Ooh, you're getting creamed on a Tuesday, huh?
Getting creamed.
Tips for kids in the car.
What's the tip?
Drink OLIPOP, kids.
That's a good tip. Good save right there, sir. I'm quite sure you were going with that one.
You don't need Coca-Cola. You don't need any of those other. You don't need anything. You just need that. You don't need Pepsi. You don't need Coke. You don't need Sprites, Mountain Dews. Drink yourself some good tasting OLIPOP.
I'm telling y'all, for the holidays, this is what you need. You're going to be eating a ton. You don't need to be drinking a ton of calories.
You're going to be on the grind.
Switch your soda. Like, when we get to January, I'm going to say this is the easiest New Year's resolution you can make, and it really is. But you could start that resolution a month early because this is actually an enjoyable resolution to make because this OLIPOP tastes just like a cream soda. And OLIPOP has more than 20 different flavors, and they all taste just like soda because they are soda. But unlike the soda you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. Ingredients that support good digestive health, including 9 grams of fiber. So you can actually feel good about what you're putting into your system, and you're going to enjoy what you're putting into your system with OLIPOP. Pick it up anywhere, any grocery store, any convenience store. This stuff is growing like crazy with good reason. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
BK, the great Gary Player turning 90, is a physical specimen, playing golf every day, still shooting under par at 90. This dude swore off 40 years ago, swore off bacon and ice cream. And he said, and I love ice cream. He swore off of that. He's never had it for over 40 years, or bacon. I looked at the ice cream deal and said, yeah, that's cute. But the bacon, Gary, really?
Sounds like a loser to me.
What does he need to? He doesn't need to be. You know what his goal is? To live to be 100. He didn't say 100 in one day. He said, my goal is 100.
Yeah, sounds like he's been pretty depressed for his last 4 decades.
I don't want to go out depressed either. Come on now.
No ice cream or bacon?
No ice cream or bacon for Gary Player.
And I'm sure if he's cut those 2 things out, he's probably cut a few other really, really good food items out
I
too.
bet you he's drinking like a fish. I bet he's getting hammered, though.
Did you just call Gary Player a physical specimen? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I mean, that guy, his workout routine is ridiculous. You know me, I couldn't go a couple more laps around the track the other day because it was a little cold out and my hands were getting cold. This dude is after it every day. He's doing these high leg kicks at the gym and then going right to the golf course. But no bacon? What's wrong with him?
Gary Player is 5'6", 150. I don't think I'd use athletic specimen to describe him.
Hey, I'm 5'9", 156, and I am a specimen.
I wouldn't use athletic specimen
to
describe you.
I would.
Oh, my God. Gary Player, obviously a legendary golfer.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if athletic specimen is how I'm describing the guy.
No, he's not a wrinkly old 90-year-old dude. He looks like he's in great shape. I mean, I just can't. The bacon thing, I could do the ice cream thing, maybe. I can't do that. I can't imagine life without bacon.
You made it 6 months without ice cream. I don't think you could do 40 years. And also, I don't think
I ain't got 40 left anyway.
I don't know if you could do 40 days without bacon either.
Yeah, that would be hard for me. I like bacon. I like bacon a lot.
It's pretty good.
I like it in my tacos, right on the side of the plate. I like it in my BLT. I mean, I got to have bacon.
Gotta have it. Gotta have Centex tickets as well. If you need tickets to any sporting event, concert, festival, event, you name it, one place to go, CentexTickets.com. Texas basketball returns home tomorrow to take on Virginia. Actually scooped a couple of tickets from Centex Tickets, so I'll be there at the Moody Center tomorrow. If you want to join me, one place to go, Centex Tickets. And don't forget the promo code Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase.
And folks, Daymaker Half Day Cafe, speaking of bacon, grits, eggs, chicken and waffles, hamburgers, you name it. You can have it anytime you want, as long as it's from 7 a.m. to 3. That's it, 3 p.m. That's all you get. No dinners there, but you can have bacon and eggs at 2:30 if you like. That's up to you. You can have the chicken and waffles, which I still haven't done yet because I have not hit that threshold of where I've ever had chicken and waffles. And that's the place I'm going to get it done this week. That's where the buck is going to do the chicken and waffles. Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. You can also get your drink on if you like to early in the morning. Some of you need to get your drink on like BK. You'll find Altstadt Beer there. I'm sure of that. And you'll also find your bourbons, your liquors, your tequilas right there. They can mix them up if you like, or you can take shots. That's on you.
Come on. They're open right now.
That's right. Come on. Hey, it's Thanksgiving's over with. You got to start again, don't you?
Yeah, go to the bar and get you some Altstadt beer. Get
you
whatever you want. Love Daymaker and love the Altstadt beer. All right, Buck, tonight we will likely learn the fates of the 2025 Texas Longhorns. These aren't the final college football playoff rankings. Those come out on Sunday, but obviously Texas does not play between now and Sunday, and a lot of the teams ranked right around Texas do not play between now and Sunday. There is a path for Texas to still make the playoff. I looked at ESPN's college football playoff predictor before the show, and they give Texas a 1.7% chance to get in. But
but you say there's a chance.
Telling you there's a chance. But any actual chance for Texas to make it depends on what happens tonight. The Longhorns are going to have to jump up a few spots and be ranked ahead of a few teams that they were not ranked ahead of last week. And despite the win over number 3 Texas A&M, which some are calling one of the best wins in college football this year, I just don't think it's going to be enough to get Texas where we want them to be. So I'm going to do a little screen share here. These are last week's rankings, Buck. Obviously, the new ones haven't come out yet. We'll get them tonight. But last week, Texas ranked number 16 in America. And only one team ranked in the top 15 lost this past weekend. That was number 15, Michigan, who, of course, lost to number 1 Ohio State. Yes. So the Longhorns did not get a lot of help from around the country. Texas moved up to number 14 in the AP and coaches polls. Those don't mean anything, but if the college football playoff poll is going to closely resemble those, then the Longhorns probably aren't moving up enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are just done.
Yeah. I mean, here's what needs to happen for Texas tonight to have a chance. There are 3 teams that Texas needs to be ranked ahead of that they weren't last week. That's Miami, Utah, and Vanderbilt. If Texas is ranked ahead of those 3 teams, then they've got a shot with some chaos on Conference Championship Saturday to get in. But if Texas is ranked below any of those 3 teams, I think the Longhorns are done because none of those 3 teams are playing anymore, and I don't know how Texas would jump them over a bye week. Not going to happen.
No.
So
no championship play for Vandy. Utah's out of it.
I don't know. I don't know who's out of it.
BYU loss would help.
So here's the situation. Like if Texas is ranked ahead of those 3 teams, then again, there is an opportunity for the Longhorns to get in. They would need 2 things to happen this Saturday. Number 1, Georgia would have to smash Alabama. I mean, destroy them, like leave no doubt, to the point where the committee would actually consider dropping somebody even though they played in a conference championship game.
Yeah, well, they did it to Alabama last year, so they wouldn't have any problems. Would they stiff them again if that were to happen?
Alabama wasn't in the conference championship game last year.
No, yeah, and like you said, they'd had to get smashed probably.
Right, exactly. If it's a close loss, then the committee is going to say, and they should say that, well, Bama beat Georgia once already this year, and we're not going to punish them for losing a close game against a top 5 team at a neutral site when nobody else had to play this weekend. So, dude, I don't even know. Like, maybe Bama could lose by 4 touchdowns and they'll still make the playoff. I don't know. The committee might say, we're literally not going to punish anybody for playing on Conference Championship Saturday, even if you get smoked. Doesn't matter. I don't know. But that would be Bama's 3rd loss. And if they do get crushed, there'd at least be an argument to keep them out.
Well, so BYU's not making it if they lose to Tech. It doesn't matter by 2 or whatever. They're going to be gone.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? That BYU would have to lose to Texas Tech. If BYU beats Tech, both teams are going to make it.
Yeah, that's going to be strange. But yeah, both teams will probably make it.
Yeah.
But I don't see that happening with BYU. I see Tech just rolling that group for a championship. They want that Big 12 championship in a bad way.
They do. And we saw these 2 teams play. Obviously,
yes.
It was a game in Lubbock, but this game is in Arlington, so it'll still feel like a home field advantage for Texas Tech. And we saw the Red Raiders just steamroll BYU in that one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something pretty similar this weekend. But again, none of it matters. Like, that's going to matter for whoever's the highest ranked team not playing this weekend.
Right.
And I don't think that's going to be Texas, unfortunately.
Yeah, over the last 2 years, an SEC team is going to get the Scroogie in this deal.
Yeah. Look, I mean, every year someone's going to get the Scroogie.
Yes, you're right.
Right. Even if you go to 16 teams, even if you go to 24, there are going to be fan bases who are pissed by whatever happens every single year. And look, the committee, they are going to send a message with what they decide tonight, regardless of what the message is. Now, if Texas gets screwed and Texas is out, the message is, we don't really care who you schedule in non-conference play. We just care that you win games.
Yes.
If Texas were to make it and, a 10-2 team were to be left out, then the message would be like, well, yeah, the actual wins don't matter quite as much. We care more about who you schedule.
Tennessee didn't do us any favors by letting Vanderbilt come there and beat their ass.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there were, Texas needed some chaos this past weekend. I still don't understand why Vanderbilt's ranked ahead of Texas. It makes zero sense to me. If only we knew who was better. If only we can get those two teams on the same field at the same time and settle this debate once and for all. I can't figure out why Utah's ranked ahead of Texas. But what I think and what I figure out and can't figure out has no bearing on what the committee thinks.
And of course, they've been trying to get the sports people have been trying to get University of Miami in there. How they've played at the end of the season so bad, and Narduzzi didn't help us this week. Him of who cares about Notre Dame? We just got to win those next two.
Yeah,
we'll show you. His team didn't show up and got hammered by Miami at their own place. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was bad right there.
That was really bad. Pittsburgh needed to beat Miami.
And Steve Sarkeesian was kind of making the media rounds yesterday. Obviously, a no game week press conference for Texas on a Monday because there's no game for Texas this week. But Sark was on with SEC Network. I think he was on with Colin Cowherd, and he's trying to make his pitch for Texas to make it into the college football playoff. And Clark Lee at Vanderbilt was doing this. There were a bunch of coaches making the rounds to try to win over the public, and I guess more importantly, win over the committee. And Steve Sarkeesian brought up the fact that Miami up 31-7 in the final minute at Pittsburgh, called a fade route and threw a 33-yard touchdown to make it 38-7. And Sark's like, is the committee actually watching the games, or are they just looking at the scores at the very end? And
yeah, that's bad for football in general right there. There's no need for that.
By the way, Sark, when he brought that argument up, he also said that Texas was only down 14-10 going into the fourth quarter at Georgia.
Let's not forget. Oh, yeah. He did that again? He got that in there?
So that was part of his argument. It's like, if you look at the score and only see 35-10, you would think we were never competitive in that football game. But really, it was 14-10. And if you look at – so, look, he's doing what any coach would do. He's advocating for his team to make it. It's not going to work. But, that's the situation. That's what Texas needs. Again, none of what happens this weekend matters if Texas is not ranked ahead of Miami, Utah, and Vanderbilt tonight. And considering all three of those teams won, and Miami got a road win against a ranked team, and Vanderbilt got a road win against a ranked team, neither of them nearly as good as A&M, but still quality wins, I just don't see how the committee changes their mind. It'd be nice if
Texas lost to how many schools that lost coaches during the year?
Texas lost to one school that lost a coach during the year, Florida. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, during the year in Arkansas.
No, Texas beat Arkansas.
Texas beat, yeah.
The three losses were Georgia, Ohio State, and Florida. Two of those teams are not changing coaches anytime.
No.
So
they played a few that lost coaches.
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas's strength of schedule is so much better than so many teams around them. And we played the cut from Steve Sarkeesian yesterday. I mean, actually, no, we haven't played it. This was from SEC Network. I've got this. Let's play this right now.
Okay.
So Steve Sarkeesian was on SEC yesterday in the morning, believe it or not.
Yes.
And he was asked if Texas is going to reconsider its non-conference scheduling in the future if they don't make the playoff. And he brought up a couple of interesting nuggets about this 2025 season as well.
I think we have to, at the end of the day, now we're going to 9 conference games. And now you're talking about, okay, we want to play these great games, and it's great for TV. I mean, how many people watched us play Ohio State the first game of the year? 15 million, some crazy number.
16 million, yeah.
16 million people watched that game. Okay. But we've got to be mindful of the fact that, I had a sheet, sent to me yesterday that we've played 5 top 10 ranked teams. I think the next closest team that's ranked ahead of us has played 2. And then there's multiple teams in front of us that have played none. But yet they've got a little better record. They're 10-2 as opposed to 9-3. And so at that point, if we're just staring at a record, well, man, we got to try to put ourselves in a little better position to get a better record, as opposed to playing really good teams and then get better as the season goes on and go 6-2 in the SEC against the quality opponents we played. I just think that that's got to be something that we need to be mindful of. And that's not for everybody else to be concerned about. That's more for us internally, that we need to be mindful of. If this is the way the committee's going to look at it, well, we got to be fair to our players and our team. We got to do our job to put our players and our team in the best position to extend their season in the college football playoff.
Yeah, I mean, he's had to change with the times like everything else in college football. He's changed his tune because he wasn't like that before. It was like, oh, no, we want to play Ohio State. We want to get better as our conference goes on. But now playing 9 teams in conference, that tune has changed. And that doesn't take long to change once you pick up another team in your conference. I mean, it's not like you're playing Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan all in that same year. You're going to play one team like that. You're not playing 3 teams like that. You're going to have your powder puffers. You do still play Texas, El Paso, UTSA teams like that. You're going to be playing Texas State. You're not playing 3 teams like that.
Well, I don't think Steve Sarkeesian wants to change. I think he feels like he might have to change because of the committee. I think Sark and Chris Del Conte want to keep those tough non-conference tests on the schedule, but if it's going to keep you from making the playoff, then how can you argue for playing those games? Like, obviously, if you win, it's great. We know how helpful they can be, but there's way more risk involved with playing at Ohio State than there is playing Virginia Tech.
Yeah, or playing, I got it, Notre Dame, teams like Notre Dame, Michigan. Right. They're not dropping them.
I don't think they want to drop them, but
they're not going to drop them.
How can you argue that that's a good decision? State your case. I'm serious. How is that a good decision for the University of Texas to make?
University of Texas is not going to get into dropping Michigans of the world to play Texas States instead, or UTSA, or Texas El Paso, or New Mexico State. They're not Louisiana Monroe instead of playing a game like a Notre Dame game or Ohio State. Yeah, it may not make sense. They're just not going to do it here. Okay, I don't believe.
Why? Why is that a good decision? You might not be wrong, but why is that a good decision?
It's not a good decision. You can play all the cupcakes you want to and play your conference and say that's enough and only lose 1 game or 2 games and get to the playoffs, but they're not going to do that for the fans. I don't think Chris Del Conte, Sark doesn't want to do it. I know. I told you his whole the changing of times, you got to change where the portal's involved, NIL's involved. You got to change the way college football is, but I don't think this university is going to do it.
I don't know. I don't think they're going to cancel the Ohio State and Michigan return trips to Austin, right?
I don't think they're going to do the not play Notre Dame.
I don't know. That I don't know if they're going to keep that home and home with Notre Dame, and if they're going to continue to schedule major non-conference marquee games after that.
Time to start playing BC again.
Sure.
Back in the 70s.
Play BC. You don't have to schedule like G5. You could schedule just not Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame level power conference.
Yeah, I think they had 2 years when I was there when they played Syracuse. Play ththose guys. Although they got that coach. You got to be careful of that coach.
Right. I would what'd they go this year? Like 3-9 at Syracuse?
Yeah.
4-8, something like
that. And
got
beat by a 1-win BC team at the end.
Yeah. Oh, that's rough. Losing to BC this year. Yikes.
Yeah, believe me. That kept Bill O'Brien his job.
I would much rather those games remain on the schedule. I think Longhorn fans deserve the opportunity to see teams like Ohio State and Michigan and Notre Dame at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Those are great games, and fans pay a lot of money for their season tickets. That's a good way to reward fans for doing that. I'm just thinking, Buck, I know the playoff's going to expand. We'll see exactly how much it expands to in 2026. But I'm looking at Texas's SEC schedule for next year. At A&M, at LSU, at Tennessee, at Missouri versus Oklahoma in Dallas. You've got Florida. You've got Ole Miss. Could Texas lose 2 of those games?
Yes.
Yeah. And then guess who you have in week 2? Ohio State, who might be coming off back-to-back championships. So you lose that game, that's 3 again. You might be in this exact same spot next year by your own doing. Not by the conference's doing, by your own doing. That, unfortunately, is a decision that Steve Sarkeesian and Chris Del Conte have to make in the offseason. Is it worth it?
To me, yes. I'm a fan.
No, there are plenty of arguments for both. Like, I get it. If you say yes, I it's fine. But Chris Del Conte is all about doing whatever he can to put his student athletes in every sport in the best possible position to be successful.
He has all the finances and everything else, technology, managerial stuff to do just that. You're just going to have to win those games. You can't. You're going to have to win all of those conference games, no matter who they are in the conference. You need to win those, and you're going to have to win the big one. The big one can cause you. That big one out of conference can cause you not to make it.
Yeah, well, you're shooting yourself in the foot, I think.
I don't think they're giving up the Notre Dames, the Michigans, Ohio States of the world over the next 10 years because I think because of the expansion, they feel like they have a chance. They're just – I don't see them doing that to the fans.
Right. Yeah, and look, it's 1 year that this has happened to Texas. It's not like a repeated problem that has continued to plague Texas. So maybe they're willing to, all right, let's see how the playoff changes next year before we make any rash moves like that. But,
you'll be already into your season when you start thinking about doing it after this year. If you don't do it quick enough, those things get scheduled and it's just hard to change those out,
We saw the committee leave out 3 9-3 SEC teams last year, and none of them played anybody in the non-con as tough as Ohio State in the horseshoe. But it's going to be 2 years in a row where 9-3 SEC teams are left out of the league in favor of. I mean, we might have James Madison and North Texas in the playoff.
That's kind of scary.
Right? Like, that's the format. So if you want to dunk on the format, I will. A lot of people will. That's fine. But as of now, the format is what it is. So shouldn't you be doing whatever you possibly can to give yourself the best chance with this format? If Texas is 10-2 right now, they are in. There's no debate. They are in. And they're not in because they're 9-3. And they're not in because they played Ohio State instead of somebody else a lot easier. I know they could have beat Florida too. I get it. If they were 10-2 and they had beaten Florida, they'd still be in. But if they had scheduled a cupcake instead of Ohio State, which that's what Texas can't control as a schedule, as school, you don't pick your conference schedule, you pick your non-conference games. Texas had just scheduled somebody easier than Ohio State, we wouldn't be talking about this stuff right now. So you wonder, is it
be talking about them in the playoffs? You never had the pump at the beginning of the season. You had your opportunity to beat Ohio State.
Like when Texas
game 1.
Of course, but Ohio State's they've beaten everybody else by 3 scores. Texas is the only team that's even been close to Ohio State this year. And that's not mattering to the committee. They're just looking at wins and losses, right? So I just wonder if it's a, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me situation.
Well, I think you're going to have to get fooled twice at least.
Maybe. And it'll feel like shame. There may be people right now who are like, no, keep those games. But if this same shit happens to Texas next year, they're going to be probably mad that Chris Del Conte kept that game on the schedule.
Yeah, I'll be madder at the coach win those games. That's what I'd be mad at.
That's best case scenario.
If I'm a ticket holder, those games are important. Those Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame games are great for your university. They're great for college football. They may screw you in the end, but guess what? One of these times you're going to have to. By the way, you're going to have to beat Ohio State eventually.
Sure.
You're going to have to also beat Georgia eventually.
Right. Yeah, look, Texas, they can win these games. They won one at Alabama 2 years ago. They won one at Michigan last year. So it'll help having these games at home, at least these next 2 years.
Yeah, beating the Aggies doesn't mean shit to the world, really. When you think about it, I know people thought they were number one. They're no, that's such an imposter.
Well, that's the annoying part is we've been saying that for a long time, but the rest of the country's been sucking off A&M all season.
I don't know.
And then they lose to Texas, and now, they suck. They were overrated. It's like, come on. Like, can we give Texas credit for anything, please? You guys wanted them to be number one for a lot of the year, and Texas beats them, and they've been overrated the entire time. It's like, come on, man. Give us something, please.
I just know who they are. I know what they're going to do no matter what. When it comes time to crunch the numbers, I know where they're going to be at the bottom of the pile.
Yeah, we know how it works. We've been around them long enough to know how it works.
For sure.
So we'll take your thoughts. Again, I see both sides to the debate, but I don't know how you could argue in favor of keeping those games on the schedule if they're going to be treated like this. It just there's the reward.
Like you said, you're going to have to get fooled twice.
The reward does not outweigh the risk as of right now. Again, next year's playoff with the changes that happen, we know changes are going to happen.
Sure.
Then maybe it won't matter at all. Texas and every other team in this situation will be just fine. But for right now, it's what's screwing over Texas, and it's annoying that the committee just is only looking at the 3 losses that Texas has in terms of quantity. They're not looking at quality of anything else. You heard Steve Sarkeesian say it right there. Texas has played 5 top 10 teams this year, and there are teams ranked ahead of Texas who have played none. And yet, they're 10-2, so we have to have them in, but we can't have Texas in.
It'll be interesting to see what the committee does tonight. I don't think Texas is jumping a bunch of people.
No, I don't either. I mean, I think Texas will probably be
like most of the people now are that whole Florida thing. We're all into that. Yeah. That's beating a team that lost their coach during the season. It was just. It's like you can't get better as the season goes on. What happens when you get better? Get penalized for getting better as a team.
Here's another thing. Here's another part of the early season non-conference opponent thing. Remember when Texas – there was no playoff rankings that early in the year. But when Texas lost to Florida, they fell out of the top 25 completely. If Texas didn't play Ohio State, they would have stayed number 1 until that Florida game. And if the Longhorns lost in the swamp, they would have fallen to, 7, 8?
Maybe.
6, 7, as the kids say. But because that was their second loss, they fell all the way out. They fell off of everybody's radar, and they had to climb themselves all the way back up. If you had just lost, if the Florida game was your first loss, you wouldn't have had that happen either.
Yeah, the way the Longhorns thing rolls right now, they're going to need to have one of those 1-loss seasons or undefeated seasons to make sure. Even with 2 losses, you'll be shaking in your boots, or what's going to happen to them with these losses, depending on who they're to,
Yeah,
and when they happen.
Maybe. I don't think a 2-loss Texas would ever get left out, but I didn't think a 2-loss SEC team would ever get left out. And it's about to happen to Vanderbilt at 9-2. And, Texas is also 6-2 in the conference, and they're about to get left out. So, just one of those years where not a ton of chaos around you. And obviously the Longhorns could have used it.
So is Vandy in trouble too?
I don't think Vandy's going to make it either. I think Vandy will be ahead of Texas tonight, which makes no sense. But again, I think Vandy's going to be below.
Oh, the Little Prince deal is over with. No, it's not. Vandy's getting in somehow.
This is last week. And Vandy and Texas are in a similar boat. Like, they've got to be ranked ahead of teams like Miami and Utah to have a shot, because Miami and Utah don't play. So that's what they're in the same situation.
What happens when Texas Tech beats BYU? Do they slide in there then?
Well, BYU is not in as of right now. You see them at number 11, but don't forget, you've got to have an ACC team and you've got to have a G5 team. So really you have to be in the top 10 to get an at-large bid this year. So whoever's ranked highest of Miami, Utah, Vanderbilt, Texas, I think it's going to be Miami. That's the team that needs to root for.
They've been pushing. They've been not just committee, but folks in the sports talk stuff has been pushing Miami about how they played in the latter part of the year. They just
right. I don't know. Miami's strength of schedule is 36 spots below Texas.
Right.
They've got twice as many unranked losses as the Longhorns do this year. So,
and they're not like you said, they're not playing this week either, are they?
No.
And Virginia's going to get in there.
But Miami, we'll take a break because there's so much to dive into. I don't know how Notre Dame is ranked ahead of Miami because Miami beat Notre Dame. None of this, there's so much confusion, and people keep looking at the guidelines and the criteria of what the committee is supposed to use.
And the ACC has to have somebody. They got to have the Duke or Virginia winner get in.
Oh my God, if Duke gets in, dude, we blow this whole
thing
up. I don't think Duke's going to make it even if they win. That's where I think James Madison and the winner of Tulane, North Texas will both be in if Duke wins. If Virginia wins, they're going to be in. But if Duke wins, then we're going to have 2 G5 teams in. And Texas and Miami and some really good teams who actually, I don't know, could win a playoff game or 2 are going to be left at home. All right, we'll dive back into this. I don't know if Chris Phillips is awake yet, so maybe we won't talk to him, but that's all right. We got plenty of other stuff to dive into here. But before we continue our football conversation, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Tell our friends over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, folks, and my back couldn't be happier. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, and my back has been struggling for the last week or so, and it feels great in this wonderful leather chair from Relax the Back. So if you've got pains, you've got muscle pains in your shoulders, your neck, your back, thoracic, hips, lumbar area, please go to our friends at Relax the Back, folks. They have everything that you're looking for. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows. They've got the whole works there. Massage chairs, select massage chairs just for you. And if somebody in your family has been suffering and talking about back pain, find an accessory over at Relax the Back that's going to help them out, help them relieve some of the pain during the holidays and even past the holidays. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, some love to McCall Custom Homes. If you're trying to upgrade your home here during the holiday season, it would make for a really good gift for you and your family. You can do that with McCall Custom Homes, a family-owned and operated business with tons of experience in Central Texas. How about 4 decades plus? So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. If you want to remodel a kitchen, renovate a bathroom, maybe you've got a growing family and you need a growing home, McCall Custom Homes can do all of that for you. The Buck has had work done by McCall. Rodney has had work done at his place by McCall Custom Homes. It's who we trust. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online, so we are not alone. And right now they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. All you have to do, head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can reach out to our buddy Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And don't forget our friends over at Tony C's Pizza. It is 2 for Tuesday. If you're drinking that OLIPOP, you may want to have 2 for Tuesday for sure. 2 for the price of 1 pizza's locations at Del Diamond, right beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane, and Bee Cave. Of course, they've been in the Bee Cave area for over 15 years. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and the great Italian food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family. We love Tony C's, love the meatball subs there. And, of course, we love you, Mr. C. As I said, 4 locations, Round Rock, 79 there, Anderson Lane, and Bee Cave. It's Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed.
I need a little pizza today. I'm thinking a little pizza pie.
Why not? Never a bad time for a little pizza pie. Never a bad time for a meatball sub from Tony C's.
Oh, yeah.
It's good stuff right there. Hey, you mentioned Bee Cave. How about Covert Bee Cave?
Oh, yeah.
You're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Go see our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave. Of course, part of the Covert Auto Group that has been around the Austin area for more than 100 years. Covert Bee Cave has the biggest selection, about 42 acres of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're not 100% sure what you're looking for, go out to Covert. Just walk around the lot for 2.5 hours. It might take you 2.5 hours to look at everything. They've got great people there as well. Fantastic service. Dan and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and Cameron, they're going to treat you like family the way they've treated Austin area residents like family for more than a century. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
CovertBeeCave.com for more information, or go see them off of Highway 71.
Yeah, James Madison losing their coach doesn't help their cause.
Yeah, I think he's going to coach out the rest of the year.
He is?
I think that's the plan. I know that's the plan for John Summerall at Tulane. And, Tulane and North Texas are playing in the AC Conference Championship this week. That's Friday night. The winner of that game is going to be in the playoff. By the way, both of those coaches are leaving. Eric Morris has taken the job at Oklahoma State. And then obviously John Summerall has taken the gig at Florida. So you've got two coaches who are kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out for that one. And then, Dolly Madison, they play in the Fun Belt Conference Championship against Troy. Dolly Madison is a 23.5-point favorite.
Yes.
If Dolly Madison takes care of their business and beats an 8-4 Troy squad, and Duke, who's only a 2.5-point underdog, by the way, against Virginia in the ACC championship, if Duke takes care of its business, then yes, Dolly Madison, the former president, former first lady, or whatever she was,
yes,
will be in the playoff. And
wow.
So will the winner of UNT and Tulane. Oh, man. We wanted equality, Buck. We wanted equity, and we're getting that here.
We're going to have some teams with fan bases that are going to be so excited about having a home game or taking a trip. Those teams are taking trips, but make a little money at the end of the year, but get their teams just absolutely hammered by the big-time schools. I mean, just get hammered.
Right. So if that happens, I would think UNT, let's just say UNT because it's fun and they're from Texas and I want them to win on Friday.
Yes.
So if UNT and Dolly Madison make it, North Texas would probably be the 11 seed. So they would, at least according to last week's rankings, have to travel to Eugene to play Oregon.
Oh, my God. I can't even imagine. I can imagine that score being 62-12.
Well, North Texas's offense could put up some points now. And I'm intrigued. I don't think their defense is going to hold up, but you're going to see pretty much all of UNT's offense playing in Power 4 next year.
Oh, yeah.
They've got their quarterback's going to go. Their running back's going to go. They've got some offensive linemen who are going to go.
Sounds like the quarterback is going wherever the coach goes.
Yeah, you would think Mestamaker may follow Eric Morris to Oklahoma State, which if that's the case, that makes that hire even better for the Cowboys. But yeah, and then Dolly Madison would be playing. I mean, last week it's at Texas Tech, but because A&M lost, I think A&M is going to drop out of the top 4. So Dolly Madison might be playing in College Station. How about that?
Goodness.
There's congrats, A&M. Another cupcake for you this year. Enjoy that.
And they'll put the hammer. They'll try to put 70 on them.
Yeah, I mean, they won't have to try that hard. I think they'll have no problems taking care of JMU. So that's I guess root for Virginia. Not that I feel like Virginia has much of a chance against either of those teams, but it's at least a Power 4 school that's ranked in the top 20.
Wow.
I guess if you don't want two non-P4 teams, you got to root for the Wahoos on Saturday.
Well, this is what we wanted for college fans all over the country. No, we don't. We wanted the big boys to play the big boys. That's what we want.
And that's why people bring up the thought of the SEC and the Big Ten breaking off and doing their own thing.
Oh yeah, that's getting close to happen if things work the wrong way, I believe too.
Or just the Power 4 breaking off and doing their own thing, right? I mean, it's college. It's impossible to predict. Like 5 years ago, none of us could have predicted what college football looks like right now. So it's impossible to have any idea what actually is going to happen. But teams, there's no patience here. There's no patience here. I'm part of this too. Of course, I'm willing to admit it. But like one thing doesn't go one team or one conference's way, we've got to change it right now. We can't see how things might look in the next 5 years. We don't care about sample size. If my team or my conference is getting screwed this year, something has to be done about it.
Sure.
And I mean, look, it happened last year. We already saw a change in playoff format from last year to this year, where last year the top 4 seeds had to be conference champions. This year they at least got rid of that. So we're going to see some, good teams actually get first round buys.
Right.
Next year, more changes are coming. You don't know exactly what those are going to be. But if James Madison Dolly gets in, then more changes than expected are probably coming down the pipe.
My goodness.
Yeah. So get
Tulane,
ready for that.
Dolly Madison, North Texas. Wow.
2 of those 3 teams could be in the field of 12. What are those lines going to be for those games? 20?
Oh, whoever goes to A&M. If Dolly goes to A&M, it's going to be 20, 26. And A&M will try to do that after what happened at Texas. They'll do everything they can. The grind coach will just be grinding that day.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
Well, it doesn't matter because you just move, you just win and move on.
Right. That's it. Yeah. And
it doesn't matter how many points you put on somebody. You can put 40 on somebody by accident if they're
right.
James Madison going to College Station, and the whoop whoop gang will be there.
Right. Now they won't be. Yeah. You're right. They will be going to College Station. Yeah. The Milkman will be in full force for that playoff game. So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. Obviously, diving into a lot of college football playoff conversation. Again, the penultimate rankings will get dropped tonight. Texas will learn its fate. Realistically, nothing can change for Texas between now and Sunday, but we'll see what happens tonight and if the Longhorns have any shot to somehow sneak in to the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for 9 teams in the SEC, two losses is showing me what kind of team you really are. I mean, even playing out of 2 losses is that you get to 3 and 4 losses. I don't know if we'll ever get to 4 losses unless we get to 26 teams or something like that. But the 9 and 3s of the world.
Yeah, if we get to 24, there will be 4 lost teams in. I think. Yeah. It feels like usually just looking at the back end of the AP polls and the playoff rankings, like you get some 4 lost teams at the very back end of that in the 20 to 25 range. So we might be headed there. I don't know where we're headed. Steve Sarkeesian was actually asked about that yesterday. I should have cut it up. I'm mad at myself for not doing it now. But he's like, do you think the playoff needs to expand beyond 12? And Sark didn't really commit to it. He's like, it's kind of difficult. Like, I'm not sure this, that, and the other. But they're obviously
again, college football has so much going on with expansion and stuff. You'll be recruiting while you're actually on the road.
Yeah,
you're playing games because I don't know how far they're going to go into February, into March, and the March Madness. It's going to get that way if it continues to grow that way.
Right. Well, yeah, the college football calendar right now is crazy. I mean, December is the most insane month of the year. I mean, there's so much going on. You've got National Signing Day tomorrow. You've got teams prepping for what they're going to do when the portal opens on January 2nd. But realize, really, portal stuff is happening right now.
Like I said, you got players that are at schools leaving to go home, knowing they may not be coming back to their school. They're like, I'm not coming. I don't have to worry about coming back here in the second semester. I'm gone. Right.
And it's not just, when you hear portal stuff, it's not just like, who are we going to get from other schools? You're also having hard conversations with guys already on your team.
That's right about leaving. You're right.
Some of them are coming to you and they're like, hey, are you going to match this or what? And some of them you're going to them and saying, man, I don't really think there's a spot for you here. So it may be in your best interest.
Yeah. To start looking. Yeah. Just pack your stuff because you coming back here, there may not be room for you here. I mean, those are hard things you got to talk to your player. Those are the things when we start talking about coaches having to call plays and run organizations too. And that's why you have so many of these professionally kind of built teams right now. Right. See how it worked for North Carolina, having that professionally built team?
Yeah. Some teams do it and succeed. Like Oklahoma kind of has that bit right now where they've got a GM from the NFL kind of ranks with Jim Nagy, who used to run the Senior Bowl, and it's kind of working for them. I mean, they're going to be in the playoff this year. But then you've got North Carolina who tried that, and that's obviously a total disaster right now. Florida's trying that too. Like they hired John Summerall, but they also hired the Eagles assistant GM to run their program and be the GM at Florida. So, yeah, you see stuff like that happening too. But you're right. Like that's all going on. You've got obviously bowl practices and bowl games. You've got the playoff. You've got the head coaching carousel. You've got assistant coaches leaving to take different jobs.
Oh, that's for sure. It's not just a head coach. It's just they're getting other gigs at other places. Those guys are going to be gone too.
So all of that stuff happens in 31 days here in the month of December.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin wants you to come and be a part of LSU, and he's saying, well, you can stay and coach if you want, but if you prefer to be over here at LSU doing some recruiting and getting this done, here we can start paying you now. Right. I mean, what do you do as an assistant? The head coaches have a hard enough decision to make. If you're an assistant and you're so close to these wide receivers, running backs, but Lane Kiffin has asked you, hey, listen, I'm going to pay you immediately to be with me. Mississippi says they've got a plan in place
Yeah.
for knowing who's coming and going or whatever. No, you don't. Those guys make a decision in a whim. Like Lane Kiffin will make a call tonight. Hey, I'm going to hire you, so come now.
Right.
Screw that playoff. And you're thinking, what do I do? Do I tell Lane, screw you, I'm going to coach? And he comes back next week and says, sorry, you don't have a gig anymore.
There were some reports before, Lane Kiffin was introduced as LSU's head coach that said he was basically telling his assistants if they weren't on the plane with him to Baton Rouge today, they weren't going to have a job at LSU.
Wow.
So that's what happened. Like Charlie Weiss Jr., their offensive coordinator, he got on the plane. So he's going to be at LSU. Pete Golding, their defensive coordinator, stayed. He's actually the head coach at Ole Miss, not just an interim thing. They have already announced that he is going to be their guy beyond this season.
Wow.
But some of the offensive coaches, they already followed Lane. We'll obviously see what the coaches who stuck around at LSU after Brian Kelly got fired and what they do. Blake Baker, their defensive coordinator, regarded as one of the best in America. Does Lane Kiffin keep him around? Or does Lane want somebody else? Does Baker want to go somewhere else and be coached by somebody else?
That's amazing. There's a lot of moving parts there, dude.
And obviously for Texas too. Obviously the Longhorns are making a head coaching change, but there are a number of assistants who may need to be replaced.
Yeah, and they know people that got some of these jobs too. They've been friends with them too. They could be moving all over the SEC and other places.
Yeah, I have been told that Dwayne Aquina is unlikely to return. So if that's the case, then there's one assistant coach hire you have to make. What's interesting is Neil Brown, the guy you brought up a lot this year, Buck.
Yeah, what has he done for the run game?
Absolutely nothing. They tried to turn
the
Trey
last
Wisner.
game. He did fine.
Yeah, they tried to turn Trey Wisner into a gap scheme running back, and it didn't work at all. Way to go this year, Neil Brown and Chad Scott. But Neil Brown is in the mix for the North Texas job. So if Neil Brown gets that gig, he's not that big of a loss because he's just the Dwight Schrute of this program, special assistant to the regional manager. But the reason Neil Brown is here at Texas is because of Chad Scott, the running back coach. Chad Scott obviously got hired away from West Virginia by Texas last offseason. And when Neil Brown was out of work, Chad Scott basically said, hey, man, there's a spot for you on this staff. So you wonder if Neil Brown gets that gig at UNT, does he return the favor and give Chad Scott maybe an offensive coordinator job? I don't think he'd leave to be the running back coach at UNT, but would Neil Brown make Chad Scott his offensive coordinator up in Denton? If that's the case, you're going to need a new running backs coach.
What about Rutgers, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. If Dwayne Aquina leaves, is Mark Orfe also out the door? Do they keep him around? I don't know. And then, Kyle Flood's the one I wonder about the most. That's the toughest decision, I think, for Steve Sarkeesian. To me, I would make a move. But Steve Sarkeesian's very loyal. Kyle Flood's been here for all 5 years. Those guys have been at Texas.
They've been together at Bama. They've been together for a while.
And my guess is if CDC and the powers that be allow Kyle Flood to stay, Steve Sarkeesian's going to keep him. But if the brass says, the offensive line was just too bad this year, and we got to make sure Arch Manning is good to go, and we can't just hope that you turn it around. We got to bring in somebody who we know is going to fix that problem, then that's another coach that the Longhorns will have to replace. And then, oh, by the way, is Texas going to hire an offensive play caller on top of everything else?
Yeah.
I don't know. So that's all happening in December too, in addition to
all that stuff that started that heated up and now it's cooled down after the offense has started to play a little bit better.
Yeah.
That's something that's just going away. That may just go away.
I don't know. I think Kyle Flood will be back. If you asked me, do I expect him to return? I think the answer is yes. And again, it's something we talked about before the Arkansas game, right? After the loss to Georgia, when I and so many other Longhorn fans were like, you've got to hire an offensive play caller after this season. I had wondered if the Texas offense looked great against Arkansas and A&M, would Steve Sarkeesian still be allowed to call the plays?
He will be.
And it did. I know the first half against A&M was horrible, but second half it was great. They won that game by double digits. They put up 56 against Arkansas, or 52 against Arkansas, whatever it was. And now I wonder if that's enough for Sark to get to do that.
Yeah, you don't get to the playoffs, and it'll be very disappointing anyway. But he's going to get to keep his play calling duties, I believe. Most of this will be on him making a decision. Him looking himself in the mirror and saying, "I got a lot to do here. There's some other stuff I need to pay attention to. Somebody can call the plays, and I can coach the football team."
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to force his hand on that now.
Yeah, he's not going to give it up on his own. So if they don't
no.
hand, then it's going to be the same thing in 2026.
Yeah, but some individuals may not be around.
Which again, it's worth repeating. Maybe this will change in a month and a half.
Dude, it's hard. By the way, it's hard to find an offensive line coach. They don't just fall off the trees at this level that you need. So if you've got a guy who you're going to, once again, if you got a play caller and you made that decision, then I'm letting the offensive line coach know that this is what I want. This is the scheme I'm looking for. No, you're not talking me into a bunch of high schoolers when I need to go out to the portal and get some grown men to come here and play for the cash. I'm sorry. I don't care what you think about how good you think you are. I'm going to help you make that decision, but I'm not even going to argue with you about it. I'm going out and finding 3 or 4 guys in the transfer portal. I'm not buying you're going to be able to coach up the young guys to be this or that. I don't care how it looked at the end of the season. That's not good enough.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, I agree 100%. I think that's priority number 1 for Texas and the portal is the offensive line. But how many of those guys do you bring in, right? Like
3.
Some people will say, you only need 1 or 2. But I look at what Texas did on the defensive line last year, right? They brought in 5 defensive linemen from the portal. 2 of those guys didn't do a whole lot. Like Travis Shaw had his moments, but wasn't great. Levon Johnson, barely saw him play once SEC play began. So it's like you give yourself that buffer. You bring in a bunch of them. Not everyone's going to pan out when you're making a jump from smaller school to Texas.
Well, I need 3 to get 1.
So I wonder if Texas. Well, the problem is Texas needs more than 1.
I know, but I don't know if they go out and look for 4.
I wouldn't be opposed to 4. I know those guys cost a lot of money, but if you could bring in 4 just to have 2, then you feel good about it.
You got to have 2.
And you might need more, like the Trevor Gooseby decision is monumental.
You're right.
Like if that guy decides to leave, then
you got to go get 4.
Yeah. He comes back, you feel pretty good at tackle because Brandon Baker got a lot better and Trevor Gooseby's rock solid on the left side. But if Gooseby goes, you already have some questions about your interior guys, especially with DJ Campbell graduating.
Dude, the least is 3.
And now it's, I think at minimum, that's what it's got to be. So those are obviously conversations and decisions that are being had and made right now down on campus. And unfortunately, the Longhorns will not be the only team looking for offensive line help in the pool.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody's going to be doing that.
Yeah, so those guys are going to be expensive.
Now, how many of the defensive guys get to stick around that have another year?
Well, there's plenty that do. I mean, I think Anthony Hill is gone. I think Manny Muhammad is gone. Those are guys who have an extra year of eligibility, but I don't think we'll use it.
I mean, the Tubby's in the front.
Is Ethan Burke a Tubby in the front?
No. But does he have another year?
Ethan Burke's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Okay. I mean, the Tubby's in the A gaps.
Hero Canoe is an interesting one. He had a great year transferring in from Ohio State. He can come back for one more season if he chooses.
He would probably do himself well, but come back as a defensive guy, yes.
I would think so. Alex January will be back for sure. Murad Watson will be back for sure. I think Cole Brevard has to go, and I think Travis Shaw has to go. So they'll have more coming back next year than they did this year.
Right.
Which is good. They're not going to need to go 5 deep in the portal again. And we saw guys like Justice Terry play a lot more down the stretch, too.
Yes, we did.
So they I think, can feel pretty good about there on the defensive line. But yeah, the big decisions for defense, again, I don't think Anthony Hill and Manny Muhammad really have much of a decision to make. I think those guys are gone. But Jelani McDonald is the guy with the decision, right? Like Michael.
That didn't seem like much of a decision except for to come back for that dude.
I don't know. Like I think Jelani McDonald could be like a 3rd round pick, and I think he's gonna maybe at least hear out from NFL people where they have him evaluated. And I don't know. I think he would do himself a service by coming back.
Sure.
I think he should come back because I think he can improve his draft stock with one more year. But if he does leave, boy, the Texas secondary, you lose Taff, you lose Muhammad, you lose McDonald. Whoa, that all of a sudden becomes a major area of need for you. Major.
Yeah, you're going to have to find the stud freshman that comes in here and plays. I mean, there's there are generally 3 or 4 of those guys in the country that, oh no, he's a freshman and he's playing out. Somebody as a freshman will have to be able to get on the field and help you, not just be out there and get burned up, but help you.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Texas got some great play from freshmen in the secondary this season with Grayson Littleton, with Cade Phillips, who came on strong at the end of the year. Like those guys made a big impact. So those guys will be a year older and hopefully
somebody just has to hold down a corner though. That's what's scary.
But yeah, I mean, you wonder, like, is Kobe Black? Do you trust him at your other corner? Warren Roberson, do you trust him at your other corner?
What happened to Kobe Black during the season? Did he get hurt or did he just not play? Because he played pretty good against A&M.
Yeah, well, Kobe Black.
I didn't even say much about him. I thought he was okay. I thought he was more than okay in that game.
Kobe Black was really bad against Vanderbilt and Arkansas.
Okay.
And it was like he was in the doghouse. So it was like a little bit of a surprise that he played as much as he did against A&M. I think maybe Cade Phillips got hurt in that game because we didn't see him play a ton. We didn't hear anything from Sark, and obviously no game this week, no press conference this week. So we won't know for sure for a while. But yeah, Kobe Black against A&M was awesome. He was incredible in that football game. It was like, Buck, before that game, if you asked me if I thought Kobe Black would be at Texas next year, I would have said no. I would have said, like,
I didn't even know he was still on the damn team until I saw him in the game making plays.
Right. I would have been like, yeah, he's out. He's transferring. Like, he's lost his spot, and it just hasn't worked out here, and he's going to go somewhere else. And now after the way he played against the Aggies, it's like, kind of want that guy back.
Yeah, really.
And I think the coaches want that guy back, so we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, and then if you lose both of your starting safeties, we saw how bad the Texas defensive back, like the safeties were against Mississippi State. Taft missed that game, and then McDonald got concussed early in that game. And it was just open season for Blake Shapen and those Mississippi State receivers. That's scary right there if those two guys.
Yeah, because I don't know what the baseball / safety guy is all. I don't know. I just don't know how good he really, really is. He may end up saying, I really like baseball.
That's the thing.
You could end up in the spring and not seeing him again.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to play both, but like it's hard to miss all of spring ball.
Yes,
when you're trying to earn playing time. And I think Jonah Williams only played 1 snap against A&M.
Yeah, we didn't see enough of him.
Oh.
It's like I said, if he has gets in the spring and has a fantastic baseball, you may not see him again.
Right. I know he doesn't want to pick one, and I don't want to pigeonhole him and force him to pick one, but it's going to be tough for him to get a bunch of reps in football.
Sure.
If he keeps playing baseball, but he's so good at baseball, he might be Texas's leadoff hitter this year. So it's like, I don't want him to leave Schloss's program, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can rely on Jonah Williams again, if he's going to miss another spring, which he will miss another spring of football.
Right.
So it's
great.
He
looks like the kind of kid that needs it. And he goes hard in baseball. And if he's a hamstring guy, look out.
I know. Well, he was. I mean, that's why he missed the start of this season. He could have gotten some more playing time against UTEP and San Jose State, Sam Houston, but he was battling that hamstring injury that had lingered from baseball season. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for Jonah Williams. I do know Texas paid that guy and is paying that guy a lot of money. It is not just for baseball. So I think they're going to try
for his football playing abilities.
Right. They're going to try to get what they can out of him from a gridiron perspective, but Again, that's one of the big offseason questions for the Longhorns. All right, we'll take your thoughts on all of this. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Great audience participation these last couple of days. Really appreciate y'all. Before we talk more college football, and we've got a ridiculous story and also some sound from Lane Kiffin talking about leaving Ole Miss for LSU. Let's get another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, temperature is going to start to dip, so you got to prepare yourself for when that happens to you. It did last night. It will again tonight. Got to make sure that your heater's working properly and not a bunch of smoke bellowing out from upstairs or downstairs or wherever you have your heater. And also, of course, as I said, temperatures are going to rise also a little bit. So you want to make sure the air conditioning system is working. Boy, Texas is something. One day it's cold, the next day it's 85 degrees. And so, but you want to make sure that everything's working. They have the systems that work properly, but you can't maintain them. So you got to call on folks like Woods Comfort Systems to get that done, and they will do just that. They've been doing that for close to 70 years in Central Texas, folks. And when it comes to air conditioning, heating, and now plumbing, nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
They do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com, the website, 512-842-5066, their phone number. Love Woods Comfort Systems. Also love Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, get those lights up, but don't do it yourself. You know what? We have a great listener. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't have permission to, but he sent me an email over the weekend saying that he fell off a ladder putting up holiday lights, and he's thankfully okay, but he's got some surgeries and some hospital bills coming his way.
I can't afford to do that because then I'll have some funeral bills if I'm up there.
Don't be doing that stuff. Humbug Holiday Lighting will take care of everything for you. They do custom design. They do installation. They do maintenance. They do takedown. They do storage. Their slogan is all the magic without the hassle. That's what they're about. They take care of everything from start to finish. It's 100% turnkey, and they'll put your lights up for you. Everything's going to look great. And then boom, when the season's over after New Year's, they will take everything down. They are the very best at what they do. Safe, professional setup, classic, colorful, or premium Hallmark style designs, whatever you want. You can enjoy the holiday season without any setup or stress. And they've got a client happiness promise as well. If you're not happy, they will make it right. All you have to do is go to humbuglights.com to schedule your free design consultation. You can give them a call as well, 833-4HUMBUG. You can shoot them a text, 512-222-1820. Just reach out to them and do it soon because spots book quickly. And obviously, we're already in the month of December. It's Humbug Holiday Lighting.
And folks, our friends over at Sue Patrick offer free shipping on online orders over $59 or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go there and say hello to Jay and the whole gang over at Sue Patrick. Tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, books, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes, y'all, for sure, at Sue Patrick. They've got a new jelly cat there, BK. A cloud, big white cloud with legs.
Oh.
Big puffy, sort of like Bartholomew Bear. It's a big one. I saw it. Jay sent me a picture yesterday. Got to get rid of that cloud. And it's a big puffy white cloud. It's not the dark cloud. So it's a white cloud ready to be sold, Jellycat style. Oh, yeah. Big puffy cloud.
Yeah.
I love it. I love everything that they have over at Sue Patrick. I've got to go make a stop by there because I can't quit wearing all my Texas gear, by the way. I'm just like sporting that all over. Sorry about that, Aggies, if I bump into you on the streets. And I've got hats, shirts, underwear. I got it all. I'm wearing it all. Shoes, the whole works. They've got the sneakers over there, the sneakers that the Longhorns are wearing. They've got it all at Sue Patrick's, folks. Once again, 5222 Burnett Road. That is the place, or SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. And also love the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's been a good buddy of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for more than a decade. He is the best personal injury attorney around. You don't see him on TV filming all those weird commercials, standing on cars, hosting podcasts with little girls. That's weird. I don't want my attorney doing that. I don't want my friend doing that. I want my attorney to be in the courtroom fighting to get me every dollar that I deserve. That's what Hurricane Heck can do for you. He's a fellow Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's a great guy. He's compassionate with his clients, but he is a freaking warrior in the courtroom. So if you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, whatever, suffer any kind of personal injury, reach out to Hurricane Hecht. Let him fight the insurance companies for you. 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Yeah, the kid Derek Williams, it's like I've never seen him truly healthy except for like the day he walked on campus. It's like he's not been healthy since like the first spring he got here. There's always been something he's been battling. So I'm trying to figure out what kind of player he is.
I thought he was pretty good as a true freshman 2 years ago. The Texas secondary was not very good in 2023, but I thought Derek Williams was kind of a bright spot, and there was a lot of optimism going into his sophomore year. And he had a great first month of the season, but he tore his ACL against Oklahoma. Like, he had an interception in the Michigan game. I think he had a forced fumble and a fumble recovery in the Oklahoma game before
like
he got hurt.
Contact injury, wasn't it? Just
yeah.
Movement deal.
Well, it's the same thing as CJ Baxter, where it's like the guy showed you a lot before the injury.
Right.
So where it's like, okay, you think maybe he's capable of getting to that again, but we didn't quite see it this year from either of those guys. So I would love for both of them to bounce back and be really good in 2026, but I don't know if you can rely or bank on that happening. So yeah, Derek Williams, just not a great year for him, unfortunately. I thought he'd have a much better season, but again, coming off a serious knee injury, you never know what you're going to expect from guys, or you never know what you're going to get from guys like that. And unfortunately, it just didn't quite come together for Derek Williams Jr., but maybe next year we will see. All right. Buck, you want to hear
what I think of Baxter? So my expectations are about the same.
Yeah, I think Baxter will be back.
I mean, yeah, but gaining weight was not the best move. I guess when you lose a little bit of shake and bake, you want to be a little bit more powerful. But there comes some, it's kind of hard to shake that big thick jelly sometimes. It's just hard. It's hard on a knee when you're used to making certain cuts, and you can't come close to making those type of cuts anymore. And it may be another spring, getting that knee back into it. I don't know. I just didn't see enough of anything from him to tell me that he's going to be a spectacular player next year.
No, I didn't either. And, the coaching staff loves him. The guys in that locker room love him, but I don't know if he should have a big role next season.
I wouldn't expect that. I'd expect to be finding somebody else to be my number 2 guy if Trey Wisner comes back. Period.
I'm not 100% sure CJ Baxter is going to be here next year. Like, not to go pro, but like, is he one of those guys where the coaches may have a hard conversation with and say, hey, man, we're going to bring in a running back or two from the portal. So if you want to,
he may want to leave to go play someplace where he thinks he's better himself, maybe.
Right.
Somebody will take a shot. These coaches would be not very smart to think that what they saw of him last year, they're trying to talk him into coming back. You can go get a dude like that anywhere right now. There's nothing special about him except for you like him a lot. And if you want to if you're willing to take a player and do whatever you have to do, because you're probably paid him enough money to stick around here as it is. You don't have room for all that anymore in college football. You don't have a glue guy. This isn't glue guy time. You need a position player to help out the guy that if he does come back, Trey Wisner, you need to have a backup that can go in there and do some things, because Trey Wisner gets hurt too. It's not like he gets through a season clean. In that position, you're definitely not going to get through a season without some bumps and bruises anyhow.
You can have glue guys. They just can't be playing significant roles.
No, they can't get on the field and not do anything to keep the thing together.
Yeah, that's a huge area that Texas needs to address in the offseason. The run game has to be better. I know it finished on a high note with a great performance against Texas A&M, but
it's just to start and be in the middle good.
Yeah, I don't think any Longhorn fan has forgotten about the first 11 games. And my expectation and hope is that the coach hasn't either. So a lot of that was on the offensive line, but a lot of that was on the running backs themselves. And
by the way, you may still have a lot of talking to do with Trey Wisner, him not saying, I've had enough being banged around it. I may have an opportunity somewhere. So what am I doing?
Or would yeah, I'd be surprised if that happens. But maybe. I mean, Trey Wisner could go pro.
That's what I'm
Also.
saying. There's
Oh,
that he has a decision himself to make. Do I come back here and get knocked around again for another year, or do I take a chance and somebody picks me up as a third or fourth round guy?
he ain't going in the 3rd or 4th round. Trey
No,
Wisner, very undersized, coming off of a 500-yard season. He's not going in the 3rd or 4th round. That's why, like, I don't really think there's a decision to make for him.
sure.
But I do know it's the running back spot, and you only have
We have so
limited
many
tread.
hits.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Jackson Dart, you only have so many hits.
Right. Yeah. That guy is unbelievably reckless.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think Trey Wisner could do himself a solid by coming back.
he can get now. He's a guy who can get put on a couple more pounds and get bigger.
Sure. I mean, he's 195. I think 196 is what he is on the Texas
Yeah,
roster.
he can be that 205 for him. 207.
That would help. But you always wonder if a guy puts on some weight, does he lose some of that speed like you're talking about with CJ Baxter? So I don't know. I mean, Trey Wisner's a fan favorite. It will always be for what he's already done.
I believe so.
Against
Yeah,
A&M and Oklahoma.
yeah, he'd
Maybe
do
coming
himself
back-
well to come back here and have a
Yeah.
1,000-yard season in the SEC, another 1,000-yard season.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
makes-
just
that
don't
makes
think this is the time to leave right now after the year that he just had. If he had stacked up back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, then I
Sure.
would be telling him, hey, man, we love you. Thanks for everything, but you should probably go right now.
Most likely they'd be in the playoffs if you just stacked to 5,000. I mean, another 1,000-yard season too.
You'd stacked a 5,000-yard season, then,
Oh,
I mean, shit.
500 yards of rushing for this.
Yeah, and he needed the last game to get there, by the
I'm
way.
just feeling that's so hard to believe here.
And he got there easily. I think he had 442 going into A&M, and we're like, is he going to get to 500? Yeah, yep.
Yeah, he's that guy in the big games. It took them a while to figure it out, but certain runs were working, and the head coach said, "I'm sticking with them. I'm not trying anything." He kept saying, "Oh, they're just new formations, the same runs."
Yeah.
Dude, whatever it was, you stuck with it, which was, I mean, like I said, give him a game ball for doing that. He didn't want to go. He didn't go nuts. He saw that they were puncturing that defense with all those little jelly bellies on the other side.
Jelly bellies. I love
They had
that.
a lot of those. They had a lot of those guys. They didn't play anybody during the year, and a lot of those jelly bellies were just they wanted. A lot of those guys looked like they wanted out, especially in the fourth quarter. Guys were looking to get out of there.
That's what happens when Texas plays A&M, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Big bro, little bro stuff.
I want out.
That's how it works. So,
By the way,
yeah.
is John Mateer got another year left in him too?
Yep.
Yuck.
Yeah. Well, you saw his 3 interceptions against LSU, and you're worried about him?
No, I'm not really worried about him and his running abilities and all that other stuff that everybody talks about. Well, he's a great runner. I don't believe he is. I think he's okay.
That offense, brutal. That defense is going to give him a chance in the playoff. There are people out there, not just Texas fans, by the way. Like I heard Joel Klatt doing this. I heard Chris Felica, the Bear, doing this. There are people like advocating that Oklahoma should not be in the playoff.
Really?
It's like that offense. Like that, would you pick them to beat Miami or Texas or Vanderbilt or some of these other teams that are out?
No.
And look, I think OU's in. I think OU should be. I think their resume is good enough to where you have to put them in.
Yeah, but I don't pick them getting very far.
No, I don't either. I mean, they may be an 8-9 seed.
They'll make it a low-scoring game, whoever they play against.
Yeah,
but they're not getting in the high 20s with that offense.
That's bad right now. It is really, really bad right now. And John Mateer, remember at one point he was the Heisman favorite, and doesn't appear that is the case anymore.
No.
So, yeah, but Mateer can be back next season. And Brent Venables will be back next season too, huh?
Oh, yeah. What do we have for the Heisman race as we come up on December anyway? Who's going, who's not going?
Well, I think the current Vegas favorite is Fernando Mendoza at Indiana.
Okay.
I think if Indiana upsets Ohio State this weekend, Mendoza's going to win.
Yeah, for sure.
He still might win it even if they lose, as long as he plays a half-decent game. But if they knock off the Buckeyes, then I think
is Ohio State's quarterback and wide receiver taking votes from each other?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, Julian Sayin, I think, has the second best odds. And Jeremiah Love, the running back at Notre Dame, is right there in the mix too.
Pavia's going, isn't he?
Pavia's probably going to go as well to New York.
Yeah, they may take 5 guys this year.
I don't know. I don't know who the fifth one would be. I feel like
they're not going to take both the guys from Ohio State. They're not going to take the receiver and the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's a pretty distinct top 4. I would argue, I think Jacob Rodriguez at Texas Tech should at least be in New York with what he's done. He's been the best defensive player in the sport this year.
True.
He's got some incredible stats. Like I'm never opposed to bringing one defensive player to New York. I feel like at least one should be there. Hope that's not everyone gets a trophy, but you can't just completely ignore defense, I think, when you're talking about that. But I think there's a good chance it's just those 4. It's Mendoza, Sayin, Pavia, and Love. Those are your top 4 odds guys right now.
Love's a long shot.
Yeah. And Love's probably the best player out of all 4 of those guys. He just plays running back. So that hurts him. And obviously Mendoza and Sayin have the benefit of an extra game this weekend.
Yes.
Whereas Love and Pavia do not.
Well, like you said, if Mendoza, if they win that game, he's there. He's the guy.
Yeah, he's there regardless. But if they win that game, he's going to win it, I think. And shoot, it might be whichever quarterback plays better and whichever quarterback wins in the Big Ten title game. Mm-hmm. That may be your Heisman winner.
And Saint's just a freshman, a redshirt freshman.
Yeah, he's awesome, man.
Wow.
He's awesome. It's crazy. Like, we all thought Texas had a pretty clear quarterback advantage going into that game. And Sayin played better than Arch. He didn't play great in that one. Obviously, he didn't have to.
No, he's just gotten better as the years go on.
Yeah, he's been better this year. He's so accurate. It's crazy. And it helps that he has the receivers that he has and the guys around him that he has. Of course, I'm willing to acknowledge that. But he's a stud, man. And he's got another year of college football. So we will have to see that guy in Austin in the fall. You sure you want to play that game, Buck?
Yeah, I want to play that game. I want to play against him because that wide receiver will be gone, won't he?
No, Jeremiah Smith is also back for another year.
Oh, gee.
He's only a sophomore. Yep.
Tate's gone.
But,
they'll find another one. Ohio State seems to find one of those guys.
It's Ohio State right there. It's Ohio State.
And, dude, I thought they would just – I didn't know they could load up like they did after losing all those defensive players. My God. And their defensive coordinator, they're better now.
They're who Texas and so many other teams are striving to be. And Ohio State and Georgia right now. I mean, look, we'll see what happens this year in the playoff. But, like, those are your 2 premier programs in the sport right now. And, again, Texas has had a tough time beating them. But guess what? So has everybody else.
Yes. Wow, they have.
You would like to be able to get that monkey off your back soon. You don't get the chance to play Georgia next year unless it's in a conference title game or the playoff. But obviously you get a shot against Ohio State in week 2. And it'd be nice to win that game.
Boy, it is time to get that monkey off your back, isn't it?
Yeah, tired of losing to them. Tired of losing to Beard Dye, man. Why does he do that? Why does he dye the beard? Just let it be.
It's jet black.
I think it's
almost blue. It's like blue.
And that's part of his morning routine. He just pours a half bottle of Just for Men on there and has a cup of coffee and goes on about his day.
If you shave that off, his chin is black. His skin is black underneath that.
Oh, you think it's blackface now?
Oh, yeah, he's got that going on.
All right, so we will never see Ryan Day shave his beard then. This is what I'm hearing. All right, so there you go. Hey, how about some sound from Lane Kiffin, Buck?
Please.
Lane Kiffin was introduced as LSU's next head football coach at a press conference in Baton Rouge yesterday. And here is Lane Kiffin, some of his opening remarks on why he left Ole Miss to take the gig at Louisiana State.
I'm leaving for LSU because I am a dirty, nasty hoe. LSU fans are going to be super pissed when I leave for Alabama in 5 years. I'm not a hoe. I'm just extremely disloyal, never commit, and I'm always looking for something better. I'll be honest, that actually does sound like a hoe. For Ole Miss fans that are pissed off, there's a coach out there that would literally kill for this job. His name is Brian Kelly. He wears a size 7 shoe and gets his clothes at Build-A-Bear. And he already talks like a hillbilly, so he'll fit right in here. Let's be real. The co-eds at Ole Miss were great and all, but they're prim and proper. LSU chicks are different. Let's just say Bobby Petrino is going to be begging me for a job. Honestly, I just want to get the away from my ex-wife. The SEC may be incestuous with its coaching hires, but we're just keeping it in the family. just like our fans. My favorite part of being Lane Kiffin isn't the coaching. It's burning down all my goodwill and becoming an arch villain.
Wow. He did. I mean, every time I see something about him going somewhere, his ex-wife does come up. Layla or whatever her name is, Lala. I mean, what's the deal? Do they have a young son? Is he a special needs kid or something? What is the deal with his ex going wherever he goes or something?
Yeah, well, I know they have a couple of kids together. I don't know if any of them are special needs or anything, but I know they co-parent their children, and it seems like they've got a pretty amicable relationship, even though they're no longer together. So, but yeah, she like
when the move where he goes. I mean, does he pay for her house or something?
It was interesting. Like while the search was going on, we heard that Lane Kiffin's family was visiting Baton Rouge and visiting Gainesville when Florida was in the mix, and she was a part of those trips. It was like her and the kids who would go. So
and he does have a wife with a kid here, right? And Mississippi. He has a new wife with a child. Is that correct?
I don't think Lane Kiffin has a current wife.
He does not?
No.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. I just don't think he does. If he does, it's very weird that we're not hearing about her at all. And we're only
that's what I was saying. That's why I thought it was weird. I thought it was, and then again, once again, I saw, interviews with him. He has no wedding ring on. So I was thinking, does he just not wear his ring? So you may be right. He may not even be married.
He's not faking a marriage like Aaron Rodgers is.
Yeah. Because I noticed, I said, he doesn't have a ring on. I thought he was married. And I thought they had a daughter, but that daughter's from his other wife who was dating the dude that played linebacker at LSU. That's what it was.
Yes, that is their daughter together. Okay. Yes.
That's their daughter together.
Lane Kiffin, by the way, has now been a part of 5 of the craziest coaching departures in the history of football. With the Raiders, with leaving Tennessee after 1 year, with getting fired on the tarmac at USC, with Nick Saban firing him before a national championship game as an offensive coordinator, and then with, obviously, Ole Miss. Like, the dude is just – he loves it, too. He loves it.
He loves his attention. He loves it. You're right.
He loves maybe more than coaching, as you heard a very real Lane Kiffin just say right there. That was all real stuff from yesterday. But while we're at it, while we're playing real press conference clips, how about Jerry Jones, Buck? Jerry Jones, after the Cowboys' Turkey Day victory over the Kansas City Chiefs. By the way, the Cowboys will play again this Thursday in Detroit. Big game for both teams. But here was Jerry Jones after Dallas took down Kansas City on Thanksgiving.
I look like a dildo that got ran through a dishwasher on pots and pans. That fat-ass Andy Reid only wanted to win so he could get a free turducken. As soon as these dinger pills kick in, I'm going to go have an uncomfortable conversation with Brian Schottenheimer's mom. And after that, me and my half-son Steven are going to go to the seedy underbelly of AT&T Stadium hunting for glory holes. If it starts to tickle, that just means Andy Reid's on the other side with that stupid mustache. I'm going to celebrate with a McRib, some Johnny Walker Blue, and stuff in some 60-year-old escorts.
Wow. That's an all-timer there, Jerry.
Jerry Jones hanging out with Steven after the game, looking for some glory holes at AT&T Stadium. And
the bowels of AT&T Stadium, great.
About that, Andy Reid only wanted to win on Thanksgiving so he could eat the turducken, nothing else.
My goodness.
Interesting. And last but not least, how about Mike Tomlin? Boy, the Steelers got destroyed by the Bills.
They look horrible, too.
Pittsburgh 6-6. Here is Mike Tomlin taking some shots at his quarterback and really some shots at himself, too.
Aaron Rodgers has a fake wife, and I'm a fake football coach. We're both delusional. Whenever he gets hurt, he refuses treatment and asks for an Aztec witch doctor. If the Rooney family gives me one more year, I know I can reward them with an epic 7-10 season. The standard here is dog football and our fans leaving in the third quarter while Joey Bosa dances like a racist over the corpse of your 57-year-old quarterback who dropped acid at halftime. My agent called. They're making a biopic about Jeff Fisher, and they want me to play him in the movie. People always bitch about me losing in the first round of the playoffs, so I've decided to miss the playoffs entirely. Chess, not checkers, motherfucker. Pittsburgh's #1 export is mediocrity. The way Lane Kiffin left Ole Miss is the inverse of how I'm never going to leave the Steelers. Forever and ever bitches. Instead of signing a backup QB for our 40-year-old, I told Mason Rudolph to just grow a pedo mustache, but it didn't work.
Oh, yeah, I saw Mason Rudolph get in the game the other night. How is he still in this league?
I don't know, man.
They originally were the ones who drafted that guy, right?
Yep, they did. And then he started a few games for them early on, bounced around a couple of teams, and went back to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that team looks awful.
Yeah, they've fallen on some hard times. People thought they were going to win the division, and they still could because the AFC North is awful right now. They're 6-6, and I think they're like a game out of first place. Cincinnati at 4-8 is still in the mix with Joe Burrow back. Cleveland's Cleveland, and Baltimore's okay. They're better now that Lamar is back, but
they're not that much better. That's for sure.
You could get to 9-8 and win that division this year. It has been that bad. So
yeah, I'll give the Bengals more of an opportunity than any of those.
I'll also go with Baltimore still, but I don't know how you can feel good about any pick you make there.
No.
Right now. Quick shout out to AV Consultations, man. We talk about them every day. Double R and Wags talk about them too. I mean, we love AV Consultations. The best TV setups that you could possibly get. They've hooked all of us up. They've hooked Central Texans up since 1988. They are the very best at what they do. All the gift giving you're going to be doing, about gifting yourself a new TV. Maybe a few new TVs.
Sweet.
Maybe a home theater room. All of those things. AV Consultations can bring it all to you. Don't buy a TV and call them to mount it. No, they get better prices. They're going to professionally install everything. It's going to look great. It's going to work great. And it's going to totally elevate your home for the holiday season and for 2026 and beyond. Make your home the place to be for sports, for TVs, for movies, for anything. All year round. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678.
I saw the Hallmark, it's time for Hallmark Channel. I did watch Home Alone during the weekend, so I got one in of my 25 times of watching it, because it doesn't matter what part of the movie it's on. Once I start watching, I don't turn away from it. I watch the rest of the movie no matter what.
I think that's weird.
I caught it.
What did you watch?
I watched the one where the pizza driver was pulling up, and that's when the cops first showed up to the house. So it was in the beginning, and I watched the whole thing right on through from there.
What movie?
Loverboy?
Home Alone.
Oh.
I've seen Home Alone already twice so far, and it just started.
I'll tell you what, there's some movies that involve a pizza delivery guy showing up to the front door that I have watched, but they have a very different middle and end to.
All right. Big sausage pizza?
Big sausage pizza. Then I saw a Hallmark Channel movie that said it was about home in Bethlehem. Then it said PA. Christmas in Bethlehem, and then it had PA. And I'm like, wait a minute. I know Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Nice.
But there was a Hallmark Channel with supposedly Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I watch the Hallmark classics. I do. Christmas time, I watch them. I always know what the end's going to be. Somebody's going to get the property. The good-looking guy is going to buy the property from the nice-looking chick's old man who's about to go out of business. He'll take over in a little town, and it all works out. He always gets some action in the end. So
they fall in love. Yeah, they fall in love.
I love those endings.
And then they do that part where it's like 5 years later. And then there's like a couple of kids and all that good shit.
Bucky and shit. That should have been my tip for kids. Get yourself some Hallmark Channel movies in, kids. Don't be watching The Grinch and all that other weird shit that's out there.
The last two movies I've seen are Sausage Tomahawk and Magnum Mushroom.
That's on the Pizza Network.
Yeah, those are pizza movies.
Starring Lexington Steele.
Wax, I know you've seen. I know you've seen at least one of those.
I've got them both. They're in the vault.
Hallmark Channel. It's already. I guess it's time. Like right after Thanksgiving. What is it? Magic 95 here in town.
Oh yeah.
Music.
They go straight to the Christmas tunes, like the day after Turkey Day. It's like, oh, here we go. It's on now.
What's that?
I got to get that. I got to get that channel. I've been still doing my 70s XM 70s music. I can get away from that and just go strictly strictly with Christmas music. When I travel, I love Christmas music.
Mm.
When I used to travel with Stu Myrick, when we had the high school games, I was going.
What are y'all singing Christmas carols going down the road?
No, dude, I would make Stu turn that station on, and we'd play that for the hours, a couple hour drives up to Arlington and Rockwall and stuff. We would play that music the whole entire town over and over and over.
It's like being at the mall.
Yes.
Get that shit playing now. Speaking of that, who you got this week, Buck? Who's Lake Travis have this week?
We're playing down at Texas State, and I think it's one of the San Antonio champions.
Oh, okay.
And then the following week is the Houston champ.
Okay. Was the Valley last week?
Yeah, that was.
Oh yeah.
The little kids from the Valley.
Ass whooping week.
41-7.
Mm.
Everybody stays healthy, and then you got this one, you got next week, and then it's up to Arlington.
There it is. There it is.
And generally,
The
it's
longest postseason
North
in
Shore.
high school football.
Oh my God.
It's another season.
Oh yeah.
What's y'all's favorite Christmas movie, by the way?
Mine's is still Home Alone. I can't get over it.
Okay.
Probably Christmas Vacation. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That's the go-to. It's like the staple that we watch after every Thanksgiving. It kicks off the Christmas season. Is Love Actually a Christmas movie?
Actually, haven't seen it.
You'll see it this year.
Love Actually, is that a what do they call it?
It's a movie. It's called a movie.
Well, I know, but like a love, like a rom-com, romantic comedy.
Maybe it's a rom-com. I thought it was a Christmas movie, but maybe it's not. Maybe it is a rom-com.
I don't know.
Yeah, for me, Home Alone. Anytime a guy can get shot in D's nuts with a BB gun, that's always good for a Christmas laugh. It just is.
It is. It's a
I
classic.
mean, I die just laughing.
I like
Die Hard. I see Die Hard in the comments. Die Hard's a good Christmas movie.
I like the Butt Cracker and the Miracle on 34th Skeet. Those are two of my favorites.
I have not seen Miracle on 34th Skeet yet. I'm going to look that one up.
See, right there, you can just go like that in the future.
Boom.
I love that.
They do feature the premium snow blower in Miracle on
really?
34th Skeet. Yeah,
I like that. What about Santa Claus got stuck in my chimney?
Oh my God.
Are these real?
Backdoor Santa, you know? These are classic Christmas flicks, guys. I can't believe your folks didn't make you watch these growing up.
No.
I guess in a Jewish.
That was for Mr. and Mrs. Claus to watch.
Right.
Yeah.
That was not on PBS.
Yeah,
sure.
I guess in a Jewish household it was a little different.
You got Hanukkah Harry and his hairy ladies.
Oh, hang on. Yeah,
Look that one up.
Santa Claus getting cookies.
Yeah.
Nunny cookies. That's what I'm talking about.
That's bad.
That is great.
All right,
What's
boys,
you out of here, Buck?
Yeah, you boys have a great one.
See you later, buddy.
All right.
Miracle on 34th Skeet. Here we go.
See y'all tomorrow.
See you later, bud.
Oh, there they go. Here we are. It is another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. Hit us up on our socials. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. And also hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Double R. What's up, amigo?
Hi, buddy. Just enjoying the cold, my man. How you liking the cold? It's cold up in here.
It's a little chilly. The water's actually warmer than the air, which is kind of crazy. So the water temperature is like 47, which is weird. I'm sure it's going to kind of start to get frigid, I would think. And I have not been swimming. I'm just letting you know that the water temperature is warmer than it is the air temperature right now. Cold. It's I sat there and said about 3 or 4 months ago that I could take the cold over the summer anytime. I think now I'm changing my mind. Now that winter is upon us, old man winter is breathing down her neck. I got a pool. I think I'm on the side of, hey, I'll take summer any day now, man. So
yeah, well, that's a caveat right there. When you have that, I was wondering if you had jumped in there.
A little bit of it.
I know when I was at that hotel in Houston, as a matter of fact, yesterday morning, I walked out and I was overlooking the pool, and I'm like, man, I bet that some bitch is cold.
I bet it's heated. I'll bet that pool's heated though.
Well, probably so. Yeah, that was kind of a fancy.
I did not get a heater in my pool. I didn't. 2 months, of a hiatus without swimming. That's fine. We also thought about getting one of those little solar covers. with the sun, how the sun is in Texas, man, that should heat the water right up. But then it'd be, you got to get like a track or a damn, what do they call those things? Like a roller or whatever to kind of keep the tarp or whatever. So we just elected to not go with that.
No money.
Watched the Monday Night Football last night though, amigo. My Giants, man.
I watched the first half. We had the girls over last night. They came over. We got our Christmas trees up and all that. So everything's done with that. The Humbug was out like beginning of November and got all that done. So
our job's to watch sports, and you didn't watch Monday Night Football.
I watched Monday Night Football. It was on. What if you want to call it Monday Night Football? Your quarterback's got to learn how to fall down, dude. That guy ain't gonna last long playing like that. It's like, dude, come on.
That's everybody's saying that shit too. I kind of admire it, but also like let's be smart. Let's make a business decision, a career decision here. And also, if you're the Giants, like that is first and foremost why I didn't want that guy out there in the first place, because you know how the hell he plays, right? It's one speed, one way all the time with Jackson Dart. And of course, in your rookie season, you're going to be trying to win over the crowd and trying to win over, if you hadn't done so already, you're trying to do whatever you can to kind of make everybody a believer in you, right? Especially the franchise quarterback in New York, right? You're trying to take on that mantra somehow, some way. Yep. You don't have to be Superman, and that's what he was trying to do last night. And screw the Giants front office for putting themselves or him in a situation to do that, right? You're a two-win team. There's no way that you're competing for anything except for a first-round draft pick, all right? Put Jameis Winston in there. I kind of alluded to this yesterday, right? Put Jameis Winston in there. Don't risk your franchise quarterback because you know how he's going to play. One speed all the way, man.
Yep.
Get out there, save the season, and take the law. You knew you're going up against the number one team in the AFC. You really think 2-10 versus 10-2? It's not going to. It's I don't know. You weren't going to get the win. I know anything can happen on Sunday or Monday night, but come on, man. Let's be realistic. Now 11-2, right? 11-2.
I think this really is a time where the Giants could allow him to learn from Jameis Winston, because where you get a lot of these veteran quarterbacks and all that in these situations, a lot of them don't want to teach the young guy anything. I truly think that Jameis Winston wants to teach this guy some shit. You know, teach him the game. Teach him. I mean, just let him be a student and watch.
Well, how much Jackson Dart has the most reps, or had the most reps out of all the quarterbacks in this draft class? And I'm not saying that Jackson Dart doesn't need a lesson, but how much can I guess my question is, how much is Jameis going to teach Jackson Dart?
Well,
right?
I think more of kind of teach him the game, teach him, like when I say teach him how to be a pro, teach him how to conduct themselves, how to be a leader, kind of get some leadership qualities from him, and kind of maybe mentor him a little bit on this.
Don't you think that would come a little bit more from Russell Wilson than Jameis? I mean, Jameis Winston, he's a fantastic entertainer, right? But I'm questioning the leadership.
Well, and I think I'm glad you mentioned that, because that kind of just what I'm talking about. You got two dudes.
Learn from Jameis Winston is an incredible quote. Double R.
Yeah, but you got two dudes there that have been in this game for a long time, been in this business for a long time, and I think you can pick up shit from both of these guys. I mean, you will become a great crab leg stealer if you learn from one guy, right?
Think Jackson Dart has to steal crab legs, but I got you.
I don't know. He probably was a Long John Silver's. He's a Long John Silver's kind of guy.
It was a rough one to watch last night, and the only reason why I did watch it, I can't even say that Giants fandom kept me entertained. It's the fact that we had to talk about this damn thing today.
The story's New England. I mean, you could say what you want to say about the Giants, but
story's Drake May. Right, like Drake May in his second year, absolute stud. And this kind of goes for New York too, right? Like New York, I was reluctant to kind of name Jackson Dart like a dynasty quarterback, right? It's his rookie season. Anything can happen. We saw the success with Jaden Daniels last season. I'm not saying that Jaden Daniels isn't a franchise quarterback, but the sophomore slump is natural. It happens, right? Because there's more game film on you, and defense coordinators can kind of get a good sense of what what's in your bag, or what the best abilities and attributes are in your bag. The thing that I like about Jackson Dart and Drake May is the fact that, one, you saw it on display last night for Jackson Dart, right? His tenacity. Right? Most of the, I guess, opening or enlightenment, if you want to call it, with the offense comes from the RPO, right? And the rushing attack. I'm not saying that Singletary is one of the best backs in the league, but when you can put a quarterback like Jackson Dart in there in the same backfield with Singletary, Devin Singletary, I would say his role gets elevated, or his bag of skill gets elevated a little bit, because the defense has to play honest for Jackson Dart too, right? And then you've seen everything start to open up in terms of play action off the RPO too, right? When you can get that type of quarterback that can fit that style of play, it's hell, man. And look, diamonds in the rough are hard to find. I was just questioning if Jackson Dart was the right guy, because I didn't really see too much of that at Ole Miss, but Jackson Dart looks like an absolute baller. To the other side of the ball, right, with Drake May. Drake May's style is absolutely playing lights out right now for the Patriots, right? Name me a top end wide receiver besides Stephon Diggs, right?
Yeah, they and just think, see, they're just putting this together. I think that's what's been the beauty of this. In the offseason, they made,
like, Diggs is the marquee guy, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But so, how many 300 or 350 yard games does like Drake May have?
Oh man,
not many.
None.
Not
probably.
Many. And he's still at the top of the category. It's still at the top of the stat leaders in terms of quarterback play, right? In terms of yard production.
Imagine
they're able to get 7 to 10 yard consistent completions, right? All throughout, week in and week out, man. Again, and when that wide receiver, the elite wide receiver with the speed, can actually blow the doors off of him like a Stephon Diggs, that makes him absolutely dangerous, man. Look, they got the ground and pound that they have with Stevenson right now. I mean, Stevenson's like the bigger back, but Henderson's been the surprise of I guess the season for the Patriots. Not so much the play of Drake May. Like, everybody thought Drake May would kind of come into form here, but Henderson, man, just that bird. Like, you thought that he would make some plays, right? And I guess week 1 kind of showed that too, right? Coming out of the kickoff return, but still, maybe that was preseason, if my memory serves me correctly. But I didn't think that Henderson would have this much of an impact consistently all throughout the Patriots. And credit to Vrabel too for wanting to stick with it and give the rookie some totes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think about with this New England offense. I mean, think if you could get there's talk now about Justin Jefferson wanting out of Minnesota. If you can nail a guy like that, George Pickens when he becomes a free agent, you plug in a guy like this for Drake May. To me, even I mean, he's in that conversation we were having yesterday, not head to head with Dak Prescott, but he's in that MVP conversation. I mean, I think he truly is with what he's done.
And I would say, especially now with Stafford's game, right? The game that kind of I'm not saying that Stafford threw himself out of the MVP race, but he opened the door for other people to get back in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Like the
totally
thing that
agree.
was so incredible for Stafford for me was the touchdown to interception ratio, right? Or just a turnover ratio in general, right? But I mean, accounting for 3 turnovers on Sunday, man, that kind of sucks. That's going to bring him down just a little bit for me. But yeah, it opens the door wide open for May, I would think.
Yeah. I think so. And that's the difference to me between what you're seeing with the Patriots and the Broncos, to where the Broncos are pretty inconsistent on offense, but you lean on that defense, where the Patriots, there's much more balance there between the offense and the defense. And I think that's why you look at the AFC right now, and the Patriots turnaround, Vrabel and the staff have just done a tremendous job, Wags. And
clearly the problem in Tennessee.
What's that?
He was clearly the problem in Tennessee.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Clearly.
Yeah, I totally see why you run that dude out of town. Yeah, I totally see why you run that dude out of town. But then back to the Giants. I mean, your man Abdul Carter.
Did you see this shit?
Talk about people that need to learn. Talk about.
I knew that you would be all over this story. Somehow, some way, I knew that Double R would be all over this story.
Yeah.
For those of you guys that don't know, Abdul Carter was disciplined by the Giants for watching Miracle on 34th Street in the practice room, or trying to find a movie like Miracle on 34th Street in the practice room, while he thought his headphones were connected. Yeah. So he was watching porn, not in practice room, but in the game film room, right? So instead of focusing, he was locking in on something else. So yeah, Abdul Qadir, thanks. We appreciate, again, it's been a 2-11 season. We get that, man, but still we need your attention span here, man.
Yeah.
I get it. What are you watching it right now?
I'm like, dude, come on.
I thought you were watching. I thought something else just came up and you turned on some sound for something. I thought I heard.
Oh, no. I was texting my boss. I'm working on this laptop situation that I was telling you about from yesterday. But that
is a real story.
That is true. That is true. And that's what, like, when I say about learning, when you learn how to be a pro, I mean, that's kind of one of those things where you shouldn't, teach better. Teach these youngins better. It's like that. There's ways for that shit.
What are you teaching them though? Are you teaching them to not watch porn in a public spot or while you're at your work, or are you teaching them to do it discreetly?
Teach them how to hide it better.
Right. Okay. That's where I wanted to go.
Yeah.
I
ever heard of Vanish Mode?
I hear you guys. I know that's addiction. I got you. I understand.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you could be that addicted to porn, I'm not addicted to it, I guess. So, I mean, we sit here and joke and, talk about shit tongue in cheek. But yeah, I guess if it is a real addiction, then man, I'm not throwing light or shade on that, man. Like, I'm not trying to take that away from Abdul Qadir. Like, if that's a real addiction, my dude, you need some help. Like, serious help, dude.
Yeah. But I go back to check your Bluetooth, make sure your AirPods are working and connected.
Oh yeah, the AirPods were supposed to be in, but they weren't disconnected. So he was in. I took it or deduced from the story that he was in the practice room or game film room. That's what I did. Now I didn't read that specifically, but I took that he was in a crowded environment. I was thinking maybe his group room or his group film study, and that's where they called him, right?
Yeah. If it truly is, obviously you do. And again, that's where the organization.
Patrick, stop, Patrick.
Well, this is. I saw that this is the second incident. I don't know if it's this exact situation, second incident, but the second incident where he's been late or been disciplined for whatever. So and they know, the Giants know, if it's the second time that he's done that, that's where you might need to get him a phone number to call or something. Like when they talk about gambling, I love when they do gambling spills and they're like, if you have a gambling problem, call this number.
Patrick's on the dark web, guys. Patrick knows. Well, I guess everybody knows going on with the back shots around here. But
there
anyways,
you go. He can be our expert.
Where you want to go next, dude?
I tell you, that's something else. I'll tell you what. Let's do right quick, Wags. Let's take a run out to Covert Bee Cave and talk about those great folks.
Already? Okay.
Yeah, just that one. Covert Bee Cave, looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Give them a look right here.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. So we've been talking about the coaching carousel in college football. I think we're about to get into one in the NFL because it's like,
what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? What do you want to talk about?
Well, you run peak coaching vacancies. I mean, you've got like for the Giants, for example, anybody that you have a little bit of intel on that could be.
I've heard Nick Harris and Jordan brought up Joe Brady last week. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind Joe Brady. Right. I want this team needs help on defense, drastic help on defense. And the first guy that comes off, the page or the flyer to me is Spags, right? Let's bring Steve Spagnuolo back in.
Did he ever leave Andy Reid though? It's weird
for a head coaching job,
right?
Like for a head coaching job, like I think life with opportunity, it's like Frogger, right? I say this shit a lot. Like life is like Frogger. You're waiting for your windows of opportunity to come upon you, right? You got your traffic that you got to dodge here and there, and then maybe the log that you jump on first isn't the best log, right? To get to the spot, to get to the other side of the river, right? Maybe you should wait, and maybe, I know that time is crunching down on you a little bit, but maybe there's a better log to take so that you can get to the other side of the river. That's kind of the analogy that I've always tried to be patient a little bit with life. Maybe he hasn't been waiting. Maybe he's been just waiting for the best opportunity to come about. No, I'm not saying the Giants is the best opportunity, but it looks like they got some things to grow with. And now Schoen is, I saw that in the comments too. You guys beat me to it. Yeah, Schoen's out. The Giants can heal, right? From an organizational standpoint now, the Giants can heal. So,
well, and I think
you get some fresh vibes in there, man. A new sense of direction, with a clear vision, and maybe that's what Spags was looking for. If you're looking for an uproot and you're looking to kind of go in and make something yours, I think that this would be the best way, right? Like the Patriots were struggling a little, and I'm not saying that the Giants organization was anywhere near in I guess productivity as the Patriots as of late, because let's be real, like the Giants have been in NFL or football purgatory since the latter days of Eli, right?
Yeah.
And the Patriots struggle bus was just a blimp, like a couple of years, like 3 years, almost like the Spurs. Right now, it looks like they're coming back to championship form. If you can get in and kind of start to make your organization, kind of like what Vrabel's doing, right? Like, of course, Vrabel's a cut of the cloth in New England, right? But Spags still has that championship aura from when they were there back in 2011 and 2008 or 2007. So if I'm the Giants, if I'm Mara, I'm looking at Spags. That's who I want. If I'm Giants fandom, I want Steve Spagnuolo. I want to bring in somebody with the defense. We got some pieces on defense. Get Spagnuolo with the mindset, get him with the defensive philosophy to let Burns just eat and JT eat. I'm all about it, man. Bring me Spags.
And I think the Patriots are the best example right now, to where when you make the right personnel moves and you get like you talk about the mindset and all that, the brain trust, when you get all that happening, you can turn it around pretty quick. You can absolutely turn it around pretty quick.
What are you doing, Step Bro?
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. You hear that in the team meeting, and it's like, yeah, that's
what are you doing, Step Bro?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it, God,
hi, Step Brother. Hi.
That's not what they say, Double R.
I know.
They don't say hi, stepbrother. But
I try to.
That's why I know Double R don't watch it.
Yeah, of course. No, I don't. No, never. No, absolutely.
All right, man. Where do you want to go next?
Oh, but where I was going with that is there's about to be some vacancies. I think you see Pete Carroll gone. I think you see maybe the Cardinals open up. Maybe you see the Falcons open up. I think Cleveland could open up, and possibly even Cincinnati. So let's kind of watch that and see how.
You think Beck Taylor loses his job?
Well, now that the 4-8 Bengals can make a run, maybe not. But you want to talk about maybe something new, something fresh to try to get over the hump. I think for Cincinnati, maybe, because you're wasting Joe Burrow's years here, in my opinion, because it's like
you've been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it's like it's a cheaply run organization.
I would say you were one play away from winning the Super Bowl.
Totally.
And you got hosed by the refs, in my opinion.
Yeah. But if I'm Joe Burrow, I keep thinking that Joe Burrow is going to become that, even though that he has gotten to that Super Bowl. At some point, it's going to be where he gets the Stafford treatment down the road, to where it's like, dude, go win a championship. But I don't think the Bengals are that kind of organization, because they're cheap.
I don't know if Buffalo is going to be vacant after this year. I would like to think that Harbaugh might be on the hot seat. It's been pretty. They win preseason, right? But it's been bad football, or I would say mediocre football, since like 2015, right? Where they lose small margin games. I don't have the stat right off the top of my head, but yeah, I would think that John Harbaugh is on the hot seat. And again, you have one of the most prolific passers or quarterbacks in the game. And your defense has gotten worse, right? Like, I understand you're putting your attention onto the offense, but still, like, your defense has gotten significantly worse in the span of 3 or 4 years. So,
yeah,
Maybe Harbaugh is gone after this season. But I haven't heard any rumbles or rumors. I know that there's some unhappiness. Tomlin, I would think Tomlin's probably gone after the season if it's a losing season. I'm not sure how much of it is on Tomlin though, right? I'm just not a big Arthur Smith guy. I'm just not. Like I never thought that he can orchestrate a decent offense. When he was down in Tennessee, he had one little thing or one huge thing, and it was a bell cow running back named Derrick Henry, and Derrick Henry had one of his career seasons. So
I truly think that at this point for Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers, it needs to be just an amicable thing. However you do it, just decide that you're going to do something.
He doesn't have a losing season yet.
Right. Yeah, that's where you can't look at
and
this.
I know that I mean, how much more can you hang your hat on that? Right, because of course, Steel City, it's Super Bowl city, right? Like you want championships in Pittsburgh. You don't want winning seasons in Pittsburgh. You want Super Bowls. But still, like I don't know how you kick a head coach out that hasn't lost a season yet. Right. I would maybe look inwards and look at your coordinators and figure some shit out.
Yeah. I mean, look, because it keeps going back to with Pittsburgh. It's like the problem is the quarterback. Look at the quarterbacks that they have given Mike Tomlin. I mean, you've got a Hall of Famer right now, but I mean, give him. He's
not playing at a Hall of Fame level right now.
Right.
But
give him Rodgers 10 years ago, and you probably got a different result. And I mean, look at the backup now. I mean, what are you going to do? Hire Ryan Day to try to groom this young quarterback? I mean, Will the Thrill, I don't think is the answer at quarterback for Pittsburgh. So, anyway, that needs to be an amicable thing. And I think Mike Tomlin could be the one that needs to say, look, I think we both need to go do something else. You guys do something else. Let me go to a different place and let's call it good. We've had a hell of a run, but you can't fire that guy.
You got a top end wide out with DK Metcalf, right? Warren's a pretty formidable back, I would think too, right? Hell, so formidable that you allowed Harris to walk. You mentioned Aaron Rodgers again, not Hall of Fame caliber right now, but still, he can win you games, right? I would say that Aaron Rodgers is still a better option than most quarterbacks in this league, right? And that's not breaking news. That's not hard news there, right? But Aaron Rodgers still has his peaks and his valleys. I'd sit there and say that you're getting more peaks with Aaron Rodgers than you're getting valleys.
Yeah.
Busted up. Yeah, that's a man that knows. That's a guy that knows ball right there, man.
Look at that guy. I mean, you want to talk about a warrior. Thank you, CB.
42 years old, man.
It's a grinder. It's a grinder.
Yeah, I mean, say what you will. I mean, the dude's he's got tenacity.
I'm not a fan of that dude.
I don't know if he's one of the toughest quarterbacks in the NFL. I've always said that Matt Stafford's probably one of the toughest quarterbacks in the NFL, in my opinion. But yeah, I would sit there and say that Rodgers is probably up there with him.
I'm not a fan of Aaron Rodgers, but I will tell you, he has exceeded what I thought that he would do. I know that they're struggling right now, but look, he's been more productive than I thought he was going to be.
He has Arthur Smith. That's all you have to say. Like he is fighting demons with Arthur Smith.
Yeah,
we all know that. That's the thing. So
speaking of Arthur Smith, I mean, if Atlanta opens up,
why would he just came from Atlanta? Why would Atlanta bring him back?
No, I'm speaking of him because he was there.
Oh.
If for some reason Raheem Morris gets run out of Atlanta, I think that's maybe. I don't know. I think he's going to be on the hot seat because Atlanta continually.
You got a lot of offensive firepower, and you can't get any productivity from it, right? And your only saving grace is Bijan Robinson. But you can't win ball games. You're struggling to win in a awful division or a division that seems like it's up for takings. I mean, you have to compete against the Bucks, right? Which they're a contender, but still, like you can't get out in front of it. You can't beat yourself, or most Sundays you're beating yourselves than other teams. So.
That's the thing right there, and I do think he gets another year. I mean, I really do. But you have to think, and I think that's where. In this carousel, there's not really anybody that's going to jump out at you, that you want to go snag and bring in the new guys. So I think that's where a lot of these guys are going to get second chances. So, or another year, I should say. It's a very short leash these days. NFL, not for long, they say. So that's the key. That's the key for some of these coaches.
I mean, Quinn had a bad year. Then I don't think people are going to try and run Dan Quinn out of Washington.
I hope not.
Like I mean, I guess it is a different story with Morris because you got so much potential there on your offense, and you still can't. You just can't get nothing done, man.
Yeah, and
it's not like you got a bad defense either in Atlanta.
Yeah, and that's where, like, for Bijan, it's like, we talk about these guys with their productivity and all that. It's like, man, I hate to see it because you're kind of wasting this guy also. Where we talk about with Buffalo and Baltimore, where when we talk about Lamar right now, it's like Lamar doesn't look like the same Lamar because he's beat to shit. The lower body injuries, man.
Where would Robinson like flourish? Right, I mean, anywhere, right? Anywhere, but where would he absolutely just? I want to say Green Bay or put him on Seattle. Like you put him in Seattle right now.
Seattle, man.
I mean, Walker's not a bad back, but you put Robinson on Seattle with the speed that they have already. The problem with Seattle right now is that they turn the ball over. Like if they would stop turning the ball over, they would be heads and shoulders ahead of the NFC.
Wags, Chicago. Put him in Chicago right now. Right now.
I think Chicago Swift is doing some good work there, but I don't think you get much because of the line in Chicago, right? Bijan's one of those guys that can make anybody miss.
Yeah.
But I think Seattle's got a pretty kicker line. Chicago made some upgrades to their line this season. We see that clearly with the the productivity that they're having with Williams here.
Imagine Matthew Stafford handing him that football for about 2 years. Wow. There you go. Scary.
Him coming out of that backfield too, catching passes from
man.
Stafford. And real quick, I mean, I know that they're at the top of the list right now, top of the heap right now, but you're seeing. We talked about the kind of ground and pound and the shared load between Stevenson and Henderson. You put Henderson and Bijan Robinson in that New England backfield. Holy shit!
Yeah. Hey, you know who could take a running, great defense that could take a running back right now that would do some really cool shit, and you start building the Houston Texans. Imagine old Bijan running the ball.
You guys need an offensive line.
Yeah,
running back ain't going to do anything. You guys need an offensive line. You got to upgrade your offensive line, man.
Yeah. But an agile one helps. But
he's
not going anywhere now.
Young son, I don't even know. Coon Co.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't even know our kicker's name anymore. We had Graham Gano 2 weeks ago, but Graham Gano keeps pulling a hamstring. So, they bring in Coon Ho and he kicks the turf. So
that I went on a tour of Texas Stadium way back in the day, the old Cowboy Stadium, and you could kick a field goal. They would let you try to kick a field goal. I did something similar to that, but I fell fucking forward when I did it. You get out there, I'm like, man, this poor guy.
Young Ho Koo is his actual name. But yeah, it's he had a little stint around the league for a while. He was kicking in Atlanta for a good bit. But yeah, he hit the turf pretty damn good last night. Hit the turf. Yeah. He struck the turf better than he struck the ball.
Yeah. Coda text line says, how about Bijan to the Chiefs? Oh God, it's the last thing you need. That's the last thing the NFL needs.
He would Bijan to the Chiefs. He would absolutely tear it up, though, man. Can you imagine Patrick Mahomes and Bijan Robinson sprinkling on spreading that mustard on?
That would fix all of Kansas City's problems. You get that dude in there, and you know,
Kansas City have problems.
Does Kansas City have problems? I think the whole AFC has problems.
Their defense is kind of, which is wild because I want Steve Spagnuolo to come to actually their defense is actually kind of legit. Let me pull.
Yeah, the defense hasn't been bad. I'm telling you, the thing is with the Chiefs is shit just didn't bouncing their way. I mean, it's like their luck finally ran out. I mean, where they would win these games and shit, just close ball. They can't do that anymore. And here they are at 500. Yeah, they're 500, right? So or under 500.
Yeah, I would say top 10 defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Top 10. I mean, right outside of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, they're the gatekeepers. Top 10 defense.
Yeah.
They're just struggling. They can't put it all together on offense there a little bit. And again, Rashee Rice coming back, that helps a good bit. But they're you're starting to see the turnover, right? You're starting to see the natural progression of Old Man River.
Yeah. You know, when you're leaning on Kareem Hunt as your running back again, you know, that kind of tells you something.
Pacheco keeps getting banged up too. So
Pacheco, yeah, that's and I heard last week where it's like Pacheco's supposed to be back, yeah, but Pacheco may be back, but that's not the Pacheco that you need to effectively run the ball.
I don't think he was out. I think he was just roughed up, banged up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Another guy that can help you out if you're banged up, our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, and he's wearing that burnt orange as he walks into the courtroom. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom with that suit. Check out that burnt orange suit, too. Ask him about it. Tell him Wags told you to ask him about it. You need you injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. He's Austin-based. He's Texas-proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. And you, friend of the show, fighter for the people, just call him today. 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. And the holidays are here. How about a great video and sound system for your property? Indoor, outdoor, audio-visual consultation is done.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio-Visual Consultations, and all of us at Audio-Visual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Boom. There you go. avconsultations.com. 255-8678 is the number to call. Also, with the holidays here in full bloom, starting to see those holiday yard art decorations and all of that popping up all over neighborhoods around my part of the Round Rock area over here. Don't mess with doing that yourself. Don't climb ladders. Don't string lights. Don't do any of that. Leave it to the professionals at Humbug Holiday Lighting. I've been lit since about mid-November over here at my property. I've got the beautiful candy cane sequence out front. I got my pillars done in white, and I've got across the top of the house in the red and white. It looks exceptional all the way at the top peak of the house, where I have never gone to try to do anything. They'll do that for you. A full-service holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage, handling everything so customers enjoy a stunning, stress-free holiday display. That's what they're going to do for you, friends. Residential, commercial services available, professional installation, custom holiday design. They're going to come out. They're going to take a look at the property. They'll send you over a rendering. What do you think? You like this? What do you want to do different? And you make the call, as they used to say in the NFL. Into the holiday season, they'll come down, take it down, store it, put it away from you. When you're ready next year, they're going to come on out and get you set up. And oh, by the way, if you're a customer this year, next year, you're going to get a $100 rebate on that reinstallation. Be sure and mention that part when you call 833-4HUMBUG, or you go to humbuglights.com. You can call or text on this number, 512-222-1820. Hassle-free, elegant displays, safe, professional setup, classic, colorful, or premium Hallmark-style designs. Enjoying the holidays without any setup or stress. Hey, man, all the magic without the hassle. Humbug Holiday Lighting. Also, our man Mike McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Want to talk about a great gift for your significant other? Get your home renovated. You're sitting on equity. You're sitting on the investment. Probably the biggest investment you ever make in your life is your home. If you want to upgrade it a little bit, man, one phone call to make. 512-633-9580. Call or text our man Mike. Free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers right now. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered and check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or message me if you want to see a project. I'll send you pictures of what they did here in my primary bathroom because it is exceptional. Check it out. 512-633-9580. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. For over 40 years serving Central Texans and beyond, and they are ready to make you a satisfied customer as well. Greatest trades you're going to find. They come out, they treat your property as if it were their property with the utmost respect. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. We build value into your home.
Where do you want to go next, partner?
Ready for the college football rankings to come out tonight? Texas gonna get in. I see a lot of people where it's like, okay, this has to happen. Nope. I think.
What makes you think Texas is getting in?
Oh, I don't think Texas is going to get in at all. But I think that there's like, you got to get ahead of Miami. You have to do all of these different things. I just don't see it happening. I think we need to fathom that, right? I mean, I think you and I seem to be the only ones that are constantly saying this is not going to happen. Deal with it. Look forward to the bowl game.
No, I don't think. Is anyone else on this network saying that they're?
Oh no, I'm talking about the general consensus, like X and so forth. Texas can get in if this. Texas, they look. You probably should be in. I mean, look at the body of work when you look at the quality wins and all that, like we were talking about yesterday, Wax. Yes, that's great, but you still lost to Florida 35-10. That's really it.
You know what? I'm kind of. I know that's gonna, punish us a little bit, but I'm kind of off of that. I think I'm on the Sark bandwagon again, man. He just brings up good points.
He's doing a hell of a good job, right? Yeah.
And Notre Dame did, didn't they lose to Northern Illinois, right? Last year, right? And they still contended. And yeah, like I heard BK a little bit this morning too when I was out and about. Where are we going with I guess the scale of this thing? Are we trying to make this 16, right? Are we trying to get to 16 teams? Because if Texas is left out, you can bet your damn ass that the next year the committee will be like, hey, we can't have a situation like this happen twice in a row or 2 years in a row. If this is the same thing, Alabama got screwed over last year. Now Texas is getting screwed over. Two blue bloods, if you will, out of the SEC that can bring in tons of money. If you're absolutely talking about money and revenue bringing in, Alabama's 2 and Texas is 1, right?
Yeah.
In terms of money or what their programs bring in for revenue yearly. So again, like you think that the SEC or just college football alone doesn't want to miss out on that market, right? Like, you want to bring that market to a bowl game or some of your biggest bowl games just so you can capitalize on the money, right? I don't know if I'm thinking business, if I'm putting business aside, I don't know what the hell the committee's going to do, but I know they want 16 teams, and that's where that's where this thing's headed.
Yeah. And it really is all business. I mean, that's the thing about it. And I think that's where the committee has to figure out or somebody has to figure out a way to where if you're going to get them in, look, it is, because if Texas is in, you think of it. That's why Notre Dame.
I don't think they'll bump us up over Vandy, because then that'll just put them in a bigger predicament. Right. And then it'll raise to, if that does happen, if we do get in over Vandy, I would like to think that the committee might make a bid if that happens. But if Vandy's still ahead, which I don't see why Vandy would be ahead of us, right? I mean, I get it.
You beat them head to head.
Two losses, but we got the head to head 100%.
Yeah. I think the key
sucks.
is
it's just you should Texas beat Texas. The reason why Texas isn't in the playoffs is because of Texas. Right. It's because Texas couldn't take care of something else. We got to stop with the excuses of other shit. All right. Texas failed to take care of business, and that's why Texas isn't in.
That's right. If somehow tonight we see those rankings come out and somehow Texas can get ahead of Miami, because I think get ahead of Notre Dame also, but you're not going to get ahead of Notre Dame. You're not going to get ahead of Notre Dame. But if you get ahead of Miami, then maybe there's an opportunity. But that's where the system is so flawed, because you look at how Texas is playing. To Sark's point, you look at how this team is playing right now, Wags. They should be in. I think they are one of the best 12 teams in the country right now. But you know what? When we go to 16 teams, it's going to be the same shit. Number 17 is going to get jobbed every year. I mean, no matter how we change it, we're still going to be having the same situation. But
yeah, and to bring up what Ashton says right here, Texas played a schedule that included OSU right out of the gate, Ohio State and Georgia, and we all know that Georgia is still the crux of the SEC, or just the stalwarts of the SEC, regardless of what the season shows. In the same regular season, I mean, maybe he's saying that we scheduled Texas and Ohio State in the same schedule, or on the same schedule in the same year, is dumb to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's risky, right? It's very risky, but if it's high risk, high reward, if you win both of those games, there's no dispute, right? You're absolutely in. You beat the cream of the crop in terms of top of the pantheon in college football. Nobody's disputing that. But now you're in a bit of a bind. You're in a predicament because you wanted to show out and play those teams, and you got absolutely destroyed by Georgia, and you basically beat yourselves against Ohio State, right? You dominated all the other stats, every stat across the book against Ohio State, but you failed to get the dub because of penalties.
Right. And that's where this system is so convoluted, because I remember is it about wins? Is it about best team? Is it about quality of opponent? I mean, strength of schedule is supposed to be factored in here somewhere. So I think for Texas's argument, that should definitely play itself in. But back in the day before, it was where you needed to play better opponents, because that was kind of the knock a few years back. In Texas's case, that's what they're doing. And ultimately it's going to penalize them. I still think the Florida thing is what's going to penalize them.
And Ash is kind of right. Like there's not an upside to playing the teams in a regular season. There used to be
with this model.
There used to be, but now that with this new format, there's absolutely not, right? With the way that the committee, the rubric, right? The rubric, or the preambles that you need to kind of get into this thing.
Yeah.
Only 2 losses, right? It's not strength. It's not strength of schedule. But also to Rob's point, Texas had some powder puffs, some cream puffs on the schedule, and they failed to take care of them.
They
so
struggled.
Again, it's nobody's fault but Texas.
Yeah. And that's a whole thing. When you have something like this, not where it's just you play games and it shakes itself out like the NFL does. But I mean, the other part about it is, like, for Texas fans that are going to feel slighted when you don't get into the college football playoff, imagine being Vanderbilt. They're going to be a 2-loss team. They ain't getting in. I don't think they're getting in, even though they lost to Texas. So somebody's always going to get the short end of the stick right here. And it just so happens at this time it's going to be Texas. But if I'm Vanderbilt, I'm pretty pissed off too, because I'm like, I'm a 2-loss team, but apparently it's only going to be 5 teams out of the SEC. I mean, who else? Texas is on the outside looking in right there.
I highly recommend this book, gents. If you don't have this book, pick this book up. Death to the BCS.
It's the
travesty to what happened to college football. Sorry, I missed that last part of the rant there.
No, just saying that I guess you can only get 5 teams in out of the SEC. And that's where, I mean, look, the bottom line is, let's look at who are truly the best teams in the country. They're coming out of the SEC, but you can only get 5 in: Bama, Georgia, OU, Ole Miss, and A&M.
Is Bama one of the best teams in the country right now?
By ranking? By the ranking?
But your opinion. What's your opinion?
I think they are. I think they are. I think they're very solid on the offensive side. You've got a good quarterback. They're balanced. I think they are. I really do think they are. We find out against Georgia.
Is A&M one of the best teams in?
A&M got exposed this week. And this goes back to where you talk about the quality of opponent, to where it's like A&M looked really good against a pretty soft schedule, but then you have just tenacious defense that totally shut down every weapon that we sat here and talked about last week that A&M was going to have. And boom, here you go. You play a quality opponent. They didn't look that good.
I think to counter a strong passing attack, you need edge rushers, right? Mm-hmm. You need edge rushers in the secondary. That's shit. That was the plan of attack, man. Colin Simmons was. I know that a couple of sacks here and there and some tackles for losses, but he was the game wrecker, right? Like LaFowl collected all the tackles, but he was just the recipient of Simmons's play, and Simmons, getting Marcel Reed off the spot. I want to say A&M's in because of their defense, but again, I think those stats are embellished a little bit, right? Because they were exposed on Saturday. And I don't think it was just an anomaly of a game on Saturday. Like that was a legit plan of attack, and that wasn't even our real plan of attack.
Right.
The usual plan of attack doesn't work like that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like you fell into that plan of attack, and it's like, oh shit. Well, I mean, however it works, but see that's where the system sucks. And I see the whole thing right there with like the BCS. I will say with the BCS that at least there was like a model that was followed to try to get to the end result. I mean, there was a formula to where over here you got people sitting in a room. I mean, when truth be told, look at all that. How can they consume all of these games with just the let's just say
right here
25?
This is as Saban as it gets right here. Just win the damn game.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. But it is getting to where you can't play Ohio. You can't play those games. And
no,
that is the whole.
Ash has an absolute point. Like if that's going to be the rubric, right? Why even put them in the schedule? Why even put it on the schedule? You're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah. And I really hate to say, to where it's like, don't play them, and then we go to just win the game. Well, it's hard to beat Ohio State. It's hard to beat Notre Dame. Winning is hard, Wags. I don't know if you know this. A great man once said winning is hard. Yeah. But if it's not worth it.
Mensa man himself said that, right?
Where's that guy at? Maybe all these coaching vacancies, hell, he's liable to pop up.
I saw Tim Beck got fired from Coastal Carolina.
Oh wow!
Like not Tim Beck, the offense coordinator for Vanderbilt. Like Tim Beck, our old offense coordinator, Tim Beck. I saw that he got. Does he still have a strong recruiting? I mean, the dude can get recruits, but does he still have a strong pipeline in connection with people in Texas?
I wouldn't think so. Especially now with the people that are actively recruiting the state of Texas within the state of Texas and Louisiana, I think that he's probably fallen. I think that whole regime from back then has probably lost a lot of face just from the lack of success and
the lack of leadership.
Yeah, and the antics and all of that. Just think about that. When you're upset about not making the college football playoff, think about all that shit.
Yeah,
back in those days, man.
Yeah, exactly. We're in a better spot, a much better spot, gents. Jake chimes in. I love the BCS era because your season was on the line every single week, and teams knew that 100%. Yeah, you didn't have a mulligan, during your season, right? And that's again, man. I can't stress this enough. If you guys have not checked this book out, check it out. It's Death to the BCS. They're not sponsoring the show or anything like that. Just public service announcement.
Not sponsoring it. When do you get the author on here? Who wrote that? Who is that written by?
Out of my mind. Dan Wetzel.
Okay.
Wetzel. Actually, collaboration. Dan Wetzel, Josh Peter, and Jeff Passan.
Oh, I know that Jeff Passan. That's a NASCAR guy too. Yeah, that's pretty good. And I think that's the thing about it, where you go back and you look at the BCS. I know it was a pain in the ass. It was something different. But look, I think that was a better model than letting the AP and UPI, where they just ranked the teams and you had co-national champions. Back in the day, probably too young for a lot of people to remember.
That was fun though too, right? To see like Miami and Nebraska going after it.
Yeah. You'd sit there and you play the Orange Bowl on a Sunday night, and you'd be waiting for the
what the hell is this shit? How are we both champions?
Yeah. It's like two champions. That never made sense. Where the BCS they did. I mean, typically, whether you liked it or not, it seemed to get they seemed to get it right. I mean, they did seem to get it right. But God, man, isn't it? I need to get that book. I'm going to order that shit as soon as I get off of here.
Yeah, or I mean, you can just borrow it from me. I've already read it.
Oh, you already read it?
And yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you
I can lend it to you. You come on over and I'll lend you the damn book.
You lend it to me. You never get it.
What else we got to get out, man? Before we get out of here.
What else we have to talk about, my man? So did you on the Lane Kiffin thing? I know we talked about him yesterday and don't want to give him a lot of time right here. Did we talk about, or did you see the part where in that contract where if Ole Miss goes on a playoff run this year, they're going to pay him what Ole Miss was going to pay him? If Ole Miss gets in the playoffs, Ole Miss right now with Pete Golding as the head coach, if they go into the playoffs, Lane Kiffin gets $150K from LSU
just for showing up to the locker room. That's the shit of it, though, right? And
dude, if Ole Miss wins the national champion, Ole Miss right now with
you see how many recruits signed for LSU yesterday?
Yeah,
after that news broke.
Yep. And if Ole Miss wins the national championship this year with Pete Golding as the head coach, LSU is going to pay Lane $1 million. That's true.
Go Ole Miss, right?
Yeah. So I guess Lane probably he kind of is coaching them anyway, right? It's like he's rooting them on. Now that's a hell of a deal right there.
I don't think, and that's another reason why I think Ole Miss should also be in consideration for. It sucks to. I mean, how do you sit there and say, a one-loss team doesn't get an invitation to the dance, right? But you remove their entire offense, their offensive staff, their offensive coaching staff. How my question is, how productive are they going to be on offense?
It's going to be very hard because your head
Are you
coach.
saying that winning is hard, Double R?
That's a great man once said that. I don't know. A great man once said, because your head coach is a defensive guy, so you can't. Who runs the offense? But the other part of that I heard was they would have let Lane coach maybe this run in the college football playoff.
LSU would have let Lane coach.
Well, Ole Miss would have let him coach in this playoff run if he promised not to poach players and the coaching staff. Or maybe they would have if he promised. What's a promise worth?
Well, let me ask you a question. How does Lane have control over that? Like Lane can sit there and not say a damn thing, right? But he can't control if a player wants to follow him over to Baton Rouge.
They're gonna do it anyway, right?
Right.
I mean,
like,
if
how do you have that as a clause in a contract?
Yeah. Look, when I was a kid in high school, I had a really good high school football coach that I liked a whole lot. Really liked the guy. He left. He left and went somewhere else. I would have loved to go play for that guy. That's what these kids have the leverage to do now in college football, to where it's like,
well, yeah, you were also not getting paid to
right. But now they get paid and they're going to go. So he's going to take them no matter what. I mean, whether he promises or not. If Lane Kiffin promises you something, are you going to have faith that he's going to stand by his promise?
They have Olympic speed down there right now. They have Olympic speed that didn't transfer out. All right. They just turned some of the best defensive linemen into Go Tigers. Or I should say they retained them, right? And some high power, you can bet some high caliber offensive pieces are coming over from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
They
are
going to win a national championship within 3 years.
Yeah.
Mark the tape. They will win. LSU will win, and that's not breaking news, right? They usually win it, 1 out of 4 years. They will win a national championship within 3 years.
Yeah. They contend next year. When we sit here next year and we're breaking down the SEC, I guarantee you, LSU is going to be at the top.
That is why he went. I mean, you can sit there and say $90 million is a great factor, right? It really is. And being around your family is a great factor. But he is going to be up in history with Saban, Coach O, right? Coach O. And Les Miles.
I kept hearing like when he's going to make this move and they're like, he wants to be like Ed Orgeron. I'm like,
best damn clapper in the game, Les Miles.
Yeah, best clapper, and Pete Carroll, the best gum chewer. I'm like, my jaws hurt watching that dude. I'm like, God damn, my ears popping watching that guy.
My jaw still hurt.
Oh God. But yeah, it's like he will contend immediately. I mean, that LSU job, it was mentioned yesterday, and this is such a big point. There is no other university in that state. And it does produce really good. We say Texas produces great high school talent and so forth. Louisiana does too. And LSU is the only.
Bear, I get you, Bear. I understand what you're saying here, but that's the loyalty to Louisiana, to all the kids coming out of Louisiana, is to LSU. Rather, there's just no other place to go, right? And they got a ton of athletes there, man. They're staying home, and they're definitely staying home. And man, Lane's going to win one within 3 years.
He is. I mean, when you look, I mean, yes, I get the loyalty thing, and I think it would be great for somebody not like Lane Kiffin, not, the personality traits, the Lane Kiffin that we have grown to know.
How much loyalty is in Lane's veins, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like when the whole thing came down to, do you want to stay at Ole Miss and be the one that builds this thing? They haven't won a national championship since 1962, all this shit. Do you want to be that guy that puts them on the map, or do you want to go to Baton Rouge and be the coach of the LSU fucking Tigers? What? I mean, Lane Kiffin, no brainer. He's a him guy. He's a him guy. I thought he was. I thought he'd go to Florida. Actually, Wags, I really thought he'd go to Florida.
Yeah.
But
I honestly thought he was going to stay there. But then when the revelation, or not the revelation, just I remembered the fact that his daughter does go to Baton Rouge.
Yeah,
that's icing on the cake. I mean, if you're a dad, right, to be around your family, to be around your kids, especially after they left the nest, and it's a very vulnerable state for young individuals to be in when they just leave home and they're trying to figure stuff out. You kind of want to be, around as close as possible to your kids, or at least just from my experience. We were thinking about moving wherever Reed went, just so we can kind of, have like a little bit of an annex, so that he can kind of anchor down and just have some type of just a home base whenever he needed to get away from college. But again, that's not healthy though either. You got to go out and let your, not to make a parental guidance speech here, but you got to let your kid kind of breathe and figure out what the hell they want to do and kind of be their own person. But still, it's just, as a dad, man, it's just, for me, it's just hard to kind of let go. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And to Bear's point,
sorry to make that into a dad thing.
It's all right, man. That's
a morning show, guys. It's a morning show.
That's right. You get a little NPR here sometimes, and so forth and so on. To Bear's point right here, I can't find it right here. So here's the thing. That's the problem. How do you know he won't wait and find a better opportunity in 2 to 3 years?
I don't think there's a better opportunity in college football right now. Or even in 2 to 3 years, I don't think there's going to be a better opportunity than LSU.
And on the other part of that, in 2 to 3 years, if he ain't winning, they're going to find a better.
They're going to get rid of him.
They're going to fucking run him out of town.
They ain't going to mess with it. And here would be a turnoff for me, right? It's football is political in Baton Rouge, right? Like and we saw that come to fruition this year. Like the governor gets involved. Like stay out of my shit. You know what I mean? Like that would be a turnoff for me, right? That would be a little bit of reluctancy for me, but still, like, to your point, if he ain't winning in 3 years, he's out the damn door.
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean, look at Ohio State last year. They won a national championship. People still wanted to run Ryan Day out of town because he couldn't fucking beat Michigan.
Right.
And
he needed to win this year. He needed to beat Michigan this year.
And James Franklin's a play away from being in the damn final. Where's he at? He's not at the school that he was coaching last year, baby, at this time.
He's in Blacksburg. He's in Blacksburg, Virginia right now.
Yeah. So he may find a better opportunity. LSU may find a better coach in 2 years. That's the way this shit happens. We were talking about Tom Herman. Remember, this guy has potential written all over him. Stole him from Houston. We don't know where he is. MIA.
Yeah. Lane and Bear says Lane don't care about your kids. I don't know that for sure. Here's what I do know. I feel like the only one that did care about your kids back in the day, I guess, was Saban. But even then, Saban cared about winning, right? But he and Terry would always say, how are we growing, boys into becoming young men. That's I guess what Saban and Terry would often talk about, or at least that's just the rumors or the shit that I hear, from third parties. But
Mack and Sally, I think were good. They truly cared about it. And again, this Texas Sports Unfiltered, but Mack and Sally, truly, genuinely good people. It seemed like that took care of people. But other than that,
for sure, Mack. Yeah, I mean, 100%. But I'm saying the last coach that I saw in was, I think, would be Saban. But David Keith Williams, this guy knows ball, man. Kiffin can win a national championship at LSU 100%. Kiffin will win a national championship within 3 years.
Yeah. The only other two people that care about your kids, Mr. Rogers and Captain Kangaroo. That's it. That's it.
But don't tell me I ain't got nothing to do.
Hey, Wags, can you give me 5 minutes? I need to
go ahead.
One thing downstairs. Be right back.
You're counting flowers on the wall? I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to go count some flowers. Be right back.
Gotcha.
Hey, y'all brought up Mack. By the way, great guy. I do think he definitely cared.
For sure.
But what made Mack great, such a great recruiter, face for whatever university he worked at, whatever you want to call him, leader, whatnot. What made him so great, he was whoever you wanted him to be at all times. And
I always felt like I got the same guy because I got to be around him a couple of times, right? But he was
I just meant his ability to kind of be a chameleon. He could be whoever you wanted him to be.
The flip code. No, I got you.
Yeah, and recruiting was obviously a lot different then, but he would get like 90% of his class committed at the junior day, and those kids wouldn't even get offered till the junior day, and they commit on the spot. So, yeah, but it is interesting. Like, he's obviously too old now. I think there's no way good reason for him to want to get back into coaching. But imagine what 40, 50-year-old Mack Brown does in the NIL era at Texas,
Yeah, bro, that's a scary thought, man. With the resources at Texas? Ooh.
Yeah, because there's, I talk about it a lot. The
Rob Baber said when Mack looked into your eyes, he felt like you would just melt.
Yeah, but Steve Sarkeesian, the current staff.
You know what I mean? Melted a good, your dad was talking to you.
Steve Sarkeesian and in the current staff at Texas, they do a good job. Mack did a great job relationship-wise. It's changed a bit. People say the relationship is more important in today's college football than it has been. I don't think that's true because money's still the driving factor, but it's still important. If you're Texas, yeah, you can money whip a lot of kids, but not all of them are going to go for the bag. And the ones that do, how does that work out with them in the locker room, in your culture, the C word Sark loves to use and all that? How does that work? Because there are times they, don't put enough effort into the relationship. And then at the end, they come with a big bag of money. And the kid's like, you're trying to buy me. I'm going to Oklahoma.
Right.
That's what Michael Fasusi did, who is the best true freshman offensive lineman in college football. And at one point was literally trying to recruit kids to join him at Texas, even though he wasn't committed. And that's obviously the prime example. He's a really good player. It's a really big fuck up, but it happens. That's a kid we're going to be talking about for a long time because he will probably play in the NFL for a long time. And hey, I'm with y'all on this. Mack was great until after he won the Natty. After that, it was trying to get his name on the stadium. I don't know about the second sentence, but I definitely think he took his foot off the gas and, got
thing that I can say
so
about that.
Focused on landing the specific types of players he landed. Tyrone Swoops, Vince Young. I've talked about the Lima Sweet thing, and I've talked about, I think I talked about this with my dad, but how Colt McCoy, her game, set Texas back several years as a program because are y'all ready for this? Is me and Hudson Standish's conspiracy. It's not really a conspiracy, it's kind of fact, but I don't know. So Colt McCoy gets hurt right in the championship game. All the Texas fans, everyone looks at it, goes, hey, we win this game if he plays and doesn't get hurt. I don't think that's true. I think that Alabama team was winning no matter what. If that Alabama team wins no matter what by more than a touchdown, 2 touchdowns, things change in Austin. What do I mean by things changing? Well, at that time, Mack operated as a CEO head coach. No offers are sent out unless Mack approved it. No kids or takes unless Mack approved it. Mack built the board. He did not have a personnel recruiting scouting team. He had one, but it was a tenth of the fraction or a tenth of the size of what recruiting personnel scouting teams are nowadays, right? Why did recruiting personnel scouting teams become so important? Well, Nick Saban got to LSU and went, oh, wow, this is Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's. We need the best players. He then went to the NFL. And he's in the NFL, and he's like, whoa, we have an entire staff of 12+ people whose jobs are to scout these players and find out everything about them in the draft. So when he went from Miami, the Dolphins, to Alabama, he brought some of those guys, and he was the first person in college football to create an actual personnel and scouting team operation. So at Alabama, they had a better scouting operation and evaluation operation on how to identify the top players. They spent more hours recruiting those players than anyone else. And they also got, the money system figured out under the table. Right. That's why they were unstoppable and landed everyone they wanted. If Texas loses that game with a healthy Colt McCoy by several touchdowns, I firmly believe the Texas, athletics people are like, Mack, you have to use Nick Saban's approach, because they were already trying to get him to do that, and he did not want to do it.
Yeah.
And since there's the, if Colt got hurt, we would have won if he didn't. And they still lost.
That fallback. There's that crutch. Yeah.
Texas and none of them, he was never forced to create a scouting personnel he was never forced to do that because they said, oh, we lost because Colt got hurt. So the final 3 to 4 years of Mack were a shit show because he was operating and recruiting like it was still 2002 and it was 2012, 2013. There's levels to it. And whenever Texas hired Charlie Strong, the Texas athletics folks, yeah, you're all good. They forced him to hire and build a scouting personnel recruiting operation because no one was really doing that at the time besides Saban, and no one really wanted to do it because no one wanted to spend that much time on recruiting.
Right.
They didn't look at it the same way they do now. And so Charlie Strong forced to create a scouting personnel operation. J.M. Jones, who's currently the director of player personnel at Texas, he's the longest tenured staff member, was on that initial staff with Charlie Strong as like a college intern or whatnot. He was a student at Texas at the time, and he's worked his way up. J.M. Jones, currently the DPP, like I said, he's been there since the year one of Charlie Strong as a college intern and has worked his way up. He stayed there. And he was in the room whenever the first personnel recruiting scouting team was built at Texas. But, yeah, my conspiracy theory, if Colt doesn't get hurt and they lose that game by 2 of them, there you go.
And I'm totally with you on that, dude, because I've never really – I'm glad you said that because it always is Texas would have won that game if Colt hadn't got hurt. How do we know that? He was trying to score a touchdown when it happened, I guess, is what we are going back to. But if you remember correctly, and this has been, I don't know the full details of this whole story, but that game right there was so impactful on this program because the table was set for everything to be passed off to Will Muschamp. Will Muschamp was the coach in waiting. Here we go. This is going to take us into the new era. But then when Colt got hurt and you lost the game because Colt got hurt, that's what extended the Mack Brown run. And in my opinion, love Mack Brown, derailed the program for a long time because of what you're talking about. They weren't in the modern times at that point with recruiting and doing different things that you had to do. So that era there, and how long, like you talk about with Charlie, and then you have Humann that we were talking about. That game gave you all these years of just fucking turmoil off of that one game. It's crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, think about it. Like that game, if they lose by multiple or whatnot, and, he gets forced into this personnel scouting recruiting operation, having to build it like Saban at Bama. Does he still want Johnny Manziel to play defensive back? Does he still want RG3 to play defensive back?
Yeah.
Something to think about. Maybe. I don't know. But, yeah, it is, kind of funny or interesting y'all bring up the 08 team. My dad will go to his grave believing the 08 team is better than the 05 team. He thinks that's the best team Texas has ever rostered.
I think I agree with that. That was,
and we all know what Blake Gideon did.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and the thing is, like with all of that time, like I've talked about, like with Sarkeesian right now and everything that he's doing, we put these Mack Brown teams and all of that. There's a lot of swings and misses, that 08 team being the biggest one of them all. But when you go back and you look at it with Mack, by the time that he won that national championship, you had already gone 5 or 6 years to where you had the whole Applewhite Sims mess, and you had all of these really, really good teams, Jordan, and you're playing in the damn Holiday Bowl every year. You know, so that's where I think Texas fans need to be a little patient here with Sarkeesian, because he's kind of on that same track. And I got to tell you, I get nostalgic about shit. If Texas plays Michigan this year in the Citrus Bowl, who did Texas play the year before in a bowl game? Although it was the Rose Bowl before the national championship, it was Michigan. So there's that.
Yeah. Hey, pretty much everyone. I mean, we'll see after the rankings tonight. Have a much clearer read on it, but pretty much everyone that does or puts out bowl predictions has predicted Texas to meet the Michigan Wolverines in Orlando's Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Yeah.
I thought the Cheez-It Bowl and Citrus Bowl were two different things, but I guess they're now the same. The main thing I'm worried about Texas potentially playing in that game, how many times you're going to have to watch that dumbass Cheez-It commercial. Like, how has Cheez-It not come up with a new commercial? That thing's like 10 years old. It plays like 3 times a week or 3 times each college game. So someone who's on multi-view 12 hours of the day.
There it is.
I mean, like, I seriously, the amount of college football I've watched in my lifetime, I probably have spent at least honestly, maybe 20 hours of my lifetime watching that Cheez-It commercial. Like, seriously, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. So,
I got to tell you, yes. It would be great to be in the college football playoff. And that's what Wags and I were talking about, Jordan. It's like, look, it's just, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. I mean, it will take some shit to happen this week. I think if some stuff would have happened this past weekend, maybe, but you're not going to be afforded that opportunity. Look forward to a Michigan matchup. I think that would be great. I saw one other, I forget where it was, where I saw maybe Texas against Miami. Hey man, I'd be excited to see that. I mean, who opts not to play? That's the other part. You know, do guys start opting not to play in a bowl game because of the lack of magnitude and so forth and so on? But I think if you're a Texas player, I think you should play. There's no reason not to play. So
yeah, I mean,
kind of need to focus on that.
Look, like Anthony Hill ain't playing in no bowl game. Right. He's not. I don't think Malik Muhammad would. I think Michael Taft would.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a little different for him. Jelani McDonald goes into the NFL or wants to do that. Probably sits out. You know, maybe he makes a decision after the game and plays. I don't know. And like personally, Texas played Michigan last year. I'd rather see Texas play Miami. That'd be more intriguing.
Me too.
I think Miami has better personnel, better horses to match up with Texas than Michigan does. You know, playing Bryce Underwood would be cool, but I mean, Texas plays him in year 3 in 2028. So, or 2027, sorry. And what will be his likely final year of Michigan before leaving early for the draft. So, I don't know. And also, like, dude, Michigan is just so boring. I cannot get around watching them. I would kind of love to see them fire Sharon Moore, which I think I brought it up earlier this fall, is possible. And they could apparently get him for cause as well. So we will see.
Yeah.
But but hey, I want to talk some recruiting because I didn't really get to yesterday.
Yep.
Texas picked up 2 commitments over the weekend. The biggest one, Jermaine Carlton, top 247 lineman out of Temple, a top 5 winningest program in Texas high school football history, by the way. The Temple Wildcats, blue front, white back. Took official visits to Texas Tech, LSU, Baylor, and Texas in the summer. Texas, they were the early leader all for June of last year. You know, we're leading right away. That was kind of the school. He didn't really grow up rooting for a school, but when he was watching college football on TV, it was Texas. Obviously, you know, Temple produced Taquan Graham, Jared Wiley, the tight ends. who's originally signed to play for Humann and then spent a year or two with Sark before going in the portal, going to TCU, where he had, played in a national championship, didn't really compete for one, but played for one. And then they also had on that same TCU team, the dude who can't catch, Quentin Johnston, folks might forget, was actually a Texas commit at one point, and Gary Patterson flipped him from going to play for Tom Herman. What a decision from that young man. Turned out pretty well for him. So, yeah, there's some long history in Temple with the Wildcats, even Davion Curtis, who started his career at Texas, didn't finish it there. He is actually on the Temple High School football staff. So a lot of connections. There's a few Baylor players that was part of it as well. But, things are kind of weird. In the spring, Texas stopped talking to him as much. Meanwhile, Baylor, LSU, A&M turned the heat all the way up. Like whenever I went by Temple in late February or in March, Baylor and SMU were actually leading. And I was blown away because at one point I went out and saw Carlton in late summer 2024 in the season 2024. And one of his buddies on the team that I know pretty well, I was talking to him and I'm like, hey, man, like Jamarian, is he really going to go to Baylor? Because, some kids from the 254 area, they want to stay there. Other ones, kind of like Kobe Black, pay no attention to Baylor because it's Baylor and they want to leave that area. And he was like, nah, Jamarian's not going to Baylor. He's not stupid. I was like, okay. So for a long time, I'm like, this kid isn't going to Baylor. That spring, they really turned it up on him, made it clear to him he was the number one prospect on the board. And then Texas, who didn't even have an OV scheduled until the final week of May, kind of came back mid to late May, turned up the heat on him, and we're in it. I'm not going to publish this until February when we do our behind the scenes, but I think I can talk about it now. On his Texas official visit, he has denied to me several times he's silently committed. I have it from someone on staff and guest of another official visitor. He did silently commit. He had an A&M official visit the next week. It was scheduled, and then it was off the schedule because A&M heard he silently committed, called him about it. He was like, no, I didn't. And they're like, okay, cool. And they canceled his OV. They canceled his OV.
Jeez.
And that weekend or a weekend after that, instead of officially visiting A&M or something, he was at the state 7-on-7 tournament supporting Temple, who was playing in College Station. And I was talking to him off the record, like, hey, what happened with A&M? This is what I heard. And he's like, yeah, that's basically what went down. And he was like, it's kind of bullshit because, they were the only school I was really considering besides Texas. They could have gotten me and changed my mind. And I was like, damn. So A&M blew up the whole thing by themselves effectively. Canceled that OV, didn't visit anywhere that weekend, and then went on an OV to Baylor. They absolutely crushed it, maintained a lot of momentum, and then he committed, I think it was July 10th or something like that, to Baylor. And then Texas kind of backed off for a little bit, re-engaged in around late August, and stayed on them throughout the year as Baylor began to crumble. And now they're 5-7 without who was formerly their top commit, Jamarian Carlton. They've also lost Jamarian Vincent. And they are very likely to lose Jordan Clay, who's a top 247 receiver. Look at this. From 27 to 52 in 3 days from losing 2 commits, their top 2 ranked commits. And if Jordan Clay flips, which he is going to flip to Washington before signing there at some point in the next few days, it's happening. They're going to be in the 60s.
Damn.
And
so, Jordan, how much of that? I know that money's involved here, and I want to ask you this: how much of that is Dave Aranda with stuff like that?
Yeah. So I was told whenever Jamarian Carlton showed up for the Vanderbilt game, because he took 3 Texas visits in a row: Vanderbilt, Arkansas, A&M, and he silently committed to the Texas staff. What would have been 2 weeks ago yesterday. So the Monday after the Georgia game, I think. Yeah, the Monday after the Georgia game, he called Texas and committed over the phone. And then came for the Arkansas game later that week, and then A&M last weekend was at Vandy. when he visited for Vandy, I made some calls to people in Waco. I'm like, hey, are they going to fire Randall? What's going on here? They're 5-4 at that time, and I was told, hey, if he doesn't make a bowl game, he'll probably will get fired. But at the same time, they really want to keep him because the decision makers at Baylor love him because he's a nice guy and good face of the university. And they don't want to make a hire in this coaching carousel. And then they went 0-3 in their last 3 games. They finished 5-7. They're not going to be in a bowl game. But they have not announced anything. Haven't said he's fired. They said it like 2 weeks ago he'll have his job back this year or next year, which is crazy. One of the things that was cited was how he's recruiting. Well, they just lost their top 3 commits, or they lost their top 2 or about to lose, their remaining highest commits. So, yeah, Bear, they are getting ready for basketball season up there in Waco. And for Baylor, I can't imagine being a Baylor fan right now. Seriously, there's nothing to look forward to. You're not supposed to be rebuilding in year 6 or year 7.
Yeah.
There's no new car smell from hiring a new coordinator or hiring a new D coordinator because they probably won't fire the guys he has now because he's too nice. It is top to bottom a shit show. And honestly,
yep.
I really hope y'all can hear this because this is one of the funniest crash outs I've ever seen. From anyone in the media space, please tell me this. Y'all can hear this audio. This is Locked on Baylor, a Baylor podcast, live reacting to Jamari Carlton flipping. Let's get this turned up. Let me know if you can hear it.
All right.
Wait, I'm stupid. This thing's playing over my AirPods. Hold on. Let me take these out.
Don't do Abdul Carter over here. Be careful.
Hey, I forgot to ask Wags about that.
We talked about it.
Posted he was watching porn and would miss the first series.
Yeah.
And then he missed the first series.
Missed the first series. I'm like, the second time that's happened to him, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and they said
I don't know if it was porn the other time.
They said he missed it because he was tardy or late to a team meeting. We'll see.
Yeah, he's tardy.
Right. Rod, you got to let me know if you can
Yeah.
hear this. I really hope so, because it's hilarious. Can you hear it?
No. Is there a little there's a volume thing down on the bottom? Yeah, click the little right there.
It's up.
Oh, it doesn't have an X, does it? See. If there's an X there, see if you can unclick the X.
No, there's not.
Okay.
It's all good. Well, hey, y'all go check this out at Locked on Baylor. It's one of their recent videos. It's hilarious. It's worth the 2 minutes. The dude basically just melts down and
for Baylor being a shit show breaks that down as well. Yeah. All right. You got me. I just put my AirPods back in. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I got you. See, I truly thought, when we were breaking down conferences and all that at the beginning of this year, I thought that Baylor, I had pretty high hopes for Baylor because I thought that they would be, until I knew what Texas Tech was spending at the bank. Once I figured that part out, it's like, okay, well, there you go.
Man, I need to send Will a text. We bet money at some point. I think that Baylor wouldn't win 10 games or 9 games.
Yeah.
And I was like, hell yeah, we'll bet whatever. I don't even remember what we bet. I already paid the parent of the Texas Tech commit that I bet on Tech season with. So, yeah, but I need my money from Mr. Turbo. All right, going to talk about the other commit, and then we'll get into some big 2027s. And if y'all have any questions for signing day 2026 related, just drop them in the chat and we will hit on them. So Texas got a big one on Saturday morning, Easton Royal out of Brother Martin in New Orleans. One of the most electric players in the country, regardless of class. He's gone 4-4-1 on the laser at Under Armour, New Orleans, verified, documented, same stuff that the NFL Combine uses. And then at Under Armour's Future 50, it's an invite-only kind of select showcase or whatnot that they host at IMG every June, I believe. He went 4.29 on those lasers, which set the record for the 40-yard dash at that camp. And, I mean, there's a shit ton of NFL guys that have gone to that showcase camp. So Huge deal. Now, CB brings up the main question everyone asks. How long is it going to be until he flips to LSU? I don't know. But definitely something we're tracking. I mean, Texas knew what the deal was. You don't take a commitment from a 5-star New Orleans kid not knowing, you're going to have to fend off LSU, keep them from visiting. How are they going to handle that? I don't know. The good thing is there's a dead period in effect for about a month, so they got a month to kind of figure things out during this honeymoon period. But no, a lot of people think he's reclassifying to 2026. I've checked in on that. I've been told no, or told no in a different way. Not expecting it. Could it happen? Yes, it can. I'm almost positive Louisiana is one of the states that's easier to reclass, but tremendous receiver prospect. And I mean, for all the people that have been begging for speed on the outside after seeing Worthy, Matt Golden, and then Evan Stewart and Decorin Moore go elsewhere, this is your guy. Because Jermaine Bishop's special, but he's more quick than fast, Jermaine is. And it's 0 to 60 acceleration, not really, top end burner speed, even though, he is fast and can run away from folks. So with Royal, yeah, it's Worthy type of speed. He's super twitchy. He can be a slot, outside, whatever it is. And he had 53 receptions as a junior, and 18 of them were touchdowns.
Wow.
So about a third of the time he touches the ball, he's cribbing it. Yeah, Jake Bayless brings it up. Awesome name, awesome player. And Texas beat out LSU, Ole Miss, and Oregon for him. But again, this is a long way to go in this one. So we will see.
And it seems like that's an impact now guy. If you get that dude in there, that's a guy that's ready to play right now, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, he would play day one at Texas. I firmly believe that. Different level of speed than they currently have in that room. Ryan Wingo's obviously fast, but it's running in a straight line, and even then, Easton Royal's faster than him. So, yeah, really like this get for Texas a lot. Gonna talk some other 2026 names. Bryson Martinez, a guy we're watching. We're going to be watching until LSU posts. They have his letter of intent, paperwork, whatever you want to call it. Talking to people at Texas, they do think he's going to sign with LSU. LSU and Lane Kiffin have not formally announced if Brad Davis is going to have his job retained next year. He's LSU's O-line coach. Or if they're going to, hire a new O-line coach. I think their chances of keeping Martinez are definitely higher if Davis is retained. But again, has not been announced. And with or without Davis, Texas still thinks he's going to sign with LSU. So, yeah, but one we're watching, also a chance he signs in February, which would be very interesting. LSU obviously wants him to sign in December. So does Texas. But if he waits till February, that could be something. And, yeah, Jake Bayless, I'd put it at 20%. Whenever Texas is this direct and telling us they think the kid's going elsewhere, he almost ends up elsewhere. They're not really ones to throw smoke screens when they're trying to keep a kid's commitment quiet. They just won't respond. So, yeah. And then Josiah Vilmail, Fort Bend Travis corner out of the Houston area. 85 3-star right now, but is going to get a bump to an 87 or 88 before rankings finalized. Ended up taking the OV to K-State this weekend. Originally, the plan was, if the Texas OV went well, he would cancel the remaining ones. It went well, but he's still taking them. From what we've put together, Texas is not taking his commitment until they know on Trey Davis. So, yeah, that's kind of the deal there with Vilmail. Speaking of Trey Davis, currently a UCLA commit, very unlikely to end up signing with UCLA. They did officially announce the hire of the JMU coach, I think, yesterday evening. But signing period goes into effect Wednesday, ends Friday, and the dead period is already in effect. So, he can't go visit UCLA and meet the new staff in person unless he wants to wait to sign in February. This is a kid who graduates high school this month, so that is not going to be happening. Washington, Wisconsin are the other schools trying to flip him alongside Texas. Had him on campus for an official visit this past weekend. Saw the big win over A&M, got to hang out around Austin, first ever time being in Austin. As far as where we're leaning on this one, don't have a super clear read. He's playing his cards close to the vest. I still think he is working on this decision. Reached out to him for reaction after the visit this weekend, and I mean, he was giving me like 3-word responses. So kind of wants it to be a surprise, keeping it close to the vest. And with that, Texas doesn't have a super clear read on it either. But again, Teray Davis, what ends up happening with him has a direct effect on Josiah Vilmail. If Davis wants to commit to Texas, we expect Vilmail to end up at Kansas State or Arizona State or elsewhere. If Davis sticks with UCLA or flips to Washington or Wisconsin, well, then Josiah Vilmail will likely be a Longhorn. So there's that. Some notable 27s on campus. The number 1 overall prospect in the country was in town. First ever trip to Texas. Georgia has long been kind of the leader in this one. Obviously an in-state, point of attack player. Kirby Smart will always be all over him, but also his pops, David Jacobs, former defensive lineman at Georgia. And he has a younger brother who's a top 100 prospect in the 2028 class. He was also on campus, but again, Georgia's kind of the big one in here. Florida State's involved. I highly doubt he goes there. And then Miami, Oregon, A&M, Notre Dame is also a really big one, and Alabama is as well. So, classic number 1 overall prospect recruitment. It's going to be a dog fight, but Texas feels like it went really well for it being his first time. They think they can get him back on campus. And I mean, I haven't really gathered a reaction from Jacobs. So, but at least from the Texas side, they think it went well. John Meredith, nation's number 1 corner out of Euless Trinity. In my eyes, the best cornerback the state of Texas has produced in the last few years, not named Devin Sanchez. They're pretty comparable, but I would go Sanchez over him. That's just a personal preference, though. Right now, Bama, A&M, Ohio State, and Texas are kind of the schools. Texas kind of the 4th one, though. Penn State was a really big one. He liked James Franklin a lot. The whiteout stadium atmosphere up there, got to see it too, but they've completely fallen out of it since they fired James Franklin. SMU is also in it. Would be very unexpected if he ends up there, though. And it was a big visit. I mean, this kid hasn't been on campus since June. He showed up to camp, worked out, even though he already had the offer. Before that, he hadn't been on campus since Texas played Mississippi State. So,
oh wow,
getting him back is huge, especially because A&M has been his leader for a few months now, and getting to see Texas kind of put a little belt of ass in person is, that's good for Texas's chances.
Yep.
He definitely said it improved their chances in his recruitment, and it changed a lot of things. So, good to know there. Armani Edwards at Cy Ranch. Nation's number 1 offensive tackle in 2028. Second visit to Texas this season. I believe the first one was for UTEP or Sam Houston. It was one of the non-conference games. Awesome prospect. Started at left tackle for Cy Ranch, playing 6A ball since his freshman year. Like every game of his high school career he started in. Kind of a cool story. Originally from Wichita Falls. Didn't really grow up liking a team, even though that's kind of, Texas Tech territory. Texas, Nebraska, Texas A&M, and I think like Alabama are kind of the early schools there. I don't know why we don't have a Bama offer on his profile. But long way to go on this one. Texas doing a lot of early things, or good early things, though. Here's another big one in 2027. We have him ranked 59th in the country, but he did just reclass from 2028. He did that at the beginning of November. And in 2028, he was the number 3 overall prospect, number 1 defensive lineman in the country. The schools in the mix, Notre Dame, they're the leader on the crystal ball, and they are the leader in their recruitment. But after that, I'd go Texas, Bama, Georgia, Oregon, USC. A few of his family members have gone there, but they're not, really in that group of schools I just mentioned. And then, Michigan, Arizona State is hosting them. They're also going to, be in the top 10. We'll put out next month. But first ever trip to Texas, showed up early Friday morning, left early Saturday morning, made the trip down with his parents. And Texas kind of treated it like an official visit. He was only there for a day, but got to see a bit of the campus, got to learn about the business school, the McComb School of Business. That is, the school he'll be studying in if he comes to Texas. And he enjoyed that. Johnny Nanson's the primary recruiter because he's a West Coast kid that's also Polynesian. So he enjoyed getting to catch up with him, met with Steve Sarkeesian and Kenny Baker as well. And also actually shared some I don't know why. That's weird. It's not showing up on here. Shared some photos from the visit too with yours truly. Let me get these pulled up.
Nice.
There's kind of a funny one of Sark here. I'll put it on a little faster than Google. Here he is with Sark before the game. So tells kind of a priority, not kind of, very much a priority guy. Sark doesn't stop and talk to everyone. And he made sure with Marcus, and just you can kind of see the frame like an NFL player if he avoids injuries. Rare body type for the D-line. Kind of a souped-up version of Jermaine Carlton where, like, he can project to really any spot on the D-line. And he plays for Orange Lutheran in the Trinity League, which is, arguably the best league district in high school football in America. Modern Day's in there, Servite, St. John Bosco. And he started since his freshman year and has led, or as a sophomore, led Orange Lutheran in sacks, tackles for loss, hurries, QB hits, and he was their second leading tackler, like a total dude.
Yeah.
So really good news for Texas. Asked, hey, where do they kind of move up on the list after this? And he said they definitely went into the top 3. So good news there. And like everyone else in the race, they're chasing Notre Dame. Last, but certainly not least, Ismail Kamara, the Frenchman out of Gilmer.
The Frenchie.
Believe it or not, Rodney, this cat's originally from France.
Nice.
And then played some American football in middle school, kind of got found by these international scouts as a freshman. Was at Clearwater Academy in Clearwater, Florida, and then ended up in Gilmer. Don't ask me how that happened.
Yeah, man, that's a hell of a stretch right there.
Yeah, Gilmer, it's funny. Gilmer, Carthage, and like these other East Texas schools will have kids transfer program to program and play the next year, and no one cares. And like a kid moves in from France, and they're like, "Oh, now we draw the line." Like he wasn't allowed to play varsity as a sophomore because he was ruled ineligible because of transfer rules.
Right.
And it's like he came from out of state. Like y'all are,
come on, man.
And Gilmer's down as a program right now. Like they lost in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if like he went to Allen or something like that. It'd be like, come on now.
Yeah,
what's going on here?
But Texas, second visit to Texas this season was also at the Sam Houston game. I can read you his reaction. He always has, a few paragraphs he types that are pretty good. This is what he said. What a game. What a night. I was in DKR for the Sam Houston game, and the atmosphere is great, but this was like the Super Bowl. The first half was back and forth, but the second half was dominated by Texas. The way they ran the ball and got pressure on Marcel Reed in the second half was the difference in the game, I think. I'm all about trench warfare. I'm all about an electric atmosphere under Friday Night Lights. I think both of those teams should be in the college football playoff. If it is about getting the 12 best teams in, then Texas and A&M must be in the group. Arch Manning was the best QB who was not yet in the NFL, leading the best college football team in the country last night in that atmosphere. Say what you want, but I don't think anybody in college football would have beaten Texas last night in DKR.
Damn,
that's what
he's got a feature in sports radio too, man. That's a good hard hitting. It's a good take right there from that young dude.
Yeah, hey, it is kind of cool. In all of his offers, he posts like a kind of graphic collage.
Yeah,
some French stuff on there, and he'll type like three paragraphs. Like Alabama offered him, and he's like, the powerhouse Nick Saban built. Like it's pretty cool. I like it. One of the better stories in college football recruiting, the big freshman. So that's what we got. I'm going to hit on some of these questions, and then we're going to talk some Texas high school football.
Jordan, right quick. So before we get to tomorrow, so this is actually it's tomorrow through the 5th. Is that right? 3 through 5 when you can early sign. Is that right?
Yes. So the way it works, local time, Samari Matthews and James Johnson, Derek Cooper are probably going to be the first. Okay, actually, I'll start there.
You still
letter
have
of
to
intents
fax
are
it
gone.
in? You fax it in still?
Well, that's gone. There's no more letter of intent because the rules have changed
Oh.
and things have changed.
Okay.
Now, binding paperwork is what it is called. And the binding paperwork is a signed financial aid agreement because athletes on scholarship need financial aid, apparently. But that's the binding agreement, a financial aid doc. So they sign that. The timing and the rules and the timing are still the same, where you can't sign until 8 a.m. local time.
Okay.
So like Samari Matthews, Derek Cooper will probably get posted by the official Texas football account at 7:01, 7:02 a.m. tomorrow. Hey, by the way, Jared Curtis just flipped from Georgia to Vanderbilt. Who told you this was happening like a month and a half ago?
There it is. My man right there.
Yeah, no, hey, it is nice when I hear national stuff that has nothing to do with Texas and I don't have to protect anyone, like sourcing or anything. And it's like the blast radius from the show isn't huge. So,
yeah.
But yeah, Jared Curtis, the Vanderbilt, a few Vanderbilt people have, been confident it's a done deal for, like mid-October, the first time he visited. I think it was the week they played LSU or whenever they had game day on campus. A big one for Vanderbilt. Georgia, I'm sure they're going to call Diabell. I don't know if he picks up or what he says, but I expect him to sign with Texas. But back to signing day. 8 a.m. local times when they can send it in. So around 8, that's when we'll start seeing in-state kids. And, Hayward Howard in Louisiana, his will pop up. And what Texas posts, it'll, just be like signed, sealed, delivered for each player. And they can't post that until they've received the financial aid document signing or whatever. So, yeah. And for those curious, Hank and I still need to confirm this with all of them, but I'm like 90% positive all 24 Texas's commits are going to be enrolling in January. Some in December for like bowl practices, but they can't play in the bowl game. They can just practice and then be in street clothes and sweatpants with the jersey over it on game day. But yeah, Nathaniel Loper asks, is he better than Decorian Moore from Oregon? Talking about Easton Royal. I wouldn't go there. I need to watch Easton Royal, more of him, but through 3 years, Decorian Moore is the only freshman that has ever started for Reginald Samples at Duncanville or anywhere for Reginald Samples. Dallas Lincoln, Dallas Skyline, the only freshman that has ever started was Decorian Moore. I saw him several times his freshman year, but like the time I knew he was special, knew he was different. They met North Shore in the state championship game. They met them several times, but his freshman year they met them. And that's when North Shore had Denver Harris. Denver Harris is a senior. And Decorian Moore did whatever he wanted to do to Denver Harris, who is a senior 5-star, and Decorian was a freshman playing varsity. And all of us in the press box are like, that's the number one receiver in the country for 2025. And that's what he ended up being. But with Decorian, I wouldn't go there with Easton Royal. I think they're comparable. I think they're close, but Decorian produced 3 years in a row in the District of Doom, the hardest football district and the best football state in America. And I think went over 1,000 yards 4 years in a row. Also hit like 10.4, didn't run quite as fast as Royal. I think Decorian at Under Armour got to like 4.47. But Royal's hit like 10.3 flat in the 100-meter and 4.29. So a little bit faster. I wouldn't say he's like as much of a surefire thing as Decorian, just because we could have told you Decorian would have been this good 4 years ago, 5 years ago when we saw him as a freshman. Like there are some guys that are just so talented, so God gifted that it just jumps off the page from everyone else. But yeah, let's see what other stuff. Jose said, Jordan, I've seen less flips for top guys recently, maybe due to advances in NIL payments. Yes. The commit now bags are very much a thing. Players from some schools, depending on how good they are and what, I guess, leverage they have, are also getting monthly payments. Some of these monthly payments have contracts where it's legal. Even in states where it's illegal, there's still contracts, but I don't know how that works. Like, for example, USC, the reason they have the number one class, they paid a lot of those kids to commit and are giving them monthly payments. That's legal in California for in-state commits, but it's not in the state of Texas. And they're still doing it in the state of Texas. With what USC is doing, it's, hey, let's say you commit April 8 months ago, right? And we're paying you $50K a month. So he's made, $400K from USC. If he flips to another school, that player owes the $400K back to USC. But it's illegal in the state of Texas. But there's a contract that both teams signed, both parties signed.
It's binding.
Can USC enforce that contract? Is USC going to take an 18-year-old and his family to court? And could they even win, even if there isn't? That is the thing I'm waiting to see, the breaking point. And that is also in that contract. Everyone knows the old Dabo rule. Once you commit, if you visit elsewhere, we're pulling your scholarship. You're not really committed if you do that. USC is doing the same thing and putting it into the contract. You don't get as much money if you start visiting elsewhere. That's why guys are committing.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And so Xavier Griffin, I can talk about it because it is legal in Georgia, was getting paid and I think committed in January or November of last year to USC and was committed until March or April. And he got in total from the upfront payment and the monthly payments around $250K. And he had to pay back, I think, 50 or 70% or all of it. And I heard from someone the day before he showed up at Texas on a visit, hey, this kid is trying to find a school that will pay this money because his family, they don't have all of it still to pay it back. And I was like, damn, that's weird. I know Texas is trying to get him on campus. It makes a lot more sense why they can't. And then he showed up and USC lost their shit and was like, hey, if you're going to do this and take visits elsewhere, you need to decommit. And he did. Did he pay the money back? I don't know. Has Alabama wired USC money since he's now committed out to Alabama? I don't know. And I won't ever get the answers to those questions. So it's very interesting. But yes, Jose, to answer this, yes, kids are getting paid to commit, monthly payments. Some are getting paid to sign.
That's what I was going to say. So they have signing bonuses, quote unquote, right? If you sign, you get this bonus here. Can they do that, or does it have to be broken out into a monthly thing like you're talking about? I didn't know that they were getting paid like that. I thought it was just okay, here's the contract, here's the number, here's what you get. I didn't know that it was broken out in detail like that. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, for the top guys.
Yeah.
If you're not top 150 or top 200, you're not getting monthly payments or paid to commit unless you're a guy at a premium position that has a shit ton of leverage in some possible way. So it's not like everyone's getting paid this way, but yeah. So it is definitely happening though. Damn. Nathan Roberts asked, is Ryan Williams going to LSU? I keep seeing people talk about Ryan Williams. He has not announced anything about going in the portal. I don't think he goes in the portal. But yeah, if he does though, Texas is a school to watch for sure. But I do not expect him in the portal. Think he'll, be back at Bama next year and then in the NFL draft come April of 27. David Keith Williams asked, or said, John Meredith is everyone's favorite 2027 corner. But has there been anything you've heard about Texas recruiting another 2027 corner who I personally think is better? Joshua Dobson. Funny you bring that up. I asked him what he thought from the Texas A&M game. He said, man, it was a hell of a game. Texas just wanted it more. Well said. Outside of that, don't have much. I know Texas likes him, but I don't think he's visited. If he has, it was, I think, last spring. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have much there. It's not a bad in-state DB group, though. So, I wouldn't be shocked if Texas and him never really become much of a thing. David Keith Williams asked, also, what is the latest you've heard about Peyton Miller? I think Miller could be the most valuable offensive lineman for Texas to get in their 2027 recruiting class. Yeah, he is. Texas wants him to play center, and he's center number one on the board. So they like him a lot. He's reciprocated the interest. Texas A&M, Clemson, Oklahoma are all in it. Texas Tech's in it. SMU's in it. he doesn't strike me as a kid that's, going to make the decision for NIL. Anna's right outside of Dallas, but still kind of has that small town vibe a little bit. And a really good kid, good head on shoulders. And I do think it's probably going to be like Texas A&M, OU, Tech. Those will probably be the top 4. And, hey, there's a lot of coaching changes. Maybe LSU gets in the mix somehow, kind of doubt it. But he's very coveted. Center guard, one of the most, coveted IOLs in the country. And again, is center number 1 on Cal Flood's board.
Has there been like a mass since the whole Lane Kiffin thing, and again with LSU being kind of in the spot that they are there in Louisiana, has there been a lot of mass rush towards even LSU jumping into conversations they weren't in prior to Saturday or Sunday, whenever that went down?
Like LSU losing decommits
or actually gaining, like getting.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna flip a kid who is from Lafayette. There was a Tulane commit that flipped to OU. They're gonna end up getting him, and then whole flip like 2 or 3 kids that were committed to him at Ole Miss, and I know one of them's a receiver. So,
yep,
yeah. Antoine asked, is Trey Davis going to sign tomorrow? Don't have that answer. I think everyone would want him to sign tomorrow because Texas, Washington, Wisconsin, UCLA all want an answer. And would much rather him sign Wednesday than have to, keep recruiting him and blowing up his phone going into Friday. So, yeah, I don't have the answer, but I would assume it's going to be tomorrow. Woodcrest said, Jordan RR, I really think Texas will be in the playoffs by the time the final rankings come out. It's got a feeling Disney will have heavy pull. I've talked about this with my dad. Like, can ESPN and Disney just be like, hey, viewership, ratings, throw them in there. Could they do it? Yes. Do I think they do it? No.
No.
But,
you can't. I really think I mean, already a system with so many questions. Teams are going to get left out that need to be in there. And I think you get a 3-loss team in there. I mean, conceivably, you get Alabama, Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas in a college football playoff. Shit. There's your ratings right there. I mean, just with those, but I hope they do that, but at the same time, I hope they don't do that. You know what I mean? It's not a good thing.
Yeah. Like look, I'd love for Texas to be in the playoffs, but people would lose their damn minds if they were put in there. Because, I mean, look, I said this yesterday with Nick. You're sending a message to college football and, the playoff discussion, no matter what happens in Texas. If you don't include them, you say, hey, y'all probably shouldn't schedule good teams in out of conference.
Right.
By the way, for those saying Texas should swap out Ohio State or Michigan or Notre Dame for whomever, it has to be a Power 4 team. You have to play at least one Power 4 or notable independent, parentheses Notre Dame, each year in non-con, and the 3 other can be cupcakes. So, like, are you going to swap out Ohio State for, like, Rutgers or a Big 12 school? Like, yeah, you could, but, if it's not a non-zero, it's not like a 0% chance of a loss, kind of like the cupcakes are. So I don't know if it's worth it, but yeah. David Keith Williams was another one, said it seems that of the recruits currently committed to Texas, Rodney Cleveland could be the only potential loss. What is your view on this recruitment, and are there others? Yeah, Cleveland is the only one we do not expect to sign of the current 24 commits. Wow. Per Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports / 24/7 Sports, Penn State, they've been making a run at Kalani Sitake, the BYU head football coach. But per Zenitz and Chris Hummer, BYU is working hard to keep head coach and current Penn State target Kalani Sitake, and there's some optimism at the moment on the BYU side that they might be able to keep him. Fluid situation.
Nice.
Hey, I was telling Hank this morning, could Sark to BYU have some legs?
Yeah.
That was a joke. Do not clip that. That was a joke. Sorry, to answer this question, David Keith Williams. Rodney Cleveland, NIL or UNC's offering a large NIL number, one bigger than Texas. They'd like to keep him, but they have to be smart. UNC, they've landed a lot of kids this cycle because they're offering like over $100,000 more per year than the second, highest bid. At least I know they've done that for all the kids from the state of Texas they've landed. And one of those OV to Texas. That's how I know that. So that is what I assume is going on. On the flip side of this, Corey Wells, Auburn, Ole Miss under Kiffin and Hugh Freeze made runs at him earlier this fall, couldn't get it done. Alex Golish, the USF head coach, who's now at Auburn, brought some of his staff with him. They're making a run at Corey, and like Hugh Freeze and Lane Kiffin did, they've offered his brother Chris Wells, who's a low 3-star linebacker and was a South Alabama commit. They've offered him a scholarship. Texas has not offered him and will not offer him a scholarship, but they've offered a preferred walk-on spot and like an NIL package that is effectively a scholarship.
Yeah.
But they're not going to use one of their 85 scholarships on Chris Wells. So that's something we're tracking. We do think Wells is going to stick with Texas. But Golish and Auburn are working very hard. And that is the other one I'm watching besides Vaughn and Cleveland. Tyler Atkinson, is he in touch with other schools? Yeah, he is. But that's always where that recruitment was going to go. The thing that gives me and, Texas confidence is they're paying him a lot of money. That's how they got his commitment in the first place.
Yeah.
Offered him a sizable contract that was higher than anyone else. I don't think that's going to change, in the next 72 hours or whatnot. And I do think he will sign with Texas.
Yeah.
Same with Derek Cooper. Same deal. They got him because they offered the most. I, don't see a world where they're not the most come Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So, yeah.
Hey, Jordan, I'm curious right quick. So with like Eric Morris bouncing out of Denton. Yeah, I know he's going to coach the year out or whatever. Where's UNT at right now in this? And I know that's a smaller school, but I'm very curious. Obviously, I've got a graduate from there. What's happening there with new kids coming in? I mean, are they seeing a little bit of life now? Are they seeing a pulse because they're relevant? I mean, they're relevant in the college football playoff. I know they're losing the coach. Anything of value happening for them in Denton?
I mean, they haven't hired or announced a new staff. So, no one's committing yet. And, a lot of UNT fans are kind of pissed at Morris because they're like, we're going to have 50 new players on our team next year because he's going to take them. Eric Morris signed 48 new players last year and y'all weren't bitching and moaning then.
Right.
This is what he's going to do. He signed these guys nobody wanted. They're great players. He made them even better. And he's going to bring those players with him, or at least try to, because if they don't go to Oklahoma State, they're going to go play in the Power 4 anyways.
Right.
I'm sorry. Being a G5 football fan sucks ass. It does. But this has happened 2 years in a row, just a little different because now the coach is gone.
Yeah.
Regarding coaches to watch for that, Neil Brown is a favorite. Current special assistant to Steve Sarkeesian at Texas. He's on the Texas staff this year. Was at West Virginia, took over for the Mountaineers after they fired Dana Holgorsen. And he got to West Virginia by leaving Troy, where he was the head coach there. After he left, that's when they hired John Summerall, who's now the Florida head coach. Other names, Billy Napier is getting thrown in there.
He was there, wasn't he? I think he visited UNT.
Yeah, he ended up visiting during practice last week or something. Kind of strange because that was before Morris and Oak State were announced. But yeah, I mean, Billy Napier there would be very interesting.
Yeah.
But apparently they want a head coach. They don't want to have to go hire a coordinator. They want a guy who's been the head man before. So
there you go. There's your man right there.
Yeah. Hey, Duncanville versus Hatchie should be a banger.
That's going to be a good one. Yep.
Hey, because Hatchie beat Duncanville earlier this year. Sorry, looking at these others. CB said 2 years ago Texas killed Oklahoma State football as a program. Yeah, Antoine, Eric Morris, I think will take a few of them. But he also knows as much as he likes those kids or values the relationship. If you're Oklahoma State, you should not be taking UNT level players. That's why Oklahoma State sucks and has sucked for the last 2 years because that's what Gundy was doing.
Yeah. This ain't Lane Kiffin we're dealing with here. That's Eric Morris.
Yeah. And I think it's different if they're portal players because they're played and have experience. But high school, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
And with with Oklahoma State, like I think Pete Nakos or maybe Zenitz or John Talty had a story in like August, where it was like anonymous quotes from like FCS DPPs, Director of Player Personnels, and like FCS GMs, and like even a few D2 coaches. And the quotes were like, man, like we kept finding like, hey, we were getting a kid and it was a good deal. We only have so much money. So when we can, get a good player, even with a small NIL package, it's a huge win. Yeah. And then Oklahoma State would just come in and offer like 5,000 more, 5,000. Mm-hmm. And it's like, why is Oklahoma State shopping at the same place as us?
Right. Yeah.
Like that's what the quote said. And that is why Oklahoma State won 2 games this year or 1 game this year, and the 1 win or 2 wins are FCS programs because they have FCS talent in their program. And I mean, I remember Gundy, I think it was in the 2024 season, someone asked him about a specific player at transfer, and he's like, yeah, like he's been awesome for us. We've gotten a lot out of him. We only have so much money. We have to be smart where we spend it. And it was a risk taking, him because he was a D2 kid. But he's been really good, and he's cheap too. Like he said those words. He's cheap. Describing a player on his team that just had the best performance of the game.
Yeah, so, talking about him like a bean burrito at Taco Bell. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's cheap, good value. We got him. But that's what Oak State was doing.
Crazy.
I have not commented. Former Lake Travis play caller, Will Stein, set to be the head ball coach up in Lexington. How about that?
Yes, sir.
I like it for him. I honestly didn't think he'd take that, but that is where he's from, Kentucky. So, makes sense. I know he's a Louisville guy or alum, but
got to do it.
Makes sense. It's an SEC job, and maybe he'll be all right. I don't know. Going to be very interesting to see how he handles it because at Oregon, he had a lot more talent than the rest of the Big 12 or Big 10 and the Pac-12. At Kentucky, you have less talent than everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. No shit. Yeah.
Like, you're not in the same ballpark as Vandy anymore, buddy. And even Mississippi State, they just got a 5-star yesterday.
That's
so,
right. Yeah.
I don't know. Jake Bayless said if Sataki stays at BYU, does Penn State just give either Knowles or Kotelnicki the job? Because who else is even out there? I don't know. I don't know what Penn State's doing. They someone made a burner account or like a parody account for their AD. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Let me find this. Okay. This is good. I sent this to someone. Man, Elon screwed up Twitter so much.
I know.
Sorry, there's some things in here we can't show. Damn, I don't know where this is at, but it said hashtag we are absolutely fucked. You know how their thing is we are. There was a fake AD Twitter account. But it just said hashtag we are absolutely fucked. Awesome. I have no idea.
That's great, man.
I don't think they hire Knowles. He's old and kind of
Jim Knowles. Yeah,
I mean, even at Ohio State, like, how good was their defense when Caleb Downs wasn't in it?
Right. Yeah.
How good is his defense this year at Penn State? Mm-hmm. Is he a downgrade from Tom Allen, who left for Clemson?
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. And then Kotelnicki, on the other hand, they can't bring that guy back. Like, as much. I'll talk all day about Drew Aller. Should be better than he is, but has tools. So who is that on? Coaching.
Yep, that's
Development.
right. That's right.
Play calling.
100%.
That's the best quarterback prospect Penn State has had in my lifetime. Mm-hmm. And he might go undrafted. Now, a lot of it's because of an injury, but that said, like, Kotelnicki's time to leave was last year. Oklahoma thought they had him in the bag by like week 9 last year before Arbuckle and Mateer were a done deal. He should have left then. He should have jumped off the ship. I know there's no way he could have saw James Franklin getting fired mid-season in like year 12 like he did. But I don't know who, but I can tell you what Penn State ain't doing, and it's hiring one of these two guys. I don't think they do that.
Nope.
But David Keith Williams said Dylan Barron and Rodney Cleveland are both potential anchors at nose tackle, and Texas absolutely needs them both. To lose them both would be absolutely terrible. Yeah, Rodney's a better prospect than Barrowman, but they're both A-gappers. And, I mean, you're right. Corey Wells and James Johnson can be an A-gapper, but Corey Wells isn't. So you're right. Spot on. You can ball knower. One thing I thought was interesting, Dylan Barrowman took 2 visits in a row to LSU, but is going to sign in February. So I think that's LSU saying, hey, we're good, which is interesting because Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin wanted him.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he does end up at Purdue or somewhere random. Let's see. UNT should hire Rashad Samples. That'd be cool, but I don't know if he's ready. And also, like, that's a different job from anything he's ever worked.
Yeah.
CB said, does Austin Novosad follow Stein in Kentucky? I don't know. If you're Stein, it's like, do I bring Novosad or Cutter Boley, returning starter, a kid who grew up in the Lexington era, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And is going to come back, very likely to come back. So, I mean, I don't know. I think Novosad has to get out of there, though, because I don't think Oregon thinks he's the long-term answer. We'll see. I think he's like the favorite for the job when Dante Moore leaves, but Dante Moore can come back, and even then, they can portal over him. They've already portaled over him. That's how Dante Moore got there. Like, so, I mean, I don't know. Antoine said, wide receiver Daniel Berry just decommitted from UNT. I need to update his profile. I will get on that. Jim Knowles is flat being sick.
No, come on now. Take it easy on Jim.
Someone should hire Gruden and say, F it. Hey,
they're running out of candidates. I mean, somebody says, hell, he might go back to the NFL because there are about to be some openings there.
Hell no. He ain't going back to the NFL. He's like actively suing them. Roger Goodell has him blacklisted. He's never working in the NFL again.
Yeah.
And I mean, I thought Arkansas and him might have had a shot. Like, if any Power 4 school was going to hire him, it was going to be Arkansas.
Yeah.
And they did not want that. So,
boy, they made a stunning hire themselves, didn't they? It's like, all right, there you go. Arkansas on the up right there. Sheesh.
Oh, yeah. Hey, speaking of Arkansas, we got Rodney. You cool if we go a little late today?
I actually need to jump off. I can run the app in the background, but I got to hop on another call. So you go ahead, and I'll work you from the backside. Yep.
Cool. Whoa. Working me from the backside. What are we doing?
Right here live on TSU. So no, I got you. Go as long as you need, man.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Come on, Rodney. Working it from the backside. All right, 1 sec. I need some water. All right, time of the show / week. We're going over funny tweets or notable tweets. So, yeah, let me make sure I have some of these tweets off my screen. All right, fun fact. LSU, for the next 2 weeks, are going to be paying 3 head football coaches. Ed Orgeron, who gets owed money until the 15th. Lane Kiffin, and Brian Kelly. They're paying 3 coaches for a span of 2 weeks. A Power 4 football program is paying 3 coaches. This shit's broken. In other news, someone brought up Silverfield and made me think about this. This Arkansas fan, they were losing their mind on Sunday. Said, I would like for Silverfield to do well. The problem is I don't really care one way or another anymore. The PTB, I don't know what that is. It could have corrected course with a good hire, but I think large swaths of the fan base think the same way I do. If we're not going to take this seriously, why bother? This lasted 20 hours. I very much care, and I'm a full-blown silverhead, and we're going to silver fuck this conference. Love that. Just start throwing silver in front of everything. How about this? What a clown show this kind of is from Josh Heupel. Tennessee head coach Josh Heupel tells Chris Lowe he's not a candidate for the Penn State job and said, quote, I wouldn't want low expectations. That's part of why I want to be here. We'll win big. Anybody want to look at Tennessee's record under Josh Heupel? There it is. 7-6, 11-2, 9-4, 10-3, 8-4, 2 bowl wins, 1 playoff appearance, and he got slimed out by Diego Pavia on Saturday. We all saw it. And who sealed the deal? Austin ISD's finest, Cedric Alexander. How about that? How about Jermaine Bishop? Truly one of the best to ever do it. Truly. In Texas high school football history, statistically. 15 for 328 yards, 3 touchdowns. Here he gets the game-sealing pick. There's a second left on the clock. They went for the Hail Mary. Guess who catches it? Batman does. What does he do? Step back, pump up them basketballs. Sorry, it's lagging. Here we go. Step back and pump up the basketballs. Hey. On the Mount Rushmore of best Texas high school football players in general I've ever seen. Currently 6th all-time in career receiving yards in Texas high school football history. Also 6th in receptions. Willis takes on DeSoto in the 4th round on Friday or Saturday, I forget. But it's at McLean Stadium in Waco if anyone wants to go check out the game. Unfortunately, DeSoto will probably win. They won by like two or three scores last year. But for what it's worth, it's a 4th-round game. And Jermaine Bishop has led Willis into the 4th round. The furthest they've ever played in the playoffs in school history. Willis has been around since like the 70s or 80s, if I'm not mistaken. And DJ Lagway, he was a 4-year starter. They have never made it to the 4th round. But Jermaine Bishop in his senior year takes him there. Because his 3rd-round performance, 15 for 329, 3 touchdowns through the air, 7 carries, 19 yards on a touchdown, 2 or 3 passing for 42 yards, game-sealing interception. He also forced a fumble on Javian Osborne, who was going to end up at Texas until Tashard Choice left. He ended up committing to Notre Dame. He'll sign there on Wednesday. Forced a fumble on him near the goal line, and then the ball rolled into the end zone and into Osborne's lap, but still impressive. And then he also handles punting duties. And Dallas Morning News had it at 39 yards. Willis on Max Preps had it at 40, so we're going to go 40. But he had a punt to put 40 on their own 14 with 17 seconds left, which is pretty damn good. And the fun thing about him too, Willis uses him to punt. And because he's Jermaine Bishop, he runs out of there, he passes out of there, and he punts out of it. All season, he'd been tucking it. And then verse 40 in the playoffs, he started acting like he was running and then hitting a jump pass wide ass open down the field. That's how he threw for 42 yards. But seriously, one of the most fun players I've ever covered, one of the best players I've ever covered. Quality young man, terrific young man from a great family. And, you know, one of the funny things, I mean, I've seen him play at Willis going back to his sophomore year. The first time I met him, saw him in person, would have been summer going into his sophomore year at a showcase. I also watched Chris Stewart. That's the day Will Turboff and I found Chris Stewart. Devin Sanchez was there, Covey Sellers, Isaiah Williams, who's now a Illinois commit. A few other guys are there. That was a loaded group. But with Jermaine, one of the funny things or funnest things about going to Willis games, he's got a lot of family there, and they're all wearing like custom number 7 Jermaine Bishop Texas jerseys. And like whole score, and they're like, he been doing this shit since he was a toddler. He's been doing it since he was a toddler. I ran into his dad during the warm-ups of the Willis Woodlands game I went to, and that's what he was telling me. He'd been doing it since he was a toddler. And he's like showing me his like Pee Wee and Pop Warner videos, and it's Jermaine Bishop with like a helmet this big for his body, and he's just like what he does in high school. And I'm like, yeah, man, born with it. Michael Bishop, that's his cousin. So maybe Jermaine, you know, goes full circle and wins the Heisman. That'd be awesome. Can he call plays too? Great question. I mean, he drives the bus and does everything else basically as well. All right, I saw David Keith Williams has some questions. Yeah, I mean, Woodcrest, I think they said this for Brian Kelly as well. But David Keith Williams said, I don't know how familiar you are with Kyle Van Noy as a BYU linebacker. I suppose you're more familiar with him in the NFL. Nonetheless, if you recall him at BYU, do you see similarities in Rocky Cummings and Kyle Van Noy while he was at BYU? I actually do. So I was too young to like watch Van Noy at BYU, but there's a book. I need to order it again because I lost it. I think I left it at an Airbnb. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but there's a book, if I'm not mistaken, it's called The System, and it talks about, and this book came out like 4 or 5 years ago, pre-NIL, but it talked about, recruiting and under the table money and, bullshit tactics and players getting cars and, coaches, the way they operated, had some stuff on Saban at LSU. It was really good. And one of the chapters is with Kyle Van Noy, talking about his recruitment and how he chose BYU and him at BYU. So I know what type of role he played. And if you're asking if Rocky Cummings can do that at Texas, yes, I think so. And it's interesting because like they have 4 D-line commits right now, if you include edge. Richard Wesley, pure edge rusher. Jermaine Carlson, kind of a tweener between, interior D lineman and an edge. Like Jermaine Carlson, he can hold over 300 pounds, or his frame can. He can get up there one day, but he's never going to be an A-gapper, So kind of a D-line edge tweener. And then you have Rodney Cleveland, who they have to hold on to, obviously, and Corey Wells, who they also have to hold on to. And then at backer, you have Tyler Atkinson, who's a pure Mike off-ball guy. If he's, rushing the passer, it's because it's the delayed blitz, or they're running cover 0 and he's on the line, or dropping back in a stunt, whatever. But with Kosi Akpala, he's kind of a hybrid backer edge take. He is like, it's not quite as good as Colin Simmons is, but very similar physical build and very, very almost identical testing data. Very close. Played different roles in high school. Colin played at a much better program with better development versus better competition. But Kosi can end up as a full-time edge rusher. If he is, he's going to be that speed edge. The Buck, Carlton can be a Buck or Jack. Richard Wesley is a Jack. But with Akpala, could become a full-time edge rusher. If he doesn't, I think he'll play kind of what Trey Moore has played this year, or at least played the first 10 games. That Sam backer position, kind of where, on the line of scrimmage, rushing the passer a lot, drops back in coverage a lot from the line of scrimmage, or is off ball in coverage the entire time. And I think Kosi will play a mix of that in full-time edge. And then you look at Rocky Cummings, and it's like, well, he could probably work for the Sam backer position too. He could. I really think he could. And if he can, you can kind of make Kosi Akpala the full-time edge, which I have no problem with doing because, that's what he's played at high school. He's more comfortable playing edge than he is off-ball linebacker because he never has really played off-ball linebacker and needs to be taught that. So the good thing is Texas, they run a lot of 4-2-5. Usually only 2 backers are on the field. So even if Cummings and Akpala end up at the same position, like boo-hoo, they rotate a lot. There's 2 backers, and you're not taking Tyler Atkinson off the field just like you didn't take Anthony Hill off the field. So I see what you're saying. I see the vision. I think it's a really good linebacker group. And, hindsight's 2020. I did think the 2023 linebacker group would be better than it is, but I also did know Samaje Burrell would do what he did to get kicked out of the program. And I also did not know Darian Gillette would not be the same athlete again after blowing out his knee, playing basketball in the summer going into his senior year. And then Tassili Akana, didn't know he wouldn't be able to put on weight. Like they took 5 linebackers in 2023, basically. I know Gillette and Akana were kind of tweener edge rushers too. But the only ones that hit were Anthony Hill and Leon Lafau. All the other guys are gone. On paper, looking back, do I think this is a better group than that? Yeah, but I'm also kind of biased because, what's happened has happened. But it's up there with the 23 group, at least on paper, out of high school, is the best linebacker group. I would say that. So, yeah. Jake Bayless said Penn State's expectations are pretty fucking high this year, so that's dumb. That is true, but the reason they're high is because Drew Aller came back, could have went to the draft. Katron Allen could have left, went to the draft. He came back. Nick Singleton could have left, went to the draft. He came back. They went and got Trevor Pena from Syracuse, one of the top-ranked portal receivers, a 7-figure player. They retained several other players that were going to the draft. They got a few different portal players. Amari Campbell from North Carolina, one of the more coveted linebackers in the portal. Like, they loaded up for this year to be the year. What Ohio State did after the 2023 season by paying all those draft-eligible guys to come back for their 4th and 5th years in 2024, Donovan Jackson, Jack Sawyer, JTT, Travion Henderson, like you name it. I think not Olave, Emeka Egbuka, I think, did his 4th year, if I'm not mistaken. I know Olave did, but that was years ago. That is what Penn State tried to do, and that costed a lot. To prevent guys from going to the NFL, you have to pay them a shit ton in NIL. I'm not saying Penn State was matching what their potential NFL contracts would be, but they're getting paid a lot. And the people who are called to, or at least back then, because that was the old system. System's a little different. But the people that are called, hey, can we get 100 more K? We need it because this school's offering this much and we need to get this guy. Yeah, I can send it. Those are the people that are losing their fucking mind whenever they're losing to Northwestern, to UCLA, to Oregon in overtime. Those are the people that are getting pissed because they spent this much money for all these players to come back. And if they can donate 100K on a whim, they have a lot of fucking power and have donated a lot of money and can get someone fired. And when there's a lot of people that are all pissed and want someone fired, you get James Franklin fired in the middle of the season because your expectations are sky high. Texas, everyone talks about their preseason number 1. Penn State was preseason 2 or 3 as well. They had natty expectations as well. And they lost to UCLA after losing to Oregon and then Northwestern, but I think the Northwestern one was after Franklin was already fired. Maybe I'm mixing up the Northwestern UCLA ones, but I get what you're saying. Like, it's Penn State. Y'all need to pipe down. Y'all had a pretty good deal going with Franklin, but that is why their expectations were that high. And that is why the expectations for Texas, like, y'all think this is bad if Texas preseason number 1 and they are out of the playoffs 9-3 when A&M and Tech is in it. If this shit happens next year, because Texas will be a preseason top 3 team. If it happens next year, people are going to, like, be pitchforking DKR. Just saying. Because they're going to get Arch Manning to come back, some other players to come back. I think Gooseby will come back, Jelani McDonald. I lean that way too. And that requires significant investment. They're going to spend a lot of money in the portal too. They're loading up to make it the year. And if it ain't the year and you know that by week 5 or 6, like Penn State did this year, there's going to be, it's going to be a very long season in 26. So, yeah. I agree with you on this, David Keith Williams. Yes, this is the book I was talking about. For those curious that I referenced, the Kyle Van Noy, The System. It's a very good book. Each chapter is different, but they're all related because it's college football scandals, behind the scenes stuff. Very good. Would recommend. John Talty, who writes for CBS Sports, also had a book with another author that came out like last year. Very similar concept, behind the scenes kind of tell-alls or recruiting stuff, under the table stuff, how it worked. And that came out in the last year. I'm just forgetting that one. I think that one's called The Price, the John Talty book. It's called The Price, and it's semicolon and something college football. But that one's really good. And the book, it's a black cover that just says The Price in red words, if anyone's interested. Okay, so David Keith Williams asked about Kosik Paul's rankings increased. Basically what I said, the testing data is tremendous, great measurements. 6'2", 6'2.5", but rock solid. He's like 230, 235, and has like a +7 wing with 10-inch hands. Like, that's what you want. 34+ inch arms, long enough to fight against the offensive tackles he'll face in the NFL or in the SEC, potentially the NFL. And I mean, like they told me that paired with the Unreal senior film is what made him rise up. And I'm a nice guy, and I was like, man, like, the senior tape is good, but the junior shit's pretty similar. Like, he's been doing this. His sophomore tape was great, but he was tremendous and really good as a senior, best year he's had. I'm happy for him. Long time coming for him. Texas led the entire way. Like they led for 2+ years, and they were leading from day one offering because they were a second offer, even though Jeff Banks was who offered him, because that was when Jeff Choate he had just left for Nevada, and it was like the 2-week period before the Nansen hire came to fruition. So, yeah, but I think him and Atkinson can be great. And I love the get. I love Kosi. I think he's a great young man, a great player, great person, and someone I can't say enough good things about. What Chris said, Jordan, why is it that Texas higher-ups want to play by the rules when they know this program can become a Death Star if they don't? Great question. Great question. Yeah. David Williams said, on a scale of 1 to 5, what is the likelihood that Texas somehow flips Bryson Martinez from LSU by the end of tomorrow? I'd go 1 right now. Again, like talking to people in Austin over the last 72 hours, they all think he's going to LSU. So, yeah. And yeah, I mean, it was great. He originally was an 88 3-star or 87. Then they bumped up to an 89, highest graded 3-star. And with that, Kosi, I believe, was the highest ranked or graded, whatever you want to call it, 3-star in the state of Texas. And then, new update happened and they bumped him up. So, yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. All right, that's pretty much all I got. I guess Eric and I are going to talk a lot of the coaching carousel. I've said it several times this week, but, it's not going to be a crazy signing day finish for Texas. They are very much trying like hell for Malachi Lee, the top 247 offensive tackle, who is committed to Michigan or from Hawaii, though. They're trying like hell with him and working the phones. It's just the kid has visited Texas twice in his life. One was between 8th grade and 9th grade, and the other was this summer for the official visit. His dad used to work, I think it was a construction job on the islands with the Ungala-Fowles family, or with the Ungala-Fowles father. So there's that relationship. Obviously, both are, Hawaiian guys as well. And then also his trainer, Malachi Lee's trainer, who lives on the island, is Brandon Baker's uncle. We found that out during his official visit. So, those are the relationships. But for Texas, I mean, it would be a very big surprise if they can land him. But him, Bryson Martinez, Teray Davis, Josiah Vilmail, those are the guys. They're not going to get Richard Anderson unless Sark pulls a rabbit out of his ass. Yeah, I think that's it. But again, they did a lot of work in the summer, and they're saving up money for the portal. It's the final year of the Arch era. They know they have to maximize and go on a run, and that's what I think they'll do. Yeah, but y'all have a great one. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Happy signing day eve. Hopefully it's a rather stress-free day tomorrow for all of us. I know that's what I'm hoping. Y'all have a great one. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Up next, the Voice of College Football previews tonight's college football playoff rankings and ponders if Texas can still get in. Chip and Zay are going to be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. I'm going to end the live stream right now, but again, you can catch them at 2 p.m. Y'all have a great one. Happy Tuesday and hook 'em.